Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend.
Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment.
Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god.
Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at.
On the high ground, so tank will go down. These
Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no.
And
you're ready to blow up on the attempt. Oh, the worst adept shade of all time.
Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance.
Whoa, what's that? We're exploding into another day of StarCraft 2. Who would have guessed it? Hello, everybody. How are we doing, feeling, and working? Hope everyone is feeling fantastic, doing wonderfully, and ready for some StarCraft 2, because believe it or not, whether you like it or not, we're going to begin. MaxPax Spirit first match of the day, best of 3, coming up in a few moments' time. It is the WardiTV Winter Championship. It is the playoffs, and we are going to be here tomorrow and Sunday as well for even more of the action. It's a good time to be a StarCraft 2 fan, if you ask me. I mean, personal opinion. Again, I will state biased. You know, kind of make a living off this StarCraft business. I'm a little bit biased when when I talk about these things, but yeah, generally speaking, still still having a good time and enjoying it. So, generally speaking, I don't know that I've just lost my trailer for completely. You know what? This was such a good high energy intro, and I was just like, no, I don't know. I was on a roll. I was talking, and then my brain was like, "Well, you're going way too fast right now. We need to chill the hell out and just stop and figure things out a second." Hello, DJ Crispia on the Prime 27-month resub. Appreciate you, matey. Thank you so much for the support. As always, appreciate you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much. First map is already being loaded up as Winter Madness, so we're going to get into that in a, believe it or not, handful of moments, and get ready to kick this off into some more games, guys. So, we get this ready to rumble, and get this ready to party on, and excited to cast some games for you guys as the TLDR of it all. Just double checking we are good to go. Yeah, we are looking good over there. It looks as though we already started the game over here, so I don't even get to decide if we're ready or not. We are just good. The players are ready. MaxPax and Spirit will be starting off the day. Today's bracket's actually really fun. I think there's a lot of really cool games. MaxPax, Spirit, Bunny, Rogue will then go into the winners match and cast the losers match later on in the day. And then we go into Q versus Shin, Solar versus Zown, winners match, and of course a bit later on the loser match of that as well. So, gonna be fun. Genuinely gonna be a very fun day. There's no ifs and buts today. Yesterday there was a little bit of confusion as to maybe one of the matches was going to be moved, but then it didn't get moved in the end. Or well, it actually already had been moved, but then we actually unmoved it. So yeah, less of all that today, more of just kind of sitting back, enjoying games, and kind of knowing exactly what's going to be coming up for us. Which does begin in the bottom right-hand corner of the map with our Red Protoss player. Got to be a favorite on this side of the bracket. Especially in these first couple of rounds, would not be surprised to see him getting a couple wins on the day. Although yesterday did have some kind of crazies mixed in as well, so we shall see. Bottom right corner, MaxPax is representing as the Red Protoss player to open this series. He takes on the blue Terran in the top left corner of the map. This will be Spirit. Beautiful. Game 1, BO3 action. Is Indy already awake? Not quite. We'll go to Indy in a moment or two, guys. We'll give him a second to wake up and get his own intro out of the way and all of that kind of goodness. And we'll get ready to cast some games, guys. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see what we get, see what the guys are going to give us today. I actually think, like I say, it's 8 best of 3s. I actually think they're pretty fun best of 3s. I really like these 8 best of 3 days. You know, if I could change one thing, like one thing, it would be figuring out how to get 8 best of 3 groups. Because when you have a 4-player group and you do round robin, it's 6 best of 3s, and when you do 5-player, it's 10 best of 3s. I really wish I could find a way to do 8 best of 3 because I really feel like 8 best of 3s is such a nice number. Like it comes out at 5 hours a lot of the time. Obviously, it can be a bit less, but I feel like 8 best of 3 is such a good number to do. I always enjoy doing 8 best of 3s. So it sounds dumb, but when I get to a day like today, I'm like, let's go, 8 best of 3s. I love that for us, you know? Like, I am absolutely loving that for us, so 100% into it. Yeah, I know it probably sounds so ridiculous. Like, I'm genuinely excited over the fact we're doing 8 series instead of like 6 or 10, but I just feel like it makes for a really cool stream. So that is my somewhat mayhaps crazy reasoning as we get into our Winter Championship playoffs. Day number 2, of course, and kind of working through today, and excited to see who is going to be showing themselves as a favorite. Like I said, definitely think MaxPax in this little section with himself, Spirit, Bunny, and Rogue. And then we've got Solar, Cure, Zown, and Shin in the other kind of little quadrant of the bracket. I actually really like that set of games as well. I think all those guys have a good possibility kind of taking each other down and causing some chaos. And I think Shin may be the most unpredictable of all of them right now. I actually just think all of those games in the final little portion of the bracket we'll get to are super interesting because there's just no real guarantee as to what's going to happen or anything like that, you know? So, yeah, super intrigued as to how that goes and what happens. And, yeah, I appreciate you guys joining us, like I say, hanging out, and it's good to see you all, and excited to, like I say, dive on into it with everybody as we start things off as well. What a wonderful day of StarCraft 2 ahead of us, guys. Yes, yes, yes. Alrighty, yeah, how's everyone doing in the chat? How are you guys feeling? I got a couple moments to start things off and to kick it off and kick it rolling and everything, so hello. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us. Now we have an Adept going to get an SCV. I do think this matchup is very tough for Spirit. Spirit is maybe not playing as frequently as, you know, he used to. Still very good, still very capable. Got out of his group beating Showtime, for example, so clearly still has very good TVP. But man, MaxPax is just a different beast. And especially in TVP, we always see MaxPax being this absolute demon who can just kind of take on anybody, challenge them, and absolutely make them have such a difficult time. So definitely thinking that we're going to have a fun little kind of matchup here to start us off, to be honest. But I think it's going to be tough for Spirit to actually kind of come away with a win on this one. But if he does, that means we're going to have an upset at the start of the day. And hey, we had a couple upsets at the start of yesterday, to be fair. So I'm down to figure out what goes on. This Adept shades in. Marines will do some good damage. It will not kill it, though. The SCV needs to pull back, otherwise it would go down. Still delays the bunker by a little bit as MaxPax adds on the 2 additional gateways, meaning that this is going to be a 4-gate blink opener. MaxPax is just going to test the defenses of Spirit super early in this series and say, hey, hello, how you doing? Are you capable of actually taking this? You know, are you actually capable of fighting here? Are you capable of holding on against my Stalker pressure? Or is that something that has some potential to potentially move through? Tank going to be there. Adept is going to get felled. We do see the blink coming up. The Observer and the Nexus on the way in. Just going to have a barracks in the bunker still coming about. And again, that blink ticking along, finishing in a moment or so. Just going to see the Prism is going to have itself a chance to get toward the upper left-hand side of the map. So Prism already on the way over just for the moment here. Getting that in position where you see the Reaper and the Hellion together. Will dive through, looking to get in for some damage as well. Spirit will mostly look for information. You'll see the Stalker count, you'll see the Gateway count. So you actually get to see everything. You don't really get much better information than that overall, generally, so that is not bad in the slightest. There's a couple of Widowmine shots will be good. Oh, a couple of KOs, some workers going down. Not too crazy still. See that medevac getting felled as well. Will also be something that gets dropped right there, so picking that off, clearing out for the moment. We see the few Stalkers going to gather, and that's going to go after the depot for a couple of moments too. And on we go as this pressure begins, but not super heavily. I mean, 8 probes going down. Pretty good for Spirit, so you're really actually getting away with the Widowmine drop, getting a good amount done, and really puts him into a bit of a better place here than you might expect straight away. His defense is pretty good against this initial round of the Stalkers as well. And like I say, it's not a fully kind of committed set of Stalkers, because we have a lot of Stalkers still back at home for MaxPax as well, so that's going to kind of leave you in a bit of an issue. Yeah, 8 kills is very nice, guys. Sorry, I'm underreacting a little bit because I'm just trying to figure out a little issue that's gone, but I was slightly distracted. And obviously 8 kills is much better than expected, especially when you add on a bunch of Liberator fire into the mix. 7 probes going down. Oh my goodness, MaxPax having an absolutely horrible start, quite frankly. This is not great for him in the slightest. His economy completely deprived from him early in this game. That's now 15 kills across the Widow Mines. And a Liberator that's still alive especially. Like, the Lib still being up and running here is maybe the biggest deal of all. Because that means you've got a Liberator that's ready to come back into play and to get active once again. So, yeah, this is not... And all of this is off a 4-gate blink from MaxPax, which is obviously kind of intended to be aggressive and dealing damage. And it's done a little bit, but not really that much, especially considering you're the one that's ended up taking the majority of the damage in this game so far. So... that's kind of where we sit right now. Just gonna see those Marines, the Marauder gathering up. Stim Combat and +1 comes through. Get the Liberator sieging. I'm just gonna see the couple Stalkers coming about as well. The SCVs will be going down. So a couple SCVs falling, Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 continue to build up for the moment too. So we get all of that into play. And yeah, those few Stalkers gonna come stepping over once again. See what exactly it is they can maybe get done for themselves as they look for some opportunity here down to the up to the top left-hand side, trying to figure out what else is possibly available right now. Yeah, and Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, +1 upgrade. All these bits and pieces coming through. Got a little bit of bio gonna come at the front there, as we are gonna see the few Zealots are gonna get involved in the natural. Obviously, MaxPax playing from a deficit with the worker damage taken early. Anything he can do to try and upset that damage and kind of bring himself back into this game is obviously going to be seen as a pretty major positive, so we are going to try our absolute best to do as much as we can with all of that. As we continue through, just going to see the Prism. Going to be holding about. A couple of Zealots will come over as well. Marauders are going to get to work. A couple of Zealots fall. Spirit defending decently, but like I say, he has been, you know, taking some damage of his own. Like, you know, he lost the Lib, he lost a tank, he's lost 7 SCVs, so... And now he's going to lose one Medevac as well, as it just floats a little bit too far ahead. He gets a Stalker in return, pulls the SCVs. Gotta love this, because I think it absolutely gives you the best possible chance of closing this game out right here and now. And to me, the sooner that Spirit closes this game out, the better for him. Now, Force Fields are going to be massive. SCVs need to be careful here. They don't want to go in too far ahead of the rest of the army. You want to make sure that they are there to tank the Colossus shots and to tank a bunch of this damage. Like I say, the Force Fields are going to be huge. You can already preemptively see them coming down as they're going to drop a couple. Kind of keeps this army of Spirit very much so kind of held back. We're losing SCVs, obviously, to the attack and also to the offense on the other side. A couple tanks holding Siege from Spirit. He is just not making progress well enough right now. He's going to stim this up. If he gets through the Zealots, though, maybe he can just dive the Colossus. The Zealots are actually kind of dying off very quickly. Now the tank's actually going to get in reach to hit the Colossus a bit. Going to have a third Colossus very soon, though. That feels almost unwinnable for Spirit. And the issue is he's not reinforcing this at all, because he just can't get units across the map, and this attack really just kind of sizzles, to be honest. Just trying to run up this ramp specifically I find so interesting. I wonder why he wanted to run up there so desperately instead of maybe moving to the right side, getting to the high ground there, and potentially kind of going from that direction. This is the kind of game which kind of gets me a little bit down on a series, because when I see a game like this where Spirit gets such a good start, you know, workers killed multiple times over, if he can't capitalize on that, I don't think he gets into a better starting point, right? But yeah, I just think it was a very uninspired position to attack in. Like, up that ramp, he's constantly clumped. He doesn't get there quickly either. And obviously, he has no way to... The Zealots just picking away at his reinforcements, so nothing reinforces. And you can see the power of the army. Like, the Zealots actually did kind of melt. Like, he actually got pretty close to knocking a lot of stuff down to the point where I was maybe convinced he could have possibly broken through. Like, wasn't completely sold on it, but I thought he could have maybe kind of made his way through that. Like I said, the Zealots went down. He opened a path for the Colossus. That's close enough to me, to me for him to have had a chance, but doesn't quite deliver on it in the end. And it is going to be a win for MaxPax in the top bottom right-hand corner. He'll sit up 1-0 in this BO3 and take the lead of this series and get ready for Game 2. And in the top left, our blue Terran player will be Spirit as we kick off into the second game here on 10,000 feet and get this ready to roll. Okay then, so I'm just going to have out the CVs. Pulling back a little bit, getting to mining for a few moments. Nothing really wild happening. Super early, looks pretty standard. No one going to proxy anything is maybe one of the notable parts of this right now. We double gas from Spirits. A little bit more on the feisty side of life to open up this one. Just going to see that probe continue to come across as well and just get positioned here for a few moments. So, yeah, look to gather a little bit of info. See if we can find something out. Probe nibbling. SCV will take a few shots of damage. I'm just going to see that SCV pulling back over. Probe will get pushed the right way. Nothing really wild, I was like to say. Spirit, even on the setup right now, is, you know, building into something which obviously plays into, yeah, a little bit more aggressively, but like, it doesn't have to be like overly aggressive. You can expand behind this very easily. You usually pull down to 2 workers in each gas, and then you can afford the expansion pretty swiftly while still getting the factory early and getting your pressure on that factory up and available. So keep our eyes open for that perhaps coming through. Let's just see that next coming around. The cyber core still coming into place for a couple moments. The assimilator coming about, piling on the way. All of the bits and pieces right now kind of falling into place for the moment. Watching these tournaments is very addictive. Good. That's what I like. I like to hear. We've got, you know, we get you addicted, and then we're good. I mean, that's just the perfect thing, right? Capitalized on addiction. And it's a good addiction, right? Surely there's no negative side of being addicted to watching StarCraft. Surely not. Alright, just gonna see our command center coming out. A couple of Marines coming by. The Star Port is about halfway done. Nexus and the Twilight Council building through. The Reaper sets off over to that right side. Again, we'll get coming through. Just gonna see the Adepts still shading around for a little bit. And yeah, Twilight Council and that battery continue to build into play as well. So just bring a lot of that up. Reaper will try and fight onto the Adept for a few moments. We'll get back and forth for a little while. And the Marines, wouldn't mind SCV. Still producing on through. Just going to go back and forth. The Adept will make it shade back. Obviously dancing with that Reaper. It's a dangerous game that you're playing there as Spirit. He's playing it correctly so far, as the Adept didn't shade towards the Reaper as well. But there is another Adept, yeah, that was looking to catch the Reaper from behind. It didn't actually get the catch. For now, the Reaper lives, and that Adept is low. Oh, he missed it. He thought it went to the left. It went to the upper right. Should have probably chased the shade, because if you don't shade it, then it's still in the base, right? Obviously, he thought he could kill it before the shade went down. Now it's regen. Good getaway from MaxPax. Also good getaway from this Reaper, who also is going to avoid the Adept for a second. MaxPax. Wow, he misses. Oh, no, he does see it. Ah, the Reaper goes down. Wow, that was a really entertaining couple of moments based on a Reaper and Adept just moving around each other and trying to catch what's going on. Looking to see a little bit of what's up and what's taking place and everything. That was rather fun to witness. Definitely a entertaining interaction for sure. Gonna be seeing a couple of Adepts getting through there, a couple of SCVs going down. Just gonna be seeing the Woodermine. Gonna get some probes. We're gonna go for 3 workers to the 3 SCVs we just lost. So that's actually pretty reasonable. As we just decide we don't want to play the game, I guess. GG. Yeah, there's nothing here, man. Like, cool. Just doesn't want to play TVP. All right, we will go to Korea and watch another series. So, we're going to jump on into Bunny versus Rogue and get that ready to rumble. So, Bunny Rogue will be coming up. I will just check the players here. Might be a moment, guys, because pretty quick game too. And we'll get that ready to go. Go. Did you let the Adepts in? The Adepts are dead. Did the Medevac die? I think the Medevac maybe was gonna die, but like, it's not really leave the game territory, you know. you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you can say Adepted. He didn't really get Adepted. Like he lost 3 SCVs. But sure, you know, you'd rather kill 3 probes and not lose 3 SCVs, but like this is not a leave the game moment. Like, you're all going to leave the game whenever you want to, but like this is not There is nothing in this game that happened that said, well, that's it. I ain't going to stop and killing all my buildings right now to just win the game. I'm just going to speed this. Like, that is not where we were at with that GG. So, yeah. I mean, you get tilted, you want to GG out. That's all good. That's whatever. Just, you know, that is pretty much what that was right there, I'm pretty sure. Hey, what's up, Tamir Leibovich? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 6 shekels. It is a shekel, right? I have to double check this one every time. Yes. I have to double check this one every single time. Thank you so much for the 6. Thanks for everything you do for our community. Thank you so much for supporting it. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Alright, Bunny and Rogue are in different chat channels. Just get that sorted out. Who's Bunny? Alright. Around $2, but I first last time. Appreciate it, mate. Everything helps. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you. I only had to look up what it was called again. I just remember that I see it every couple of weeks when you super chat, and it's like just long enough where I'm like, I remember it, but I don't want to sound stupid saying the wrong things, so I feel the need to double check, you know? Yeah. If videos are coming up, guys, with this TVZ coming up next. Alright, videos come down. We get ready to roll into this TVZ. As we get this ready to kick off. Thank you, by the way, TJ Crispion was on the 27-month resub on the Prime. I thought we had another resub to shout out, but maybe I'm going crazy. I actually think I just saw a bunch of people using their shares of their stream watch streaks, which had some pretty crazy numbers overall as well, actually. So it's been kind of cool to see. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, we'll jump into this in a moment or two, guys. First map's going to be Ruby Rock. Oh, God, they're playing fast. I did this whole thing about, man, 8 best of 3s is really cool. And we're going to have, like, one of those, like, super fast days, right? I shouldn't have said anything. Alright, Ruby Rock to start us off and get this going. And we'll be in game very soon, guys, because the players are ready. We do not need to delay if we don't need to. MaxPax 2-0. Yep, MaxPax 2-0. He will play the winner of this TVZ coming up between Rogue and Bunny. Spirit will play the loser of this series. We could have a TVT today, guys. And the way it'll work is we will do the winners match live, and we will let the losers match is going to play at the same time as the winners match. Usual business. It just means that we can essentially kind of get the players done a little bit earlier on the day. Just in case 8 best of 3s goes super long, the second half of the day is all Koreans, so, you know, if we can avoid them playing at 1 a.m. instead they finish at, like, midnight, great. So we'll be dipping back into, like, the lower matches at the end of the day from replay, but they are played at the same time as the winner matches, so they're very fresh, they're obviously going to be spoiler-free, etc., and all of that goodness. Alright, everyone's saying hi, and ready, and I think we are good to go. Let's do some Bunny Rogue action, guys. Let's get this one on the way. GS Mode, thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Why was this person spamming their Discord in chat? Why are you so weird? Dropped you a follow, bro. No, you didn't. And even if you did, you're just being weird. Oh, no. Sorry, I tell a lie. They followed 7 seconds ago. I don't know. Creep me out. It's a ban. It just seems weird. Bye. Alright. In the top left-hand side, we're going to see ourselves the blue Zerg player Rogue. Going to be taking on the red Terran Bunny, who has SCVs going across the map. My goodness, friends. It is going to be one of them days, isn't it? Alright, let's see what happens. Bunny did get top of his group, by the way. He actually just smoked the competition. What was, I actually thought, a very competitive group, Group D. It was not an easy group at all, and Bunny just smoked through everybody. Didn't even let it look close. He just absolutely went through and through and just absolutely demolished. So that was actually really fun to watch. He went through 4-0, 8-0. Only playing the entirety of the group stage, not to drop the map. And he did it against Zown, Shin, Trigger, and Hoss. And he just looked really good. Against Shin, he had a very solid first build, and then he held back at him in the second game. But he just kind of, you know, went over and said, hey, look, I got some skills still. Don't discount me, the little bunny over here. I still got some stuff to show you guys. And he definitely did on that one. And you have the few barracks are going to gather up together. The hatch and the pool coming up. Hatch gas and pool coming up even. A couple of drones along with that. And we have, obviously, this full-on proxy mode from Bunny going to be activated very, very shortly. So we get this proxy city established and ready to begin. Bringing a fight, Overlord will take some damage. The drones will be pulling to deal with this. This is 3 racks, so I don't hate pulling the drones. Denying the bunker going up is huge. Obviously, we are going to see the drones actually going to commit hard. They're going to get surrounded on those other 2 forward Marines. That feels massive for Rogue right here. He'll pull the drones back. 4 workers lost, a lot of mining time lost, but now Lings and a Queen or 2 out. The bunker should not get up here because the Queen's not out yet, but should be up soon. So you really do want to deny the bunker if you pull that many drones and give them up that much economy. Otherwise, if the bunker just goes up anyway, it feels very bad now. Well, you do have 3 SCVs, so the Queens, even if they target down 1 SCV, we'll still have a couple others to get through. Oh, yeah, you gotta go if you're gonna go Rogue. And I don't hate the idea of going. Running around. Honestly, we only need to commit long enough to kill the SCVs. If the bunkers don't go up, I don't feel like we need to stick around here. We do lose 1 Queen. I think this is fine, though, overall. I think this is okay. The bunker doesn't finish. Maybe you send another SCV over to try and finish it, but it's still going to be tough. Easier now, there's only 1 Queen on the low ground. Rogue will start a Spine Crawler. Bunny building an extra SCV and 3 more Marines. No transition out of this yet. Obviously has a choice to usually at this stage of the game either add gases and a CC and kind of macro up, or to probably keep pumping Marines and just send it with a SCV pull, which kind of feels like what we're doing right now. He built a depot. I saw an SCV in the corner of his base. He had a lot of money. He builds a depot, not a command center. But he's getting the money to build a command center. He actually, sorry, he did take a gas, so apologies. He actually does have a refinery, so he's fine. He's fine in terms of he's going to tech up. But kind of an aggressive tech up, because as you can see, he's still here with a lot of the Marines, still producing all those Marines. And do not love this Spine Crawler stepping forward like this. That feels excessively scary. As the Lings run through, they're going to look to go and get a catch on these Marines. Getting a few of them, but this does not look good for Rogue. Feel like he's bleeding out a little much right now, and is absolutely ending up in some trouble in these early stages still. Spine Crawler does get a transfusion, though, so I just feel like we've lost so much as Rogue anyway. You know, it just feels as though we've lost so much for Rogue that, yeah, it's going to be very tough to really do much from here. The Marines going to step back again. The Lings, once more, trying to make their way forward, make their way through. Spine Crawler, Overlord, and the Queen all continuing up for the moment, trying to see what we can get ourselves fixed up for. That Ling just going to nibble at the depot for a couple of seconds and push up for some more damage. A couple of barracks will split off, move away to the sides, and they can peel out of there for the moment as well. Spine's building, drone's building. I mean, to be fair, this still looks like an aggressive play from Bunny, which is why Rogue was prepping with the spines, but he cancels them now, realizing that nothing is coming his way. So, yeah, triple CC from Bunny back in the base. He begins to build out this. So will Rogue. Rogue's issue is going to be feeling safe enough to kind of get to the 3rd base anytime soon. He might be able to, because he's got Lings on the map, but no Ling speed. So he is mining gas now to kind of work towards starting that Ling speed off. Obviously, you've got so many Lings. There's no world where you skip Ling speed here. Sometimes if you had less Lings, maybe you could go like Lair from here and kind of play 2-base Lair and into Roaches or something. But I think with the commitment of Lings on the map, there's just no way you go towards something like that instead of utilizing the fact you've got Lings already kind of available and ready to be used and kind of hoping to be used as well. So Ling speed is an obvious choice. It's my very, very long way of explaining that Ling speed seems obvious here. We get that on the way. I'm just going to have the Queen still poking at the barracks for a couple moments too. And Ling speed will be a part of this as well. It's getting that Ling speed up and running. The Armory and the Starport coming through. Command Center, Orbital, all building about. Bringing themselves into play right now is just going to be seeing the Hellions, the Marines. We'll continue to gather together as well. Rotron coming through. There is the Overlord getting shot down already. Just going to see that part of this being denied. Couple of Queens still just going to poke their way through the barracks, really hoping that they can try and just do a little extra right now. But, yeah, I mean, basically just looking to push that back and deny information. The Armory's coming up, which I kind of like, honestly. I feel like Bunny did a lot early, and I feel like he traded well, so I kind of like the Hellbat attack. Even if Rogue gets a Bane Nest up and he's going to have some Banelings and he has something of an answer to this, I still think this is asking Rogue to defend a difficult period of the game. And honestly, the Bane Nest is going to finish soon, but it's not ready yet. And the Marine count is very high as well. Now, Link Speed is done. We've got some Lings poised for a counterattack from Rogue. No wall on the natural of Bunny, so those Lings actually have a way directly into the natural. 6 Banelings begin to morph right now, but they're not going to be done just yet. The scan reveals where those Banelings are at as well. We've got some Hellbats that are going to try and go into deny a few of these morphing Banes. Not going to get rid of a lot, but if we can absorb any amount of damage here, I mean, the Marines are just going to target fire Banes if they try and get close. The Lings did make their way into the main mineral line, by the way, so Bunny's going to lose pretty much all of his economy. It means his attack across the map is in absolute need of doing serious damage. Well, we've just killed the freaking natural, so that's probably going to be a good amount here. Liberator will siege to try and slowly chip through these Lings. Another Hellion about to pop as we try and recover, but Rogue just says GG. He's not getting enough done, even though he's slaughtering the mineral line. He can't deal with reinforcements, where Bunny is not facing any reinforcements realistically because Rogue lost too much already. Bunny fires his way through to a Game 1 victory, just like that second game. We'll be on Tayo Citadel as Bunny fights for the chance to play MaxPax in the next round of competition. Rogue, if he loses this, would be down to play Spirit. Again, we'll cast that a bit further down the line. So, yeah, that will be the way that things go as we get ready for the second map here in just a few moments. Host up. Put myself down. Referee myself. Cool. Ready, says Bunny and Rogue. We are already set to begin. How exciting. How exciting. Alright guys, we will get that going in just a moment. As you can hear, counting down is taking place. Let's send it into game number 2, as we are going to be down a game in the bottom right-hand side. The Blue Zerg looking to play a bit of recovery here is Rogue. In the top left, our red Terran player will be Bunny. Game number 2, BO3 coming through, and we'll get this ready to rumble and see what we're going to play. Second game of this series. Obviously no SCVs going across the map early, but there is going to be a drone across the map from Rogue, as he says, aggression you say, let me show you aggression, and that's exactly what he heads into. And I'm just going to throw the hatchery into the natural. Such an annoying thing to have happen to you here, essentially, as the to have it happen here as the Terran player, because this is actually very difficult to deal with. Like, this is actually a very feisty play that's, like I say, it's actually very powerful. It can do a lot of work, so definitely expecting this to be a pretty sizable factor here over the next few moments and get this up and running and ready to see what's going on and how it's all gonna pan out. All right, a couple of bags coming through. That CC coming up. Hatches, gas, all on the way in as well. So bring all of that on, and that's going to be our starting point. Obviously, one hatch back at home. Bunny is going to go triple racks in base. That's kind of funny because he actually went. He actually went command center first, and then he's going to go triple racks behind this because he probably needs to if this hatchery comes up and Rogue starts to actually do things down here. Like, you're just going to need unit production. So this kind of works because you're going to just play gasless for a while with the CC first, and yeah, we are actually going to just start cranking out Marines. We're going to still have good economy for Bunny. You just need to be able to fight your way to the low ground. And that really is the main question here. Like, can we get to the low ground? Is that somewhere we can actually move to right now? Or is that possibly going to become a problem? I think it's a pretty fair question in the grand scheme of things. The SCV will move back and forth and patrol. And just keep an eye on what's up. The extra barracks finishing. So we're actually going to be on 4 barracks here from Bunny. So he's going to have a ton of Marines, which is kind of funny because then if he can just overwhelm his low ground and maybe go across the map, if Rogue's messing around with his extra hatch and he doesn't get much out of it, maybe just a ton of Marines going the other way could be big. You actually are going to see the bunker coming out because you have to respect that this might be roaches. Like, Bunny doesn't have the scouting information to say otherwise. Like, Bunny has no idea what's actually happening right now. So you've got to prep for this as though there are going to be potentially freaking, you know, roaches on the way. So you have to get the bunker up. You have to play it safe on high ground. Like I say, the Marine count's obviously going to naturally just help with that way in the right direction with the Marines being built up as frequently as they are being right here. The Marines just going to get underneath. The Overlord will go down. And like I said, I just think this position in general is a little bit troubled for Rogue. I mean, this Queen never gets away. We did get one tumor down, which is nice. Anything to kind of, you know, make it more difficult to retake this natural. Lings just popping out to their death is not great. We lose a couple. A new Overlord, which Rogue kind of needs because he's already kind of supply blocked. He's going to lose this Overlord as well. It's actually very bad. He's making more Lings. I don't know what he's going to really do with these Lings. He's just going to make them just so he has some ready, but he actually didn't get supply. I guess he'll get a bit supply block with the hatch going down, maybe. Yeah, a little bit. Overlord about halfway done currently. I'm just going to go gather up. Just going to settle in for a moment or two. Just going to see the Marines with the full cleanup. And that is going to be us able to take the natural. I mean, like I say, pure Marine firepower, but not a lot of tech, but that works quite well against what Rogue is currently doing. As Rogue just spams Lings, like right now, you're kind of living the dream as Bunny, because your opponent's making a bunch of Lings, and you have just a ton of Marines. He has no Bane Nest, he has no Roaches, he has nothing like better to kind of fight you, kind of numbers versus numbers. So that goes a long, long way at the moment for sure. We just move about for a second or so. Just going to be moving in. Just going to see the couple of Overlords and the Queen coming about. Command Center and the SCVs will produce. And just settle. For this, I mean, the Lings can potentially counterattack. I mean, a lot of Lings with the surround could be great. I just think there are enough Marines to fight this. They're pretty split up. It's going to give you more surface area to fight, more surrounds available. But overall, I think we do have enough Marines. Like I say, Rogue is going to get a bit of damage out of this, but worth losing all those Zerglings? Probably not. 5 SCVs is nice. He gets a few Marines. Just trying to slow this down any way that he can, which I appreciate because I think generally is in a bit of trouble. Still the Marines all building through. Got the Bane Nest building up, the Lings and the Queen. Producing through as well. Orbital Command on the way. And the extra Marines will gather. Starport ready to swap over to a reactor here. And an SCV will just drop a little engineering bay into place. It's a lot of Lings producing for the moment. That Bane Nest about to finish. The Marines will still gather. And look for that chance to... I mean, we're just going to Bane bust this as Rogue, which honestly might make sense. Actually going in with like a bunch of the Banelings is very logical. Because your opponent doesn't have Hellions or the other tech that might help you to kind of deal with something akin to this. So, could be cool, those Lings. Gathering right now. There's the Banelings morphing. Honestly, I like this from Rogue. I think it gives him probably one of the best chances to play defense. The issue is, if Stim finishes, like, you don't win this game if Stim is done. Do not like these Lings going in already. I also don't, I mean, the Medivacs loading the Marines up is not going to help you as Bunny either. Right, like, Bunny is going to be in the wrong place for this. It potentially gives him an opening in terms of a counterattack, but all of his Marines together right now would just be better. He realizes it. He's going to pull the Medivacs back. He probably just sacrifices the SCV from the low ground and says, okay, you're all in. So if I just give it my low ground, even if it's big damage, it's not necessarily good for you still. He doesn't really have much choice because he just has to have time to get the Marines back unloaded. Last starts from Rogue. He's going to kill 20 SCVs, like I say. I mean, you can see Rogue, he doesn't even want to attack up into the Marines. He knows how bad that is. He doesn't want to waste the Banes on the depots. He is going to reset the upgrade, which is a big deal. Bunny's going to lose. He's already rebuilding the double engineering bay, which I do like. I think prepping for the, you know, the fact that he needs to get upgrades going again is one of the things that's going to help him a lot. The thing is, Bunny's still a triple CC Terran player, so he's still in a pretty good position when you consider the economy. I know he's down 23 workers, but Rogue is going to have to stop and build a whole bunch of different tech. Maybe 26 workers is a bit extreme for triple CC to pull you back out of, but it is triple CC is the main takeaway. Bunny, if he just didn't load the Marines up into the medevacs, would have had so much potential here. What's interesting now is that Bunny can go across the map. And as he goes across the map now, he has the potential to do a bunch of damage himself. And that's why I don't think the economic difference in this game is as crazy as it seems. Because yes, right now, Rogue sits 30 workers ahead. Rogue is also going to take a ton of damage from these Marines, stimming and dropping different places. And that's very possibly going to be including a bunch of worker kills. We'll see. For now, he heads in down the right side. That's going to set him up to maybe cancel a 4th base. So that will be the beginning point of potential here for us. The Lings will finish off that set of rocks, take that down, open that up. Marines will stim. Like I said, let's get a couple of overlords, but the real target here. Canceling up the 4th, going to keep Rogue in a tougher position. Wouldn't say the 4th base alone is necessarily enough to kind of be like, you know, yelling and screaming and enjoy at the moment, but it's a starting point. We'll see the Marine's going to get caught, but we can lift up and avoid the baneling connections. Rogue supply block, Bunny bouncing back. Like I say, he's still 30 workers down. So there's no denying. I'm not trying to deny that, obviously, the economic difference is there. It's just you do have triple mule, you do have the rebuild, and like I say, Rogue's going to have to spend a good amount kind of surviving through this next stage of the game as well. So if he has to spend the next little while kind of surviving through this stage of the game, that's where you have a chance to step back into this as Bunny and regain control of this situation. I mean, these Marines are so difficult to fight. That said, Bane Speed's about to be done. Upgrades will be done soon. Love the burrow. I think that gives Rogue a major opportunity as well. But he moves his 3rd into position. We're now starting to split up with different drops on the map. Rogue still doesn't have a ton of Banes. Only 10, 6 more morphing. So he's going to be kind of challenged to kind of actually have enough to fight here. And the surround is good, though, and that's obviously going to be a big issue. Man, Rogue really did so much on that natural. But Bunny just thought so late. He didn't even pull the SCVs towards the main, I guess, because he was scared to lower the depots. But I wonder if he could have possibly gotten some SCVs to the main and just saved a few more. You can see here, just again, the effectiveness of these trades. But then the 1-1 kicks in for the Zerg, and that's going to make it a whole lot tougher. The banelings here, Bunny. I was going to say he dropped the stim, but he needed to drop the pickup because, yeah, that was an issue. Obviously, gold base coming up would be great for Rogue. A few Marines are still working through it. Again, Bunny trying to do what he can with the army advantage. The thing is, he's catching up on workers slowly, but Rogue is continuing to attack as well, and I do think Rogue has kind of gotten through the phase I was most scared of. Like, I really thought there was going to be a lot of potential counter-attacking from Bunny. And I really felt like he had like the potential to just do so much and to really hurt the Zerg so much, but that is kind of fast fading at this stage, I guess, is fair to say. So, definitely becoming a little bit of a worse scenario. Medevac boosting back over, just going to see more units down the left side, but he's still being aggressive. Hive is done. We'll see what Rogue adds from the Hive. Ultra Cavern obviously screams out here, right? You're playing melee upgrades, you're playing kind of a game where you don't have tons of money to kind of throw into tech, but an Ultra Cavern feels very affordable in this scenario. What I do really like is the Burrowed Banes, because I really feel like there's going to be a moment where Burrowed Banelings get at least one very good connection. There's actually a Rogue Bunny match not so long ago where Rogue Burrowed Banelinged a bunch of ghosts. Maybe that's a YouTube short on the channel. Was pretty sick. He really does one of these. It really is one of these players that just kind of plays to that advantage of like, hey, I can maybe do something with this, and he makes use of it more than others do. Lings and the Banes pull back around. 2-2 coming up on both sides of the map still, so we continue in with this. Continue to settle for now. Marine tank all joining together, and the medevacs moving down to the bottom left. Away they go. 2-2 upgrades in tow. Again, that Ultra Cavern going to be fun to keep our eyes on, see how that comes into play. I think at the end of the day, though, Rogue being up 20 to 30 workers the entire game is definitely starting to kind of wail on Bunny a little bit. Like I said, first, I had the belief that maybe Bunny could kind of pull back from that with the triple CC and so on, but it's just been something that's never been removed. We're now 12 minutes deep. You know, we're much further into this game at this point, kind of discussing that point. It's definitely way more of a factor than it was when I first brought it up and had belief in our Terran. As you'll see, the tank sieging, creep tumors will be taken down, and Rogue needs to find a way to make sure these tanks are not too scary. Ultra's on the way, but they're not going to be useful yet, especially with Kindness Plating not done, especially not with 2-2 done. This fight in general is going to be 1-1 versus 2-2, favoring Bunny. Great Blinding Clouds, though, going to hit a lot of these tanks. Marines stepping forward during the Blinding Clouds as well, man. You just see this Terran army basically doesn't do damage because it's constantly running and splitting and just not actually shooting. Still survives well enough. Like I say, maybe that's enough just to get the Ultras out. Maybe the Ultras can make enough of a difference. Then you can see another base in the front. That tank will siege. The Marines will take a stim at the mineral line. Natural will take a few shots. Got Electric Banes coming through. Some Lings running across Rogue, just trying to cause chaos. He's actually got a major counterattack right now, so he's got a ton of units going to the other side of the map, looking to be impactful there. Now we're going to see the Ultras. I don't think Bunny's going to kind of be... I mean, it's not great, but it's not going to be like, okay, get out of this game right now, because he has some Marauders. The issue is the run-bys are big. They are a problem. There's Lings in the main. There's Lings on the fourth. The SCV count is just dropping for Bunny once again, as we're going to fight to kind of clean this up. Maybe Bunny will. But again, you don't want to be dealing with that while also trying to figure out how the hell are we going to fight Ultras in this game. Like, that is the problem. Nice split away with the Parasitic Bomb, making sure that that's going to be minimized. You obviously one Baneling connects, another nice Parasitic Bomb. Anything to chip through the Medivacs is going to be a good point of view from Rogue, because if you get rid of the Medivacs, then these Medivacs can't stick around, and Rogue overwhelms in the end. Yeah, I think I put a bit too much trust in the triple mule power, but credit to Rogue, he actually found a way out of this terrible starting point. The Ling Bane attack made a lot of sense, and actually gave him the chance to kind of go and win the game. And if Bunny just didn't lift the Medivacs, I think it looks so different. If he has those extra Marines at home, he can play so much better on the defense straight away. Because what happened was, again, he had to waste so much time. Right? He had to waste so much time getting back the units into the main base and so on. That's really what ended up hurting him at the end of the day. GG's, and Bunny will take a loss on that one. Gives us game 3. But yeah, that is a very fun way for it to have turned out. I like to say, I feel like people are like, man, what, you really freaking thought the Terran's going to win this game? But like, how often do you see the Terran drop like 30 workers and get back with a... He didn't have 1-1, but he still had stimmed Marines and Medivacs. I think what was important is that when he first showed up with the Marines, imagine those Marines that cancel the 4th base actually go into the main, right? What if the Marines just hit the main base and they just work through there instead? I actually feel like that's so much more terrifying for Rogue. A canceled 4th base, he recovered from it pretty fine, right? Wasn't even on the economy necessary to use it. But if you lose 15 workers as Rogue because there's a bunch of Marines you can't deal with in your main, I actually wonder if that is... I don't know if it's a fault of Bunny to not have gone kind of more for the heart of the economy. I think it's hard to criticize someone who cancels a freaking 4th base. Like, that feels good. But maybe he did need to kind of just dig his heels in deeper and kind of go for more. And recognize that maybe he was actually just that far behind. Instead, I think he felt like he lost a lot, but he had a way back into this game, and it just came around... he just thought, if I didn't, slow down the 4th base, I can stay in this, catch back up on workers, and we can go from there in general, so... yeah. Well, we get to a game 3 because of it, so I'm not going to complain about that. Rogue upper left, Bunny bottom right. We can take a jump into this 3rd and final game on Winter Madness to decide this series. Who will get to play MaxPax in the 2nd round of the winner bracket? Who will fall to the lower bracket to play off against Spirit to try and stay alive and proceed past the top 16 of the tournament? Again, we talk a lot about kind of, what's on the line here a little bit. Proxy hatch again from Rogue. And this is how that last game started, and it didn't really do a lot for him. I liked Bunny's setup, but this time it's going to be Bunny playing differently anyway, so... but yeah, so... Again, just to quickly state, obviously, WardiTV went to Championship, first WardiTV Major of the year. One of the big things is obviously every match you win is prize money, but it's also WardiTV points, which means that you are earning points towards qualifying towards future events, and especially towards our WardiTV 2026 series. And our Championship at the end of the year. So, I was saying this a lot yesterday, and I do think it's very worth pointing out that a match win or two in a bracket like this can net you so many WardiTV points. It can maybe, further down the line and, further in this year, we can maybe talk about like, hey man, this guy qualified into our end of year championship because he actually had that performance in the Winter Championship. Those few points came to matter because this is your absolute best chance to earn the points in an event like this, especially when you've already made it through into this tournament, then through the group stage, into the main event as well, into the playoffs. So yeah, I think that's something to think about. I'm sure the players probably don't have that on their mind necessarily. But it's definitely something I'm going to be talking about because, like I say, enjoying the chance to kind of bring everything together this year and tell a whole story. I'm excited to tell a whole story of what's going on and so on. It's fun. This hatch goes down. Support the SCVs. Does not want to deal with any nonsense from this. Just guaranteeing it goes down before anything crazy comes out. Oh my god, he nearly lost the Reaper to the Broodlings. That would have been really painful. Because if you lose the Reaper, the Zerg's just like, cool. You have no idea what I'm doing. You can't get any scouting information off. Love the Overlord. You obviously have an extra lava here. One thing you can kind of guarantee doesn't die straight away is going to be an Overlord. Because anything else, obviously, is, you know, going to go across the map. Is going to kind of maybe have, you know, units that can catch the Reaper or so. I mean, what else could you build right now? Drone or Lings. So, yeah, Overlord is going to be one of the things that makes the absolute most sense there. And it's going to be a nice little positive. As the link speed builds on through, already about halfway done and looking very solid as the command center, reactor, factory build on up. SCV on the way. And that Reaper just continues to linger around for a few moments as well, so waiting for its chance to get in for a little extra here. CZ is both building. Again, link speed on the way, add on the drones, the Evo chamber, and the rest. And we are looking pretty cozy for a few moments. Obviously, command center on the low ground for Bunny will just relocate over. I love that you build the CC low ground, just no fear. Just says, yeah, I'm not gonna lose time to this. I'm not messing around. Like I'm just moving through very comfortably, and that he really did, to be fair. So I think the Ling's actually gonna get through. They're gonna get an SCV, and the Reaper and the Marine will spend some time chasing those. Chasing, Ling getting pushed. Now we're going to be seeing the Hellions popping out of the factory. Hellions can get there. Zergling gets grabbed. And again, the Reaper and the Marine continue to come through for a couple of moments. Hellions, Viking on the way about. Command center coming up. Refinery on the way through. And yeah, just going to be seeing the units gathering in the middle of the map here from Bunny at the moment. Lings is going to be on the way up. The drones will take some damage there as well. The Hellions will continue to come over. Just going to see the Lings. Just going to back it off again. Reaper and the Hellions will be there. Just going to have ourselves Rogue supply blocked. And just Carapace is on the way early. Yeah, Bunny just Hellion Lib. Obviously, it's been kind of a crazy kind of set of games. I know this one still started off with the proxy, but it feels like this is going to endeavor to be maybe the most normal game that we've had so far in this series. It really has been a matchup of kind of chaos and a lot of different things going on, so you know, maybe this is going to be our step back to normality for a little bit here as the Hellions will fight against the Queens for a moment or two. Just going to see the Viking is going to mess up. If it had just committed properly and got the Overlord, it would have been able to then turn away and not take damage. Turning away, then going back in while getting shot the whole time is going to be what nets that Viking going down. So mistake from Bunny. A little bit of miscontrol. I wanted that Overlord so badly. Went in to kind of make up for his mistake, but making up for his mistake just cost him the Viking. Probably worth keeping the Viking alive. There's more Overlords on the map he could have gotten, so probably would have been decent to keep that going. Oh, the Liberator doesn't have as much vision as before, so the drones, even though they were just in the circle at the very end there, did not actually get caught, so no kills on that Lib. Just reposition to try and go after the Queen. Hellions are going to try and dive through. Very desperate play from Bunny. Kind of really forcing this one. I mean, it's a lot of Hellions. I don't hate it. I mean, he is going to get toward the main base, but then has to grenade the Queen out the way. And look how much damage these Hellions are taking trying to get through. They've obviously cleaned up a few Zerglings and so on, but man, this is one of those scenarios where there's just so much more that could have been had here, really, you know? There's just so much more that probably could have happened. I think this one is a write-off from Bunny. Probably wishes he had those Hellions back, because the idea was good, but you're trying to force it so heavily. And now the Hellions are gone, bam, Ling's on the map. You've got no map control left. And Rogue is going to be able to start taking a lot better control of this game than he had previously. So Rogue just steps into an amazing position in comparison. And yeah, that's going to make it very tough for Bunny here, unfortunately. So not a great moment. Like I say, just takes away a lot of what he had and just didn't get enough value out of it in return. Well, those barracks still building through. Just going to see the melee upgrade coming about as well, so we got as much as we can on the go at the moment. It's going to be a sad series for Bunny if he loses this one, because he obviously had such a solid start in that game too as well. But this one's not over or anything. Just just got scared of those Hellions going down and not doing enough. was like, is that actually really bad for Bunny? Like, is he just in trouble right now? Yeah, not quite, but, you know, it wasn't good, like I say. We'll see Rogue once again finding himself the chance to get towards the burrow there. It's just going to bring that up, get that on the way, get that started. Alright, Marines will take a step across, Medevac will come for the ride. Marines will get rid of a couple of those lings initially, it's just going to get some damage done. Medevac boost over to the left here, tank is going to siege. Just going to be seeing the couple of tanks sieging there. Holding out for a moment or two, and we are going to be seeing the 10-4 Queen doesn't even get that. The tanks will hold this position, however, so Bunny has that going for him. He's just cranking units, by the way. It's 8 racks, so Bunny is looking to end this with this aggression, and like I say, utilizing the tank position as well. Is that enough overall? Bane speed will finish here from Rogue. He's on his way to the Hive. Right now, you see the army supply is massive from Bunny. It's just a Zergling, by the way, watching for what Bunny is doing movement-wise, so using that burrow. More than just trying to surprise with Banelings, but actually, you know, genuine valuable information to be gained from a ling or two that gets burrowed around. Massive counterattack, but he needs to recognize that he does. And he actually gets the depot raised. Rogue hesitated for a second, actually does help quite a lot as throw a tank to the low ground. Not sure what the tank on the low ground is meant to aid you in. It feels like you put it in reach of the lings. Maybe it was trying to take the attention away from the mineral line. Not sure. The thing is, Rogue's already re-expanding to the left, so, to the right side, so by the time Bunny actually breaks through on the left, I'm not sure Rogue's going to care so much, although Rogue is apparently going to try and hold this position now. He just stim the rest of these Marines, Bunny. Oh, not split well enough on that right-hand side. The tanks are really well split, though, and the tanks are going to put some absolute work in, and Rogue is taking a lot of damage. A couple of Queens. Chased. Not killed. Now we'll see a couple of Queens maybe going down. Transfusion's good. Wow, Transfusion's very good. Saving the Queens right there for an extended period. My goodness. Ling Bane will take a chance to get after these Marines as well, so we'll go running toward this. The tanks are firing up a storm. Ling Bane will continue to strike through. Just going to be seeing the units are going to have to pull back. Bunny with the momentum at the moment, but of course he should have the momentum. And one of the issues he has is he's going to be down his full set of upgrades right now. Ultra Cavern on the way. Time is ticking for Bunny. He needs this 8 racks to keep doing work. 40 army supply lead. It has to be effective now. The longer this goes without success for Bunny, the better a position Rogue ends up in. He's still 84 to 62 drones. And like I say, I don't think Rogue needs to defend this left side anymore. Like, there's a point where Rogue's going to say, okay, yep, you've got this left side, but I've got so much establishment on the right. And it's going to take a serious amount of time for Bunny to swing over to the right side, especially if he wants to do it carefully and, you know, keep units in position and, you know, respect the setup and not just go kind of charging in on creep. That's going to take a long time to swing over to the right side, and we're talking about time not being Bunny's friend because we're taking down into Ultras. Ultras are on the way. Kindness Plane is building. These Lings going to run through. Again, tanks have been well placed in this game, but I think they're going to fall short of their mark now. One tank trying to target down whatever Banes we can. The Marines just aren't doing damage. This is the upgrades. Because Bunny never went to 2-2 and Rogue did, you're just seeing that these Lings are just surviving so long. It just feels like this fight's happening in slow-mo because the Lings and the Banes just are not dying. I'm just going to be seeing this run through. Rogue definitely starting to overwhelm a little bit. Bunny's position is indeed faltering as he will hold on to one tank. He will hold on to a couple of Marines, but with Ultras popping soon, that timer has absolutely ran out, and Bunny will have to drop down to the lower bracket. He'll be playing some TVT later against Spirit. For us, it means that Rogue advances through to the winner bracket quarterfinals, where he gets to play versus MaxPax. So MaxPax versus Rogue in the upper bracket, and then Bunny versus Spirit in the lower bracket. Again, these two matches will play simultaneously, guys, and we will come back and cast the lower bracket match later on. Interestingly enough, that means we've got a full section of TVT in the lower bracket, because Nicorect will play the winner of Spirit Bunny. I actually think that's actually a very cool series and a really cool opportunity for Nicorect, so I think that'll be very cool to see as well. Yo, thank you so much as well for checking out Honkai Star Rail. We do have 2 sponsors on the channel right now, guys. Honkai Star Rail and also Foundation Galactic Frontier. If you want to check out either of those on the Twitch, !HSR or !Galactic. We appreciate you guys supporting either of those because they do directly support the channel, and we appreciate you checking out the sponsors. Like I say, it goes a long way. Helps us out a whole bunch. Alrighty, MaxPax the highest seed, right? Yeah. All right. Cool. Stream title says day 1 of the playoffs. Yeah, that's because I didn't edit it. Whoops. I edited. I didn't. Did I not edit anything on my stream title? Whoops. I didn't edit anything on the Twitch stream title. I just went live, man. I was just excited to cast more games. I was like, let's go. Committing. Alrighty, guys. We'll head into this PVZ Rogue MaxPax. Get this ready to go. Next match? Yeah, next match, Rogue MaxPax for us. So the schedule for us is Rogue MaxPax, Shin, Solar Zown. Then the winner of Shin and Solar Zown will play. And then we'll drop into the Spirit versus Bunny and the other losers match for that lower bracket round 1. So all of that is coming up and happening. Let's take a second. Cool. Cool. All right, MaxPax and Rogue should be good to start us off in a moment or so as well, guys. So I appreciate a bit of patience with us. So I get these things sorted and ready and everything else. So again, thank you. Cool. And like I said, I got a couple matches starting at the same time, so I will just make sure the admin work is good. Throw some ads on as well, make some dollar bills up in here. Lovely. Of course, if you do enjoy the content today, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/WardiTV. If you're watching on YouTube, it takes half a second to scroll down and hit that like button. Really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thanks so much if you choose to do so. Will this run every day until the finals? Yes, this will be live tomorrow and Sunday. So tomorrow and Sunday, and we wrap it all up on Sunday. So everything happens over the next couple of days. And then next week's really fun. Now, we don't actually have WardiTV Mondays on Monday. That'll be moved to Tuesday. But then on Wednesday, the WardiTV Team League begins. How exciting is that? Answer, it's very exciting. So that's going to be fun as well. As Rogue is going to pick 10,000 feet for our map 1. It's ready to go. Cool. I will make a quick note, though, that, again, so we have something a little awkward. I mentioned this yesterday, but YouTube will not be live on Sunday. Because we got Twitch front page for the finals of the tournament, which I thought would be really super cool. And then they added a new rule that says you can't simulcast with Twitch front page. So it's really dumb. I'm just going to have to give up the YouTube for a day because Twitch front page is just a little bit too good. And we already have it as well. It's our allocation for the next 2 or 3 months for front page. So it sucks. I think it's really dumb. But there'll be no YouTube stream on Sunday, unfortunately. So I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. It just sucks. Like, there's nothing good to say about this. So, yeah. Is there a full roster list for the Team League? Yeah, if you go onto the Team League on Wikipedia, all of the rosters of all of the teams are listed there. You're missing a caster, so I'm just going to jump out of here, go back in. Cool. Alright, into MaxPax versus Rogue, guys. Get this one started up and ready to go. In just a second, we'll kick this off. Cool. Did you see WardiTV Mondays won't be on a Monday? Yeah. Unfortunately, IRL stuff decided to happen on Monday, so had to move it to the Tuesday. Petition to rename WardiTV Mondays to WardiTV whenever. I really would like to just keep it on Mondays, though. You know, like Mondays is a good day. It's a good day, and people like it, and people know to show up, so it really is going to attempt to still be on Mondays. Yeah. It doesn't benefit me moving it to a Tuesday, I tell you that much. Consistency is, as always, absolutely key most of the time, so... Little Nexus Chrono Boost as we work our way along here for a couple of moments. Have ourselves the hatchery coming through. A couple of drones on the way, nothing crazy to start us. What does Rogue do to try and take down MaxPax? I feel like MaxPax can be so, I think MaxPax can be so good in this matchup, and especially early. And I think, I think my honest takeaway from this is just going to be, well, not even takeaway, but my honest kind of opinion going into it is just going to be, can Rogue get through the first 7 minutes of the game without just being so far behind that it's clear he's not going to, be able to do much, And I genuinely think that's a struggle for Rogue, because I do think he's actually one of the weaker players when it comes to trying to maintain his units and kind of keep stuff alive and all of this and that. Like, I think this is something that Rogue struggles with vastly, actually. So, surviving against Oracle and Adept, Harass, and so on, I do think that's going to be a problem. So, yeah. We'll see. We will see. WardiTV posted on Mondays. There's been like 4 or 5 Mondays that haven't been on a Monday. This is so over-exaggerated. I can't believe you. I can't believe I'm being called out like this. It's been so few Mondays that haven't been on a Monday. Ay. Ay. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Well, we're just chilling for a second, guys. Nothing too crazy going on for a moment or two. Just gonna see that next Chrono Boost along Stargate, Stalker, and the Warp Gate coming up as well. So we get a lot of that coming by initially. Ling speed, the Lings on the way through, getting that set up. And yeah, just the Oracle as we'd kind of expect from MaxPax as well. That part of this is very fun. Gonna see the Adept moving up. Again, Ling speed coming about, the drones and the hatchery continue to come in. Just gonna see that Queen building up, the Warp Gate and the Oracle coming through as well. A couple extra probes on the way by. Nexus is producing as well. We got that Nexus coming around. Again, the few Lings will take a chance to move up toward the top side of the map. Oracle going to provide the vision, and the Stalker will fire a few shots off onto the Overlord. So I'm loaded some pieces of damage right now. Nothing super crazy yet, just again, scouting from Rogue, and like I say, I feel like it starts right now. This is where we start to see how well can Rogue hang on to his units. Does he run into trouble? Does he put himself in a problematic position? Because, yeah, I think this is absolutely the kind of point at which those things maybe come around. Well, next is the Twilight Council continue to come through for a couple moments. So we get that on the way right now, bringing that about. Gates, Twilight Forge, all continuing through. Just going to see the Evo Chamber and the Hatch coming about. The drones still produce. The Queens will get there. We'll push the Oracles back for a few moments as well. Still got the Blink building into place. The Oracles will activate. One drone goes down. The Spore Crawler going to shoot. Oracles take some damage. Again, the Gates and the Forge continue to come around. The Evo Chamber and the Hatchery. The extra drones and the Queen. All of that continues to build into play at the moment. So that Carapace still chipping on through, so we're getting set for a couple seconds here. And we'll take a shot at the Oracle, but nothing super wild. It's a defense for now, right? Like, we are making sure these Oracles are not getting in early, and we're handling this well. I like it for Rogue. It's exciting. Like I say, usually to me, this is already the state of the game where Rogue struggles sometimes. But there ain't going to be anything really happening. To be fair, MaxPax is pretty laid off, right? No real adept numbers or anything. Very heavy on the Stalkers early. 8 Stalkers, so going to be quite a push towards the bases of Rogue right now because, like I say, he's maybe invested into a few more Stalkers than usual at this point. So yeah, he's going to have the numbers to really get going. Does Rogue have anything right now? He's got a couple of Lings counterattacking. That's it. He's trying to defend this with Queens. That's very scary because right now he just doesn't have any Lings at all, and that's obviously not going to really bode well in the long term of this. Something to maybe move through. Again, just going to see the 3 Stalkers moving down. The Oracle set up gates. The cannon and the +1 continue to come around. Charge also going to start up on the side of MaxPax. Infestation Pit and the Evolution Chamber will continue to build. Stalkers will be there. And just going to be seeing the War taking a few shots of damage. The Ling's going to get caught in a stasis already. Stalk's pulling back. Now going to turn onto the Queens. Another stasis is going to get put into place. The Ling's trying to get through, trying to jump onto these Stalkers as well. Not quite able to just yet. Stalkers will continue by. Now the Lings and the Queens joining together, and the Stalkers again going to take quite a few shots here. The Oracles get a nice little catch with the stasis ward also. The Stalker's going to be there to push the Lings back the other direction. You just need units here right now as Rogue, and like I say, the Queens are doing something. We got to keep popping the stasis wards as well. Just as a couple of Stalkers kind of got low to maybe even be concerned about them. The stasis pops on quite a few units and really feels like that's going to be the issue right now. These Oracles just have so much energy because they've not really done much harassing. But yeah, I mean, stasis after stasis has been coming through. That said, units getting caught in stasis doesn't mean units dying. It obviously opens the door to units dying, but I still feel like Rogue has done a pretty decent job of just hanging on in here and keeping this back. MaxPax has lost a singular adept this game. Oh god. 1 adept to the 64 Zerg units that have gone down for 1700 resource loss difference. And MaxPax just begins to go into the Storm and the +2 and the readying for the next phase of this game. Rogue, the same story in terms of, readying for the next phase. Hive and the Bailing Nest and a melee upgrade as well. But MaxPax has definitely found efficiency early and definitely given himself a good platform to build on for this opening game of this BO3. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Thank you so much for the 63-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Big time. Thank you so much for priming us up and keeping the StarCraft 2 rolling. Thank you very much indeed. Got a Prime sub available, guys. Be like Jeff. Save StarCraft 2 today and prime up the channel. Allow us to run more StarCraft 2 events like this $5,000 WardiTV Winter Championship. And, you too could be a savior of StarCraft. Just saying. Lingbane will gather. It'll take a couple of moments, and we do have our +2 attack upgrade, the cannon on the way, +1 melee, +2 carapace, adrenal glands, and bane speed, all of that coming about right now. The Oracles will throw a couple stasis wards down, the Lings wrapping around a couple of those Zealots as well. This is another scary push. Bane speed isn't ready, melee upgrade isn't done. There's no way these Banelings can do much against Storms when they don't even have speed. Somehow, that was actually a really good split from Rogue with the Banes. He actually did somehow manage to get them different directions and saved a few from the Storm, and the few that went towards the army actually connected a little bit as well. So I'll be the first to say that I'm impressed that he actually did somewhat kind of keep that going more than I thought he would. He's still just going to the side. The Zealot Archon going to be there. I'm just going to see a couple more creep teamers still getting nipped at as well, so we put a bit more damage out here and there to keep the damage going. Just going to see the Ling's going to try and break through into the natural expansion. Seeing if they're going to succeed on that move as the Storm comes down. A couple of Banelin's going to get caught pretty much immediately. Rogue is hanging on, guys. Like, Rogue is surviving this. Like, Rogue is not dead or anything right now. And I gotta say, I love to say it because this is the kind of game where I feel like a lot of the time Rogue does run into trouble and eventually kind of just ends up rolling over and dying to the Protoss. But right now, he's hanging on in there, keeping it going. Love it. Hey, thank you, by the way, Shamsy, 92-month resub, doing my part. Appreciate you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 92. And Adele Chusakovsky, thank you so much for the 21 months with 3 months subbed in advance right there. Appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for the belief of the next 3 awesome months of StarCraft 2. They're going to be good, by the way. WardiTV Team League this month, Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament in April as well. And then in late April. And then there's a lot going on. there's some things I actually can't talk to you guys about, but there's a lot going on. There's a lot of StarCraft coming the next little while. Rogue forces the recall, which I actually don't mind at all for him, because he's also going to run into this base over here, getting 10 probes. He's going to get a lot going at the same time right now, so MaxPax is genuinely in a bit of trouble. I actually wish those Banes had just said, screw you to that High Templar and just blown up on that, because I think every High Templar you get rid of in this game is genuinely going to be a pretty good win. There's going to be 4 Banelings here that will just go. Yeah, that's right. Screw the High Templar. He gets one. Actually, just dropped on top. I mean, he was the best choice because he's going to lose the Overlord, but just funny that he actually essentially dropped on top of 1 High Templar there. Well, we just have ourselves a couple Ultras going through. The +2 melee upgrades still coming about as well. It's going to be seen again. Carrier, +1 air weapons coming over. The army will collect towards the upper right side. MaxPax's army is improving, and that's why Rogue has to go into Aspire right here. I guess now my fear for Rogue becomes, can we kind of win this game without just kind of bleeding out, because we're kind of constantly trying to kill the Protoss, and eventually MaxPax just absorbs all this damage and then shoves across the map with that kind of mega arm. I think that's the situation which oftentimes happens in this scenario for the Zerg. Obviously hoping that maybe we can avoid that here a little bit. Results done around Lingbane Ultra will take a chance. The Storm coming through. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Banes knocking in. 5-6 probes. Going to be falling right now. Again, Fest's coming up. Spire on the way. Just going to be seeing the Zerglings continue to come around as well. Is that my silhouette in the BlizzCon teaser? No, I'm not doing anything with BlizzCon. I appreciate the thought that Blizzard might think highly enough to do something with me, but there's almost zero chance I get to do anything with BlizzCon, unfortunately. I would imagine there are people much higher up on the tier lists that they'd like to work with, I would guess. No, sorry, that I didn't mean to say that Blizzard don't like me or something, but it's just, yeah. You're putting me a tier above where I stand. Essentially. There's a couple oracles. We'll come around and try and see what we can do moving in this direction. A couple of laser beams for a couple of drones. Like I say, my issue right now is we're at this kind of point where I think Rogue is in a good position. I think denying the 5th base is going to be very interesting. He's also going, I do not love the Infestors and Microbial Shroud instead of Corruptors. Just give me something that's actually going to deal with these carriers, because right now I don't really see us dealing with these carriers at all, you know? And I think that is a very genuine issue. Army still gathers in. And got the rest of this coming about for a couple of seconds, seeing where we can go. Just gonna see a couple of Banes connecting through. The army still up in the skies. Gonna see a few of the Lings moving around. Archons +2 air weapons. A few of these other bits and bobs continue about as well for a little bit. Just gonna be seeing the rest of this army continue to come across. Archons and the Void Ray making some moves and trying to get some work in play right here as we make our way straight over to the other side. It's a big army. It's a very sizable army that pushes through and is going to be looking to make a jump onto this position. You can already see the hatchery taking a bunch of damage. It's going to be going down. We're going to see the Time Warp coming in. I feel that my fears have come true. And when I say my fears, I really do just mean this kind of concept of like, we basically just had this game where Rogue actually played pretty well, but he just kept throwing his units at MaxPax, and there's a point where you have to be able to fight the army, and that was always going to be my next biggest concern, and the biggest concerns come true. I love the transfusions on this Ultra. Ultras actually stand strong for a while there. The Microbial Shroud actually kind of came in useful. It's one of the first times I actually think I've seen something truly positively effective by Microbial Shroud. Guns and the interceptors keep going through. That hatchery's going to fall. Rogue, I just doesn't have an answer to this army in the end, unfortunately. I think that is just the point at which we stand right now, where this army just has no answer to it. And try and move through here with these Ultras. They're going to get a little bit aggro, going to get a little feisty, but there's just nothing that's really going to happen in this, as that is going to be the Time Warp just start coming down this ramp. We're actually kind of winning out on the ground. This is where we genuinely do just need to have enough anti-air to kind of maybe take down these carriers. Rogue was close to kind of dealing with this, just not close enough. I actually really just don't think the Infestors have paid for themselves. I really wonder what this would have looked like if he'd gone less Infestors and some Corruptors. I mean, it's tough because maybe you don't get enough Corruptors to actually knock down the carriers either. That's something that can also be kind of rough. Did the Spy die before he made Corruptors? No, he had Spies the whole time, no? He just... Maybe I saw that badly. He's had Spire for a long time because he has +1 flyer attack though. I think he always had it. I know he never even lost the Spire. Again, I'm confused. Rogue types out. MaxPax will take game 1. Honestly, like I say, it felt like Rogue. This was not a bad scenario for Rogue. He had a good early game. The Stalker harass was pretty decent, but I felt like Rogue was back in the game. Beyond that, he actually had some really good harassment and just didn't really matter because we just couldn't really deal with the army of MaxPax at the end of it all. Like, you've got to be able to deal with that army of MaxPax. If you can't deal with that army of MaxPax, then it just doesn't matter. Want to ban this for game 2. Yeah, he couldn't make Corruptors because he made Infestors, but there was nothing to stop him making Corruptors apart from the fact he chose not to, right? Which I think a few Infestors are cool, but I just think the problem is maybe he just didn't think he could make enough Corruptors to make a difference, and as such, he actually built into a bunch of like, if you don't think you can make enough Corruptors to make a difference, and so instead of building Corruptors, you build Infestors, like maybe you could logic or argue that as like a reasonable response if you just think the Corruptor count's not going to be good enough, but maybe with the spellcast Infestors would be. Maybe that's true, but I think you've just got to try and build Corruptors, and maybe you do build a few Infestors to try and help sway things, but I just think you need the Corruptors, like, at the end of the day. I get it, like I say, maybe make the Corruptors and the ground army of MaxPax then just looks way too strong. Like, it's such a difficult balancing act, but you're playing at a professional level, you need to be able to kind of figure out how to balance in that kind of a game, figure out what the army composition needs to look like and everything, so... Alrighty guys, MaxPax bottom right and Rogue upper left for game 2. MaxPax up 1-0, looking to make it to the upper bracket semi-finals here today. That will be played tomorrow, just as a reminder. So upper bracket semis will happen tomorrow, guys. So that will be taking place. And yeah, today we work our way through again this matchup. Then we go into the other little section of the bracket, which is Kua, Shin, Zown, and Solar. We do their winner and losers match as well. So that's the 8 best of 3s we covered today. And then, like I say, tomorrow we knock a few more players out, as well as advancing a couple guys into the upper bracket finals, ready for the final day of competition on Sunday. Maybe he's got Neural? Nah, he built Microbial first. I mean, I feel like he wanted Microbial as well, though. Maybe he just didn't have the time he wanted. Like, honestly, like, maybe he just didn't have the time he wanted to have. Like, maybe 2 minutes down the line, he has everything, and it actually looks way better, but you don't always get the time that you want, you know? Next is Cybercore coming through. I'm going to see a couple of the droney, probey interactions. Nothing crazy just yet. Get it back and forth right there. And Cybercore coming up next on the way through. Lings and the Queens continue to produce by that ling speed. Going to be a part of this as well, so we got a lot of that on the way through. There's just a bit of chrono boosting to help speed things along for a moment or so. Getting that all set up at the moment. Going to be a Stargate from MaxPax, so he's going to stick to the tried and tested. It's very rare that MaxPax moves away from the Stargate builds. He just knows how good they are. He knows they're very solid. It's going to take a lot for him to kind of move away or shift off of something that he knows is just so reliable. And so often puts him into such good positions. And that is just the power of Stargate in this matchup in general, as we see time and time again a lot of the time. They're just gonna shade, trying to move around. You can see the couple of depths moving about right here. Ling speed and the drones continue to come through. Overlord's building hatch on the way through for the moment. A few Lings heading down to the bottom side. And you're going to be seeing the Oracle going to be there as the Stalker keeps on poking. Overlord taking quite a bit of damage. Oracle will pop its Pulsar Beam. Try and get itself out of trouble a little bit. Just for the moment. Again, Nexus Gateway, a couple of probes continue to come through just for now. Queens and the Lings still gather together. Yeah, like I say, I mean, for me, really, this is the point where it gets interesting already, because to me, for Rogue to succeed, he really needs to have an early game that's clean, and I don't think that's always super possible from him. Maybe it's something he's sharpened up on a little bit, though, lately. I mean, right away here, he's already in a good defensive position, so that's not a bad starting point. Maybe it's not so bad. So we'll see what else we can do over the next couple moments as we kick off. And see Ling moving about, probes on the way, Nexus Gateway in the Robo Facility, Twilight in the Forge. Did everything from MaxPax basically setting up into this next stage of the game, so getting a lot of that on the way straight up. Oracle's flying through. Still got the charge on the +1 building, the gates, the robo. Probes and the stalkers coming up as well. These oracles activating. If they weren't shooting the extractor, that would have been much better. I don't know about you guys, but extractors are not the scariest thing out there. Probably not worth target firing down. As we are going to be seeing these adepts coming in. This is going to be 5 drones lost. This time we do see some adepts actually made. And these adepts do deliver some damage. It's going to be seeing a couple of gates still coming by. The Temple Archives coming up as we speak. So we got a lot of that coming through still. And a lot of this just on the go for now. And need to move through. We'll see, like how I say, how Rogue gets on. It's going to be a charge build this time from MaxPax, so kind of stepping away from the blink. I think that's going to be great against those zealots, so that's going to be something we can focus on here. And for the next couple moments, again, the drones, the Lings will continue about. The Queen's coming through. Carapace still building. Both those Archons will move over to that left-hand side. Again, Storm coming through, the gate Robo Facility coming online as well. Bringing a lot of that online for the moment. We've seen the Zealot's going to swipe. He's going to be seeing a couple of Queens. We'll get some trouble, but I mean, it's just a lot of Queens. I mean, honestly, the Zealot's going down pretty quickly. It's the Archons are going to be quite bulky behind this. We're making 40 Lings at once, by the way. Some of them are going to have to deal with the Zealots over here. Some of them will be needed to deal with the Archons on that left side. More Zealots warping in. We kind of need some Banelings just to kind of chunk through the Zealot portion of this a little bit sooner. And to kind of bring us to a little bit of a safer place overall. Nice Days is going to catch a few of those Lings down over here already, so it's going to be a very nice catch to start us off. And going to be seeing everything else moving through for a moment or so. It's going to be seeing this army of MaxPax stepping out to the sides, like to just get rid of these Archons, but that's always the question mark. Lings on the counterattack probably cancel the 4th base. Don't think MaxPax has anything over there. He's been flinging all of his units. He actually already had a few Zealots next to the Nexus. Is that enough? Yeah, it is. He's going to get the cancel, so Rogue is going to stop the 4th base coming online. Going to continue to move through into +1 melee and +2 carapace. Hive on the way with that Bane speed coming up as well. We'll come down, a couple of Zealots will be there. It's going to be seeing the Archons continue to come through. And again, the Lings wrap around, the Immortals get caught. Oh! Stormed his own Immortals as the Lings picked the perfect moment to bounce away from that. It's a fun little moment. There's a few Banes show up as well. 6 probes going down. Rogue trying to cause chaos out of this for the moment. Doing a nice job. And just see that spy about halfway done. +1 melee, +2 carapace, adrenal glands continue to come about. The Lings still moving around, Pile on the Nexus taking some down. Just gonna see the rest of this continue to come about as well. Continue to push up for a moment. A couple storms coming down on that right side as well. A couple of these Banes are going to get hit for a moment or so. It's going to be seeing the rest of these Banes still trying to come through. The Queen's still taking some damage. It's a massive push from MaxPax and Rogue Supply. Has not seen him get through this comfortably at all in the end. I think that is going to be a GG. Those extra Zealots are probably going to seal the deal. And Rogue will get felled to the lower bracket. MaxPax able to advance to the upper bracket semi-finals himself today. Congrats to MaxPax, who gets into that, I think, guaranteed top 6 of the tournament. Winter Cup runner-up. And it's going to be continuing to make plays. It's going to be Hero, Clem, and MaxPax in the top 4 of the upper bracket right now. And obviously, they will be all playing tomorrow. We do have to figure out who MaxPax's opponent will be. And to do that, we're going to go through this next little section of the bracket, which is going to be featuring Kua versus Shin to start us off, and then Solar versus Zown. Then the winner of those two will play, and then we dive into the lower match of that side as well. So that's all coming about and going on. And just trying to log into Korea as usual. It just denies me the first couple of times we try. We'll try and get that set up, and we'll try and get this Kua Shin series ready to go. This section of the bracket's really fun. I think maybe we favor Solar overall, but I think all these guys down here, like, if you put Kua, Shin, Solar, and Zown in a group together, I think it's one of those groups you'd be like, anyone could advance from this, you know? And I think that's kind of what we're at right now, where it's like anyone could probably advance from this kind of group of 4 players. It kind of is like a little double Elim group, or a GSL group. We just don't play like the 5th match of it. But yeah, we'll have someone that goes 2-0, someone that goes 0-2. The other guys will survive until tomorrow as well, so yeah. Alright, swapping over to Korea. It will be, like I say, Kua versus Shin coming on up. Who's the highest seed here? Kua, surely. Yep. Cool. Alright, so Kua versus Shin, and then we go into Solar versus Zown. We're on schedule as well. How lovely. Oh, lovely. Alrighty. Obviously, Rogue falls to the lower bracket. We actually know Rogue. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't realize. Man, Classic really screwed up by losing yesterday. Rogue and Classic is going to be... Is that the opening match tomorrow? That's the opening match tomorrow. Man, what a banger tomorrow to start us off. Rogue, Classic to start us off tomorrow. Yeah, obviously we'll see how kind of this bracket plays out tomorrow, and we'll get a lot more information as to where everything is at, where players are going to be, and stuff like that as well, actually. So we are going to have a little bit more info as to where everyone is at and kind of what the bracket looks like. I'll bring the bracket up on screen later on, guys. For now, there's a lot of gaps in the lower bracket still, so we can bring it up maybe after these next 3 series. We'll get a bit of a better idea of where things are exactly at and what, you know, how it's going to play out and those kind of things. So I think we'll probably take that approach. Celestial gonna be a veto to start itself. Just waiting for Shin to throw some videos out and we'll get this on the way, guys. Like I said, TVZ coming up. Again, the Spirit Bunny matchup is being played, so we'll jump into that from replays later. Purely just to, like I say, make it a little bit easier for the players. Just means that, you know, Bunny and Spirit are done already, and so they don't have to kind of play now. Not so bad. It's mostly just going to mean that by the end of the day, we're kind of like finishing an hour earlier for the players, especially for the Koreans who play at the end of the day where it's late for them. So that's just the reasoning there. So we'll go back to the TVT later on, guys. TVT will be the second last matchup of the day. We'll do that as the second last matchup. My bot is spamming, or is it so quiet in here? Yeah. So the reason is that basically for some what basically happens is that when someone uses the bracket command in Twitch, it will see that command, and what that command tells the bot to do is to send. Basically, it sees the command to tell the bracket, but the bot can't differentiate which channel to send it into. And I could probably fix that. I could probably figure out a way to make it happen so it only responds to YouTube commands in YouTube and Twitch, but I don't know how to do that yet. So until then, every time someone uses a command in Twitch, it pops up in the YouTube, which is why it's been a bit spammy, especially just spamming like the bracket link, because obviously people come into the channel, they type !B on Twitch, which is very normal and happens a lot. And then the bot sends the link into Twitch, but it also sends it into YouTube because I've got all the commands going across both, you know, both setups. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it like that, to be honest. I like having the bot, but like I say, there's probably something I can do to fix it a little bit. So yeah. Cool. Cool. Alright, Winter Madness for our first map, guys. Sorry, it was tabbed out while they finished the videos. They took ages to start, and then once they started, they rapid-fired them. Cool, guys. Loading in a second. Give !B a cooldown. Doesn't really need a cooldown though, because on Twitch when people !B, it's genuinely very useful. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with someone coming into bracket. You guys have been using this command like this for like 15 years. Like, it doesn't make sense to make it not work half the time. It's just because on YouTube the YouTube chat's a lot slower. The bracket command just comes up multiple times in a row, you know. So yeah, like the problem is it works. They're just two very different chats, but the bot's replying to both of them, you know. So no other SC2 stream has this much !B spam. No other. I don't know if that's true. Everyone spams !B when people come into chat on a tournament stream. I don't know if that's true. All right, players are ready. We're gonna kick off into Q Shin. And Iridian, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Hi, Wardy, great content, great day. Thank you so much for the resub, mate. Appreciate you, as per usual. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Cool. We'll count down as you guys can hear. the entire Korean StarCraft 2 scene has switched to using the new hero portrait. I don't know why everyone has decided to adopt it, but yeah, everybody is using it. It's kind of funny, so just giggling at that a little bit. As we kick off in the top left-hand side of the map, we're going to start things off here with the orange Zerg player. We do have ourselves Shin. Here comes up that gas, and we get started with Kua. In the bottom right side will be our Reddit Terran player as well. kick this off, get this underway, and a little peek at what's going on. I actually think this is a fun TVZ every single time. It's so funny, but every single time I cast Kua versus Shin, I will never ever forget to kind of come back over to, or no, I will never forget to kind of come over to the, I'll never forget to kind of think back to the WardiTV 2020 finals where Kua was the hottest kind of player around, especially in online tournaments, and he got all the way to the finals. And the only guy to beat him in that tournament twice over was Shin. And obviously playing as Ragnarok back then, 4-0'd him in the finals. Absolute brutal play. Just said no to anything and everything that Kua wanted to do in that series. And that was 6 years ago now. That's really kind of crazy that was 6 years ago. And it's still the one series I think of between these guys. There's been a lot of other good series between these guys as well. And I do think that even just kind of going through WardiTV events, there's a lot of good series where I always feel as though they kind of put on some banger, kind of longer games and so on. So, yeah, very cool. Just see how SCV's chasing the drone. Reaper coming up, barracks on the way, orbital command building as well. A lot of this coming through. Nothing super crazy just yet. Well, a couple of Reapers will just come about. The SCV coming over. Also, I've just in my head realized how I can make the bot only respond to the commands on the specific channel it's being used in. So, yeah, I'll get that. So I've just like mentally figured it out. The new bot's very confusing. It's much more confusing than my old bot. It has a lot more power to do kind of cool things, and I've just mentally, in my head, just kind of figured out what I need to click and how I need to set it up so it does that. So, yeah, I will get to that, guys. I'll fix that next day or two, and hopefully it'll be a little bit less spammy in the YouTube. God, I'm so smart figuring these things out. Multi-Rax Reaper from Kua. Super fast Bane Nest from Shin. Probably because of the wall off, right? This is a horribly weak wall. The barracks are not lined up correctly, so it not surprising me at all if Shin just basically saw this wall and was like, cool, it's going to punish you. So, kind of a simple idea. And very committed. Let's see if it works out for Shin as link speed will finish. The Reapers already fell back, so there's actually no information on the map right now for Kua about this. If those firstlings get across the map and morph into banelings freely, I do think this is going to be a little bit of a challenging situation for sure here for Kua, because yeah, he's got just a major glaring weakness in the wall off. Even worse is that it's the tech lab. So whatever upgrade you want to build is going to be delayed. Now, the reactor might be worse because overall that would reduce more production, and maybe in the immediate future that's a bigger problem. Uh-oh. Yeah, you can see the issue, right? As Tech Lab goes down, and we're going to run through. Obviously, no wall on the high ground because you're fully reliant on the low ground wall off. And so in we go as the Lings will feast, and that's probably game because the factory's on a Tech Lab, so we're not even going to reactor out Hellions here. Pure greed out of Kua. And he gets absolutely punished for it as Shin just says, get out of my game. And just wants this game won in his favor. I mean, there's more Lings on the way. A couple of Marines that they spawn are being cleaned out. Yeah, I mean more Lings show up. This is nigh on unholdable for Kua. Yeah, maybe you can pull something together, but we're going to be scrapping together. One of the worst defenses of all time. It's going to be a very late defense, if nothing else. I mean, Shin is still just spamming units, which is probably just good for him, though. Because it means he can probably just run in and still kill. And the reason he's spamming units is because he knows that this position is so good for him as well, right? So I really just think this was Shin just seeing the wall off and just being like, man, your wall off sucks. Like, I really just think this is him being like, yeah, no, your wall off is terrible, man. Like, we got to do something about this. Jesus, Kua, Shin, 1, Kua 0. Yeah, I mean, the wall off was terrible. Like, there was just so much position to kind of take advantage of there. It doesn't surprise me at all that Shin just said, screw it, I'm taking advantage, and that's exactly what he did, and bam. A 1-0 lead for our Zergy to start off this game and series. Alright, Ruby Rock coming in for game 2. Let's host it up. We just get straight into it, guys, because obviously that was a pretty fast first game. Anyone else joining this lobby? Let me just double check. Looks good. Alright, players are ready. Let's go straight into game 2, guys. Like I said, not much to really relay back on that one. The wall wasn't good. Shin saw it. Shin punished it. And just saw the chance to just end the game. Was so effective as well. And to be fair, Q was probably doing the worst thing possible behind this. Like, no reactive factory, you know, no heli in production. Obviously, because you're on the low ground wall, you don't wall the main base. And the attack here from Shin hits early enough that you'll never have a wall in the main base. So all you got to do is gain access in the low ground. So unless Q knows it's coming, that attack is getting into the... is going to have a chance to hit the main and wrap around. There just wasn't the units there at all, right? Like, you needed a bit more info. It's so funny because a bunker shuts this down so hard. Like, the turning point of success on this is so slight, because if you just know it's coming, you build a bunker, you run up to the main, and you put another wall up or so. Like, it's so different how it plays out. But if you just don't know it's coming, which is very hard to do because the Reapers run away because Ling speeds up, if you just don't know, then you just can't do much about it. And obviously the idea of the build from Shin has the concept built into it that the opponent shouldn't really know what's going on during that situation, so you kind of have that bit of info on your side as well, to be fair. Shin top left, Q at bottom right. As we go into a game 2, and Q is going to say, cool, I'm going to go barracks again. Definitely expecting them to wall off a little bit better this time around, though, so expecting that to maybe be a bit more of a factor as the double racks comes straight into play, and away we go. And you've seen the barracks continue about. Again, a couple of Reapers coming through. Orbital command coming around. Just gonna see how Ling's and the Queen's building as well. Got a few moments of build up here. Just set and ready to move out. And a couple of Lings gather around. Queen about halfway done at the moment as well. We're just gonna hop up, journey through, head into the base, and we'll start nibbling up at a drone straight away. So get a bit of damage onto that right off the bat. Take that as a little starting point here as well. But yeah, Queen's gonna be there to push the Reaper back around the other direction as well. So just gonna shove that off. Quite a few Lings, obviously. It's Multi-Rax Reaper. They try to sneak around to the other side of the map as we go, trying and hit the wall, but there's still a Reaper here, so the other two Reapers now come back home, and I don't think these Lings are going to be all too successful. I'm not sure what Shin really wanted to get out of this. Like, I'm not sure what the dream scenario is there. What, the Reaper doesn't spawn, and then the Lings show up, and I think I'm not quite seeing the vision on that one, but maybe, well, obviously Shin had some kind of plan that unfortunately just didn't come through for him, so doesn't find much on that, as you're just going to see the few Reapers gathering up. Overload on the way. We take a couple of seconds. Continue by. Command Center's building, factory in the tech lab, and the reactor. Continue through as well. All of that coming up for now. Yeah, Queen of the Drones building. The overload on the way through. Orbital Command and Company building as well. Still got the link speed, still got the stim pack. All coming in. The hatchery drops down to the third base location. The few Reapers want to try and put some damage out, and we'll see if they can succeed. And I mean, canceling the third base would be kind of a big deal, especially when it's just a few Reapers, but right now they're putting the damage to maybe get it done. Hatchery taking more and more shots. It's going to be cancelled. So the third hatch gets cancelled here. That's massive. As Shin just does not defend this at all. Queens on the high ground will get some damage done, but the Reapers will all live through. That's going to be some dead drones. And Shin is not exactly having the start he's been wanting here. 3 workers going down and cancel third base. Like, this actually couldn't really be getting much worse for him. This feels absolutely disastrous right now. And, yeah, I mean, drones just pulling around all over. Can we kill this Reaper at least? No, so 2 Reapers are going to get out alive. Man, this is, it's really brutal. Now, Shin actually has good economy still. 49 drones. Just needs to get the third hatchery up to actually be able to work with that economy a little bit. So it's definitely kind of missing that aspect of it right now. A couple of Reapers will move over the sides as well still. Looking to head their way back down the low ground there for a moment or two. Raven, stimp back, building up as well. Just bringing a lot of that through. The Lair and the Lings all coming up. The Overlord still producing. And that Roachron is about halfway done. Evo Chamber producing it also. The Lings still gather up together. Engineering base will be finishing very shortly. And that stim pack is also about to complete. So Marine Medevac continue to build through. The SCVs on the way. The Lings continue to gather together. Still got ourselves the combat shield building up as well. So one more little thing to look at here is the Lings will try and hit at the front. I don't think there's going to be much chance for them to do much, though. Again, one more upgrades, and the combat shield will be a part of this as well. I'm just going to see those medevacs. Marines building through. Order turret comes down. It's going to hit after a couple of these drones already, so a couple of drones begin to drop. Again, roach speed, carapace upgrade, all building as well, so we've got a lot of that on the way through right now. Marines go for an Overlord. It's going to supply block Shin already, so able to supply block right now. The Marines and the Reaper and the medevacs continue to go across the map, so we'll continue to move over there for the moment. Get that on the way. Infestation grid building, Overlord's producing. Marines will get rid of a couple of those creep teamers, so again, we get a little bit more of this creep cleaned out just for the moment. Now stimming through, a couple of those drones go down as well. Roaches, Queens take some more damage, and just going to be having the Roaches still taking shots. Lings want to run in as well. The Marines continue to fight that. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Marines continue to get away. Medevacs will go healing. Extra Roaches popping to try and run into this as well at the moment here. Upgrades still coming through. For now, Shin holds this off. Loses a few drones. Still don't love that he's kind of been... I feel like he's been getting bullied kind of the whole time is my issue, I guess. So I feel as though that's kind of a problem that he holds at this point. So intrigued to see how he potentially kind of wiggles his way out of that problem, honestly. Because, yeah, it does feel a little bit problematic so far. Just have Roaches going off their own creep tumor. Maybe not quite advisable. Medevac's going to go boosting through. 1-1 on the way. Concussive shells coming up. Those 2 carapace will build from Shin. Again, the Ling Ravager coming about. The Evo Chamber and the Hatchery coming up as well. The Raven ready to throw maybe an auto turret down into this mineral line, and we'll begin to zip-zap through a couple of drones. One drone down immediately. Now the Lings run up. They're going to run in. The auto turret gets killed. This Spore Crawler still building in the back of that mineral line. As we get a few more Ravagers morphing straight on through here. Marines, Medevac, and the Reaper stepping up as well. Over to the left-hand side they go for the moment. Again, a little bit more of that creep spread being cleaned up. We do see the T2 upgrades coming online also here, guys. The Bioforce all coming up. The tank is coming through. Roach Ravager Ling will be there to push the Bio back. And the Medevacs do just have to load and leave for the moment, getting themselves out of trouble the next couple of moments. All units moving about. Medevacs will boost around as well. Like Kyo's activity on the map, being able to be very active here and very low risk activity as well, because he's just kind of running in with a couple of drops worth of units and then just backing off, lifting them away. Never really letting them be truly exposed to that Zerg army or to, really let anything kind of properly kind of happen there. We see a few Lings going to run up. That auto turret will go down. We've got a Spore Crawler building up behind this. So got the melee and the carapace upgrades reducing through from Shin, adding a Bane Nest onto the back of that as well. Get an Ultra Cavern coming through, a bunch of additional Lings coming about. We still have our upgrades all coming about, around Adrenal Glands and the Baneling Speed coming up as we speak. This army goes around the left side at the moment, so big push around the left. Biotank going to get a shove through the left side. See where we can maybe end up. Some Ling Ravager on the top, going to move about a bit also. It's going to scan it out as the Bio will step forward. And this hatchery is just immediately in some trouble. On the top right side of the map, obviously some chances to maybe deal some damage there as well. Not a cleanup happening for the moment. And the problem is Kyo just pushes straight through this left side base. He's looking strong in this game too. Nice fungals though. It's going to make you look a lot less strong. Covered in green goop, but still able to kind of stand your ground and fire because he's just got that many units. And also, we're still talking about a lot of Roach Ravager kind of stuff here on the side of Shin, and that's kind of the issue as well, no? The Roach Ravager does not really do enough for you right now. Like, he just doesn't really do you any favors at all, so... yeah, it's a little bit difficult. We see a couple of corrosive bars going to drop down there as well. Just going to see the tank still firing. Lings and so coming through. I mean, like I say, the Ultras are a nice addition. I just don't feel like this army is that great right now from Shin. Even with the Ultras showing up, Kyo has a lot of Marauders, so I'm not sure how much that's going to factor in, especially if we just lost the +3 Carapace upgrade. It's actually kind of a big deal because obviously the Ultras really thrive on just being super tanky, so losing your Carapace upgrade to kind of stop them from getting even tankier further down the line is going to be, again, miserable. Just not really great. An Ultra pops here. We'll see how well it does. It does have chitinous already. Ultra Cavern apparently died. Even an Ultra going down to a drop is not a good sign either, right? Because it just shows that they're really very killable at this current point of the game. And that's exactly what Kira is looking to continue taking advantage of right now. The Viper and the couple infests continue through. Still just going to be seeing the upgrades coming around. Plus 2 melee kindness on the way up. Bio going to take a chance to jump onto this queen here. A couple more creep teamers will fall. Bio will take a chance at getting a little bit more creep cleaned out as well. A little bit more being done there. Those Lings are going to come running forward. I'm going to take the chance to jump into this mineral line. Bio will shoot. SCVs begin to go down. Some Ultras are going to pop out as well. This is going to be coming back the other way. A couple of Widow Mines going to get burrowed up. They're going to blast. We've seen an Ultra getting absolutely deleted. Another one gets absolutely deleted as well. Absolutely loving that. This hatchery does fall, and Shin just has... yeah, absolutely nothing to really fight with at the end of it all. GG must be called. It was a very fun game, though. Just Kira kind of getting ahead and really maintaining that lead. And looking just so feisty at the end, able to kind of knock Ultras down like they're bowling pins at the end of the lane. He just hit a strike. Bam. Ultra's gone. Which means we get to game 3 here, which is going to be on Mothership to round out this series. Always a fun one, especially for TVZ. Big map, lots of potential to see big games here on Mothership. I'm going to see a little bit of that right now as soon as my maps load. There we go. There we go. Lift Kira up and just wait for everyone to join the lobby, guys. Couple of seconds, hopefully. Not much more. We'll dive straight into a game 3 here between Kira and Shin. After this, we've got Solo versus Zown, and a winner's match and a loser's match to be played out. So lots of great games still to come. Setting up for a great lower bracket tomorrow as well. Very excited to see how all of that plays out as well. Going to be fun. GG's, go-go's, readies. Let's do it. Let's jump on in. No reason to hold it back any further. Let's get this started. Counting on down. Ready in a moment. For Mothership. Throw us in game. Kick us off. Let the party begin. In the top right side, our orange Zerg player who had that one first game, good read and a good idea of what to do. Doesn't have it for a game 2, unfortunately, but we'll see if we can bring it back here in game 3. It is going to be Shin taking on the top left red Terran player from Team Liquid. We've got ourselves Cure. Alrighty, get this underway. Let's see if he's come through. Lining it up. Yeah, that's all started on this one. For a few moments. It's going to see the drones, the barracks, the SCV coming through. Get a lot of this on the way up early. I'm going to see one drone pulling across to get the extracted down as well. Nothing really super crazy just yet, though, as get this into play and see what will happen over these next few moments. Hatch gas pool, all building out, getting that into place. Score is 1-1. It is. I'll even update it for you. Yes, I don't know what it is. Like, after all these years, you think I just automatically set the score. I guess sometimes my brain's just like, yeah, we just set the score, and I just didn't. Played SC2 for the first time yesterday. Really enjoying the campaign, but not sure if I will ever play against people. Feels nerve-wracking. Oh, welcome to StarCraft 2, the most nerve-wracking game in the business. Yeah, it's I'm not gonna say it gets better, but the beauty of StarCraft is you can just enjoy the campaign, and you can just enjoy, you know, your kind of you know, your campaign, and then just enjoy watching it. You're never forced to kind of play against other people. It's a big learning curve. I'm not gonna, like I say, beat around the bush, honestly, but it is very rewarding. Like, if you do want to put time into it. The thing is, as well, is like there's still people of all levels playing. There are other people out there who have just never played before, you know. So there are other people out there where, like, you know, it may take some time for your MMR to drop down to that kind of point, but you will also find out, you know, that other people kind of don't know what they're doing either, and you know, you will eventually find people to play against that are kind of matched up nicely for you. So yeah. And like I say, multiplayer is not for everyone. I do think it's worth trying, though. Even if you don't play against people, even just play against, like, the AI a bit. It can be such a satisfying thing to learn, because in every game of StarCraft, you can really come out the other side being like, man, I really learned something here. I really improved on something. Or I really put effort towards, or practice towards improving something here, you know? Like, every game really feels like it has that kind of attachment of progress to it, which is obviously very, very good. It's really, really nice. So, yeah, it's, there's a reason we all love it, I guess, is the real thing that we're saying. Couple queens moving about. It's gonna be seeing a couple of Hellions and the Reaper moving across the map. Viking on the way up as well. Get that on the way here just for a couple of moments. We've seen the Reaper and a couple of Hellions continue to make their way across the map for a couple of moments, so away we go with that for a little while. Making some moves, and we're going to see Reaper and the Hellions continue to make their way along. Looking good at the moment, continuing to get set. Again, the Reaper and the Hellions all coming about. Getting this on the way and seeing just what it is that we might be able to do next with these next few moments. Let's see the Viking going to shoot. Overlord will take some damage, so a few hits coming out of that straight away. See that Overlord does drop down, and we'll continue from there right now. And Reaper Hellion cruising about over that right side. Single Ling gets in for the moment. Banshee is going to be popping with that cloaking soon. Again, the factory still coming up. A couple extra barracks coming over. Hellions and that Reaper all around the right as well. Just going to get a creep gym. Good activity from Kua. Not going to go diving in. Obviously, saw him only rogue earlier, kind of some of the scenarios where you can definitely overcommit with Hellions, but Kua doing nothing like that. Not trying to force his way into a mineral line that isn't truly open. Just happy to sit on the edges, pick off creep spread, and just kind of let this game develop into kind of a later stage at this point, really. So, that's kind of our go-ahead kind of point for now. Let's see those Hellions come back around. Queen's going to be there to hit the Viking for a little bit. And again, Evo Chambers coming up, Lair on the way, drones producing. A lot of that coming through for the next little while. So again, we get a lot of that building at the moment. Again, one run and that stim. Continue to build by for a little bit, so we'll just get the upgrades going from Kua. Shin is going to opt for the missile upgrades, so he's going to play into Hydras and just, double down a little bit on kind of their upgrades and their ability to be a very strong unit. I'm interested to see how this goes, if he wants to kind of make a timing out of this, or if he's happy to just kind of let Ling Hai kind of build through here in general and kind of set up for a bit. It'll be interesting. Those Lings will take a chance to knock away at some rocks already, kind of chipping through for some damage there. Just gonna have the Hellions. Actually, threat of being wrapped around here. Didn't lose a couple of units. The Lings should really probably... The Lings in the front, I kind of wish they turned around and just surrounded the Hellion that was behind them. Because in the end, those Lings did not actually get too much more done. So yeah, I think that could have been maybe something cool. But, not too crazy. Not too crazy at all just yet still. Alright, Ling's going to come around. He's going to be seeing the couple of Lings getting shot at. 5 SCVs are going to fall. Again, 1 upgrades, combat shield, missile and carapace upgrades, groove spines. All of that's still building through here as we knock through now a bunch of creep spread as well. So, getting rid of a chunk of that initially. And continue to just push into position. Kua. A lot of control in this game. I mean, this is the moment where we're going to ask the Hydras, hey guys, are you truly good enough to kind of hold your own here? We're going to get an idea of that very, very shortly, I'd imagine. So, obviously the Lings will be here to back them up. This does not look like a massive army from Kua, especially without combat shield right now. 10 seconds from it. Do we fight before combat shield is Shin? He's going to fight with the army unsieging. Combat shield will finish though, at least. So, there's going to be a minor save and grace there for our Terran player. Because without combat shield, that fight was maybe looking nasty. Shin's about to be maxed out. His supply is popping. Obviously, he's working on a lot of upgrades now, though. Melee upgrades and +2 carapace. He's also making his way to Bane speed and Hydra speed, so... And an infestation pit. There's a lot of future-proofing of this game going on for Shin. He is definitely happy to start stepping toward a later stage of this and start kind of inviting us to that kind of later point in time. A few Lings you see running in. I'm going to try and get involved as well for just a little while. Try and find a little more damage. Some Marines end up backing up there for a little bit. Tanks as well. Unsieged and pulling back through for a few moments. Again, that Bane speed still very much so coming online, alongside the other upgrades that are ticking along as well. Gonna see one tank sieging. The Marines and the Hellbat's gonna take that chance to stim at the rest of that army just for a moment or two. So trying to find that opportunity to find their way. And at this point, I imagine Shin doesn't really want to fight without Bane speed, because it's so close to being done. If you've invested into a bunch of these Banes, they're only going to be so much better when Baneling speed is finished, right? So that's pretty much something that we just want to try and work our way toward at the moment. We're going to be seeing the Lings coming back around to the bottom side. A bunch of those SCVs will immediately find themselves landed in some trouble. A few Marines stepping over as well. The command center still up in the skies. A few Banes looking to run their way at this army right now as well. Just going to be seeing the Banes try and crash through. The Hydras are going to be there to fight as well. Oh, Lings from the other side going to wrap around this. You can see Kua probably just has to lift in the Medivacs, but if he lifts in the Medivacs, the Hydras will target fight you down. Didn't target fire the Medivacs initially, which probably isn't a bad thing. He might have needed to keep reducing the Marine count. Do you feel like that's a one fight for Shin, who's going to turn? Right now is the moment to really stop fighting for Shin, because 2-2's about to kick in for Kua. If he can stop for a little bit and at least get his +2 carapace finish, get some more Banes out, obviously that would have been amazing, because the Banshees just did a bunch of damage. Now you see 28 new Banes on the way. Shin is going to be remaxing so soon. Just doesn't feel like Kyo really has the momentum behind him at all. I constantly feel like he's around 150 supply, and every single time they fight, I'm just like, well, is there really enough here, Kyo, for you to be kind of justifying this big old attack forward? Like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not seeing it. Kyo obviously does feel it a bit, because he's out here on the map trying to fight. Bigger fight from Shin, just committing into a bit more of an established position, a bit further off from his bases as well. Like, obviously, there's this forward hatch he's establishing, but maybe one of the fights he didn't need to take as much, but is obviously looking good for him still right now. Can't really complain about it. The Marine's going to take their chance at the Banelings, trying to chase through for a little bit more damage over there as well. Still trying to see everything we might be able to do for now. Bane gathering about. Just going to still see the 3-3 upgrades coming through as well. Marine, tank, medevac in production. Bane Hydra goes up to the top. A few units in the center settling as well. The Marines are going to take a chance to stem back over here. Hydra Bane still running on through, running on forward. So the Overseer is going to set up into the skies, and we're going to see the few Banes continue to kind of crash through as well. Actually, going to see the Banelings doing very well for themselves for a little bit. 11 SCVs, 13 SCVs going down. Pretty sizable damage being dealt as the Ling Hydra will get underneath that orbital command and begin to shove for a whole bunch more damage once again. Still looking for more. Hungry for damage at this point in time, quite frankly. Lingane Hydra coming through. I mean, Q's supply block losing 13 SCVs, a base gone. At this point, Shin is just going to have so much. Adrenal glands finishing soon. Viper's on the way. Shin's position, I keep saying it, but just improving. I feel like this entire game, Shin has just been in a position of like, hey, I'm really well set up. What can we do from that? You know, like I feel like it's just been this constant question of like, hey, we're really set up. What happens here? And the answer is kind of like, well, if you're really well set up, it's going to look very good for you. Definitely feels like where we kind of sit right now is continue by. Let's see the Ling Bane still joining together. Let's see 3 upgrades coming through. Again, the adrenal glands going to be a part of what's coming up right now. A few Marine stem back over to this side, pulling back through. A few mules will drop down from the skies as well to accompany us. Let's get an Overlord Shin supply blocked. Q has never been maxed in this game, right? Like he's never really been. Maybe at one point he got very close to it. I mean, he's going to get close to it again now. I do feel like his army solidifies a little bit here. Shin maybe not able to capitalize on what could have maybe been just consistent, continued aggression, kind of punching through again and again. Not quite going to find that chance. Tank going to shoot. A Ling goes down. The Planetary Fortress going to be able to hold its own for a few moments. Knock down a bunch of those Banes. Liberator's going to get sieged, and going to see the rest of this Ling Bane Hydra coming across as well. Continue to make that move. Bio stemming up. A couple spines go down immediately. Another spine in some trouble here. Ling Bane Hydra looking to come around from the top side of this. Lib sieging up. Just going to have this army resettling. The spines are so good defensively, actually. Going to work wonders right there and actually do quite a bit right there to help out in general, so that is nice. Still seeing our +3 melee upgrade, the burrow upgrade coming through too. Just things that help Shin out. Kira is in good position on the top side though, and Shin will have to make sure he's got the numbers to be able to fight through this. It looks as though he may go right now. Does have Blinding Clouds available. Don't love the first tank he actually Blinding Clouded. I feel like that one was about to go down anyway, and maybe one further back could have stopped a bit more damage overall there, but also kind of making that shot and the choice in the moment. Maybe didn't think we were going to get far enough forward with the Viper to drop another Blinding Cloud anyway, so he just took the opportunity while it lasted. Now we're going to see that Bioforce continuing to come through. Let's see, the counterattack here is going to be looking pretty brutal onto that base as well, so just going to go knock another base down, and we continue to play these tradies. At the moment, both players kind of going side to side and base to base. Shin definitely responding well to a lot of the aggression that Q has been able to bring out so far. So get all that bio coming through, a couple more of these Zerglings going down. 8 SCVs have fallen so far as well. Just going to see the couple ghosts still in production, plus 2 vehicle weapons, poking on the way. That Neo Steel plating also in production right now. The bio will hold out for the Ling Hydra, coming back over as well. See a bit more of this Ling Bane still coming over there, just going to step through. We are going to be having the Ultra Lisks continuing. Chitinous plating going to be a part of this also. The Bio still stepping through. Ling Hydra will step up. Bio just going to stand and fight. A bunch of those Lings going down. The Hydra is also going to end up in a bit of trouble here. The Ling's still connecting through, and a bunch of those tanks going down as well. Once more, Shin is breaking through the position secure, but Kira is working on the bottom right side with a much larger Bio Force and is able to at least claim one hatchery over in that direction. So knocking one hatch down, the Bio back to the top and punching through this as well. The drones still moving through. A couple snipes available, Ghost coming out as well. Definitely a big level up in this game. Finally, the Spine Crawler defense will fall as well. Unfortunately, not good enough any longer. As you see, the Bio still pushing up. The Lings and the Hydra's going to get jumped on. A few more Lings wanting to get involved here. And the Bio units do just have to lift up and pull away from this. Another parasite bomb on a medevac that will absolutely die. Unfortunately, it was the empty one. He could have hit the other one that would have died. That was full, but maybe couldn't reach it with the parasite bomb. Maybe obviously it's just a blind guess as well. Really locked into this kind of back and forth, kind of drop heavy, engagement heavy game. Lots of positions that have to be considered and worked upon and set up for. Oh, it's been very fascinating as Ling Bane Ultra keeps moving around. Bio Ghost up around the top. Libs and the tanks moving through. And the medevacs will do their job to heal for a little bit. We keep on scanning and the rest of this army coming through. A Liberator is going to drop a siege down. Let's see the Zerglings still taking a few more shots. Just going to have ourselves the Bio still looking to push further through. Hatchery will get cancelled up once again. A couple of drones will get picked away at. Ghost, Lib, continue to produce through. We're seeing our plus 3 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Army collecting. Shin, big army force in the middle of the map. Of course, massive map is one of the issues that Kira has, is that every time he knocks down a base, it feels like there's still just more bases available. And it's also very tough to knock down these bases again and again because you'll continue to have to go all the way across the map. And Shin is, for the most part, able to kind of control and maintain this pretty decently for himself up until this point so far. 3 more factories coming about. Those refineries in the command center continue through as well. Army will step forward into the middle. Just going to be seeing the couple of Zerglings that are stepping through. Going to start dropping down also. 16 Banes in production. Add a couple hatcheries into that as well. It's going to be another big fight though. Shin pushing up, taking a little while for some of the Ultras to get here. A lot of Ultra Hydra kind of on the bottom side, taking a while. The Corruptors do knock down every single medevac though. And so we eat a bunch of Ghost Snipes. It's going to be true in pretty much every fight we take from here on out. And the retreat away from Shin a bit expensive. Kira and Shin both with money to rebuild once again. They both have the resources to kind of reset and go once more. And the Assault Turret will focus on the bottom side. Just going to push through there. The Ultras and the Hydras will step forward and will take their chance to come through too. It's going to be seeing this jump onto this army. Nice Bane Lane actually connects toward the Ghosts. And make sure some of their snipes don't come through. We do kill the base. It's generally one of the bigger things you can get rid of in this scenario. Make sure you're always chipping away at that Terran economy in these scenarios, because if you're not, you're oftentimes ending up in a bit of trouble, quite frankly. So nice to see that we are able to work through the planetary fortress there, and going to make it a little bit tougher for Q to rebuild, who is right now working on the money he's mining. No bank account currently attached in this game, and he did lose a lot of units there as well, so he's on a bit of a rebuild, while also hitting kind of an all-time low in terms of his economy. Just going to knock this down. Caustic Spray will be active for a few moments, but I think we're going to get out of reach, so it's not going to be too problematic overall. Bio still looking to shove across the Ling Hydra Ultra. Stepping away too, taking a couple moments right there. Marine Marauder tanks continue to build up for now. So much of that still on its way in at the moment. Bane's just going to morph into play. Infesta's in production also. Bringing a lot of this up and running. Disruptors will, with the Hydras, knock through the command center. CC fully upgraded as well. All 10 SCVs. It's very rare you actually see the 10 SCVs in it. As I love it. We drop down just in case some of them get away. He actually saves 4 because of the drop-off. Why not? Cool to see though, right? We're just not forgetting about things. The CC will fall. We actually lose a lot of the Corruptors, which is a bit scary because we probably would have liked to keep them. Good against the Medivacs. And if any Liberators come back out, the Corruptors would have been nice to just have already still. What we at resources lost-wise? 46.3 to 30k. That efficiency is in favor of Cure, as it probably should be. It's that kind of game where the Terran's been trading well, and obviously the Zerg has been able to kind of trade ineffectively into the army, but successfully because he has so many bases and so much eco. Kind of is why there's so much reliance on knocking down that Terran economy again and again and again. Because you kind of do need to make sure that eventually they kind of run out of resources and that this inefficiency of yours doesn't matter. Nice counterattack topside, stops that command center from getting positioned straight into the next mineral line along, which is just orbitals as well. The counterattack's doing a lot, and there's not a lot of units back there for Q either, apparently, because he is not doing anything to really stop or deal with that, so that's becoming a big problem. Envelop Green Knight is going to be denied, which not the biggest of deals, but may actually be a factor further down the line, especially if we are looking to start making Hellbats, and so as a somewhat continued response to this, so kind of interesting there. Is just going to be seeing the Lings still all the way up into the main base, swinging their way through this, that, and whatever they find to chomp on at the moment. What tanks coming up? The Lings and the Infesta in production. Just going to see the Lings still nibbling their way through a couple of barracks in this main. Link Bane Ultra moving up. A couple Queens going to fight back. Marine, Marauder pulling back away as well. Just going to see a couple more of those units continue to flare in. Just going to see the Lings looking for the wraparound on the command center as well. This army still trying to chase up for the moment. Just going to see the battle coming through. Queen going to get chased as well. Again, a lot of the rest of this still very much so producing by for now. Ghosts gathering up. Everything else settling down. Just going to be seeing the Lings. Still very much in production. This Liberated chomping through for a bit of damage as well. And Shin's obviously losing bases. Kira is really on his last legs. I mean, his economy is really not great right now, so his eco is really a little bit in the bin. Definitely a little bit of a concerning scenario right here. Going to collect back up, just going to be seeing the Hellbats and so coming back through as well. So again, we move back in this direction. We take a couple of seconds. So we've seen a film pre-ignite, Hellbats and tank all producing. Just going to have ourselves the drones coming over as well. So again, just another base, and this is the thing, every single time you're just seeing another base available, it really does show you kind of the power of the situation here currently for Shin. He really needs the base. He still has the drones. Right now he has a smaller army count as well, so Kira is so close. Because he's got the better army and Shin is relying on mining. This feels very good for Shin because he finds a lot of tanks very quickly. With just Lings, that feels like a good trade. Kira's still 30 army supply ahead though. Shin is mostly just Ling Ultra Hydra here. He kind of needs a jump on this. A fungal would be so good right now. Oh, there's the Infestors. Like, there's literally on cue. This couldn't be better time. You got to go right here. You just got to drop these fungals. A lot of snipes came down very quickly is my issue. The snipes came down. Obviously, I'm envisioning this fight with fungals stopping the snipes, and the snipes coming down is going to do it. GG has to be called. Wow. Credit to Q. I actually thought he did get stretched too far in this game. I actually thought he got... I thought Shin weathered the storm of all of those Kira attacks, but not in the end. Not in the end, guys. GG's, and that is going to round us out for that first series in this bottom portion of the bracket here, so damn. That was a banger between Shin here. It took him here to fungal after the Bunburrow, yeah. Like, that was the opportunity, though, because he actually got those units behind as well, right? Like, he got the units where he needed them to be. Damn, alright. We get ready for Zown and Solar to come to the stage, guys, for our next matchup. So, get this ready to go. And kick this off. I'm going to leave you guys for just 1 second with the WardiTV Winter Championship hype video. While I nip BRB, I'll see you guys in just a moment. Be right back.
Welcome to the WardiTV Winter Championship, our first WardiTV major in the 2026 series. We're super excited to let the event begin, but first let's have a look at how some of the players got to qualify for this year's Winter Championship. Gonna step through, Classic aggressively going for it, gets avoider so early. Well, maybe not, because these Stalkers dive in again. It's enough Stalkers to two-shot the Void Ray down. Classic! And we see some fire. Gonna greet these units straight away here. Uh-oh. Stalkers on the other side of the map already. The main story is that there's not gonna be units left here from Fewer here, so MaxPax has to kind of, is forced into the fight. You can't cherry-pick what is a better moment or anything for him. Good flanker on the Prism. Saves the Colossus, that's massive. Beyond's going to realize he needs to just pick up and get out of here. Storm available on the right-hand side of this. Beyond sees it, hits the High Templar with the EMP, and he gets the Prism as well. This is not it so far. EMP's coming down. High Templar yet to find a single Storm of value. Forge just going down. Upgrades being denied. Probes are pulling through. His hero looks to stop the 2-0. Probes are coming as Creator's going to walk up this ramp and try and take this fight. The Vikings doing what they can against the Colossus. They're going low, but they're not dying yet, but it will not matter. We can catch these Disruptors. That's massive. We're going to move forward. The Prism low doesn't go down, will go down in a second though, as Cure gets a lot of value here. Flanking is massive for him. No Guardian Shield, no Force Field. The probes will pull in from the other side to try and make the difference. Can Hero capitalize and kind of push into position during this? Down to the bottom, all the Hydras are up top. We're going to blink on the Hydras. And you can see Shin's supply just plummeted here. These Vikings get rid of the Colossus. The Bio Army might be okay against the Gateway forces. Oh, he's going to have Marines left. Like I said, we're going to have to land the Vikings. Not ideal against a lot of damage here. I mean, specifically just knocking through so many of these workers. Prism is going to get the warping off. What the Zell's going to do? The Stalkers need to help because they are going to be a big part of the damage dealing in this. It's going to be enough. Trigger's going to get it done. We have an upset to start off 2026 on the WardiTV Mondays. Stalkers are a little bit behind everything else. The Siege Tank should absolutely target fire that Colossus as Bunny is making his way through this army. Oh, Bunny, he is getting it done. Stalkers are stuck in the back here, so we don't have a way out. And this is a great catch. Hero gets caught, but the Stalker's blinking on top of his Immortals. Those are good force fields. Can he actually finish these Stalkers off before the Prism Micro gets there? He's actually doing pretty well. He's killing off a lot of these Stalkers. He'll pull a few probes in again. Showtime is coming out with a hold right here as he continues to chase forward.
Hello guys, welcome back as we are just readying up into Solar versus Zown in a couple of moments. Just double checking we got everybody here, as I think we do. Nope, we do not. Found someone hiding away. It's not in the lobby yet. Get in here, guys. We got StarCraft to cast. Solar Zown coming up in just a moment, guys. Getting ready to kick this off. The winner will play against Kua in the next round, while the loser will drop down to play Shin in the lower bracket. We'll obviously be watching all of that day still, again, by the end of the day. All of round 1 and 2 upper and lower. All of round 1 and 2 upper bracket and round 1 lower bracket will have been played. So, Zown just needs a moment, so we'll give him a second and we can get ready to go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alrighty, guys. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Hope you're all doing well and excited to kick us off into our next game. Like I say, wait for Zown a second or two and we'll kick this straight into it. Thanks and ready. Solar's ready. Countdown begins. Press all the wrong buttons, but we fixed it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alrighty guys, let's get this one on the go. As we have Solar and Zown, another round 1 match. Like I said, just set the stage already of what we're going to see here and who ends up where and what it means. Let's get into Celestial Enclave. On the top right side, our blue Protoss player is going to be from Vitality. This is Zown. Taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left, we're going to have Solar for the ZVP Celestial for our first map. Solar loves being aggressive, but I think this is going to be more of a Mutalisk map from him, if I had to make a guess. So we'll see if that reigns true or what exactly we end up with here as we get through this ZVP, and like I say, Shin in the lower bracket. We got to kind of cheer on Solar, right? Avoid a ZVZ and give us a couple of Zerg matchups from this point on that aren't Zerg versus Zerg. I think kind of silly if we're not cheering on Solar based on that, so I'm going to be Solar biased going into this one for that reason. Hey, what's up, DSW4GG? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Make StarCraft 2 still great forever. Appreciate you as Solar. TTs. I guess because the hatch block was very close, but not quite enough. Probe coming around, Hatchgasm Pool coming up, a couple drones on the way. The gate and the probe coming up as well, getting that all planned out. And this set into action as the couple drones will move, and obviously we'll follow this probe for a little while. Overlord gonna move onto the map as well. Solar just having a good time getting his hatcheries down, and yeah. Zown not having as good a time blocking them as he maybe wanted. It always makes me giggle a little when the players are like, haha, I got you. Just while we have a little bit of build-up time here, guys. Obviously, it's PVZ. It takes a little bit to get going sometimes. I will just take a quick chance to say that, obviously, if you're enjoying the stream, obviously do hit the follow button and the like and the subscribe on the YouTube. But obviously, these tournaments are made possible with your support specifically through the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. So if you're enjoying what you see today and you want to see more of it, support on Patreon. Everything, like I say, goes into it. All of the money you spend there goes directly into the pockets of the players and allows us to keep on producing more great StarCraft 2 and allows you to keep on watching so much more great StarCraft 2 as well. So if that sounds good to you, if that sounds something you're interested in supporting, it is patreon.com/WardiTV, or you can !Patreon over on the Twitch chat as well. Like I say, everything helps. The Patreon really is our foundation for building these tournaments up, and without the Patreon support, we really just wouldn't have the tournaments be as big as they are, as successful as they are, or as frequent as they are. So, like I said, check it out. Patreon.com/WardiTV. Help us out over there. And the more we grow the Patreon, the better. Plain and simple. The more we grow it, the better off, the happier off we end up, basically, because we just get to run more StarCraft, which I'm pretty sure you're all fans of. So check it out, and appreciate you listening to the Patreon sellout segment for a couple moments as we have the Adept, a couple of Adepts moving across the map here, trying to continue to set up for a few moments. Stalker Warp Gate coming up as well, Gateway coming through. The Oracle will be boosting through the bottom side of the map. Heading toward the main base, and a couple drones. Going to see 1-2 drones go down straight away. The couple queens and keep on shooting and tooting at that Oracle. So the Oracle takes a bit more damage, a bit more done. Nothing super crazy still though overall. And we've seen the Oracle and the Warp Gate still building up. Forge and the Twilight Council coming into place, and yeah, couple probies on the way out. Twilight Council and the Forge on the way in. Everything's still looking pretty cozy at this current point in time. He's going to move up, and Adept is going to be there for the Lynx to take some damage. He's going to see the Queens showing up to help fight against those Oracles as well. He's going to see the Lynx still fighting the Adept in the Warlock. The Oracles will activate. Zown looking for some damage here early. A few drones go down, not a bad little starting point as we continue to come over. Just going to see the Overlords, the Queens, continuing up for a little bit right now. Just going to be seeing the Oracles still sitting overhead of those Zerglings as well. Let's just continue to sit on that. And let's maybe thinking about a run onto some of these Stalkers. Again, Oracle, the Blink and the +1. All still building through the Overlords and the drones, the Lings. continue to come about as well. Stalkers will take some shots. Lings will take some damage. So it's going to shoot again. The Overlord will be. They're taking some damage. This first shove from Zown comes along. Hydra Den not ready yet, so we're going to have to defend this with a lot of Lings. Does pop the Stasis Ward effectively. It's one of the moments where I actually have a lot of belief in Solar. He pulls off so many defense from positions like this, and that's a great catch on these Stalkers. They don't have their Blink yet, so this is going to go so wrong for Zown. Oh no. The whole point of this is you can poke and you have Stasis Wards to help you, so you can pretty much always back away. At the same time, Solar has the run by across the map. It only goes for 3 probes, but it's kind of salting the wounds of some very dead Stalkers on the map. This entire push from Zown goes down. We always say the one thing you don't want to be rebuilding as a Protoss player is Stalkers. They're so expensive. If you build Stalkers, you want them to last. You want to get efficiency out of them, and that is obviously just not the case here at all. Resource loss even is just, like I say, not where you want to be in the slightest right now. That Groove Spine still coming up on the Hydra Den. A bunch of those Hydras still producing through. I'm just going to be seeing the Oracles chilling out. Ling's still moving around for the moment. Damn. Again, Storm building. Gates on the way. Just going to see our probes coming up as well. Adding on that battery. A few extra Hydras and the Overlords and the Overseer coming through too. Still got that Muscle Augments just ticking along. The Hydras will be there to chase the Oracles back away for the moment. Just chasing them out. Getting this push back for now. May as well jump over. We're just going to be seeing the nibble on the rocks. Still trying to nibble those rocks down. Just going to see the Stasis Ward catching a little bit. And just see the Hydra's actually going to be targeted by the Oracles. We'll get rid of one Oracle. Oracle's going to be putting a lot of damage out right now, so they are a primary target for these Hydras. I mean, this is Solar with a lot of units and absolutely just aggression that is going to hit hard considering the losses Zown had earlier. He has some stacked defense, but it's just not holding because he doesn't have enough damage output to really push these units back in time. And that is kind of becoming the big problem with this whole situation as I just continue to move up this ramp and looking very good at the moment. Looking very good indeed. Solar takes game 1 and Zown is going to be down a map heading into a game 2. That was really just everything went wrong for Zown. I mean, from the Stalkers going down, it really went very downhill very quickly. Second map will be White Rabbit, guys. So let's go straight to White Rabbit as Solar is just in the... No, Zown is just in the replay for a second, so just going to get him out of that. And we'll get into this game too, guys. White Rabbit coming straight on up. My Korean server's been so slow today, so just trying to not tilt at the fact that my maps have been loading for the last half a minute already, but there we go. Cool. Right, swap everyone around. Make sure we get everyone in. A couple of people not good at joining the lobby. Give them a helping hand. Solar readying up. Waiting for Zown to do the same. Oh, Zown was ready in the other chat. My apologies. Let's kick this off. Solar with a 1-0 lead. Again, looking for the chance to play Cure in the upper bracket quarterfinals. And lose this, you got to play versus Shin. You beat Shin, you're going to have Bjorn, and then after that, Nicorrect, Spirit, or Bunny if you do make a run through that section of the bracket. So that's where we're at. I said I'd show the bracket a bit later on. We'll do it after, not this series, but after the winners match, because then we'll kind of see where the upper bracket's at, and we'll see the possibilities of the lower brackets. So it is obviously available for you guys to look at already, just don't want to bring it up on screen all the time. It's just, like I said, there's a lot of... If I bring it up on screen right now, I'm going to be like, well, you see, this guy can drop down here and drop down there, and that could set up this match and this match and that match, so I'm just going to let it develop a bit more before we do all that. So in the top right, Zown is going to be our blue Protoss player, taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left. It is Solar for game 2 of this BO3. Idris PogChamp. Hydra's good, man. Yeah, guys, you can see the game is a little bit laggy. My Korean server is just not being my friend. It might be we get kicked out of this game, and if so, we'll just have to try and get onto someone else's point of view. So we'll do that ASAP if it needs it. But yeah, I can't really do much about this right now. Just Korean server is acting up a little bit. It's not acted up in a hot second, honestly, but yeah, you can see today it's a little bit jumpy and laggy. Sometimes it just changes game to game as well. There's really nothing much we can do about it. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but unfortunately something we just have to work through for now. Alright, a couple of probes moving about, trying to get set to go. And you have, again, the hatch, the gas, and this swimming pool coming up, a couple of drones coming over. The Nexus coming down as well here from Zown, so just going to get that built straight up. Cybernex core on the way. Drone nibbles, probe, gets pushed. We shove that around for a couple of moments here again. The swimming pool, the drones all coming about. Cybercore halfway done, Nexus halfway done. A lot of that building as we continue through for the moment. So again, a lot of setting up, a lot of readying ourselves for the moment as well. Twillings will chase and just move around for a second or two. Let's see that Proby is on the run, trying to get out of trouble. Overload will take a little chip of damage. And yeah, we just set up nicely for a couple of moments here. That link speed on the way by. And a lot of this going. Hatchery coming up. Twilight Council obviously is a little bit offbeat though. Twilight Council and a Forge. So completely bypassing the initial Stargate, which we saw from C, so that's going to be a very different approach right now. And speed the drones building by, just going to see the Adept is going to continue to move over. Queen just going to be there, and then a couple Lings coming by, and just going to have the Ling speed. Just going to finish in a few moments in that spawning pool, so that is what we currently work on. And again, +1 on the blink coming about, Warp Gate on the way, had the gateway on as well. Just going to see that Link speed still very much so coming through as we have the hatchery. Finishing in a couple of moments, again the drones and the Lings building as well, bringing a lot of that online, robotics facility coming up as well as everything else for now. And Queen gathers, holding out for a little bit. Nothing really crazy yet though, nothing really too wild. Just getting ourselves set up here as we have another assimilator will drop down into place as well, just bringing that straight on through. Again, Lings, Rotron coming about, a couple dronies coming in, Spore Crawler producing as we speak. And yeah, that +1 in the blink, very much so on the way at the same time at the moment. So just bringing a lot of this up and online. Away we go. Blink and +1 coming in for good measure as well. Things gather up. And the M+1 blink, very much so coming through. Roaches, the drones coming about also here. So again, we take a couple seconds. Get this settling down. A bunch of those Lings moving across. Again, the attack operator is coming by as well on that Forge. And we do also have Blink coming into play too. So a little bit of everything coming up right now. Again, the Observer and the few Lings, the Roach Ravager Force in production. Solo just going all out unit production right away. He is up against just that fast little Blink, obviously, and very committed play. The +1 Blink, essentially all in. 6 gates. But 2 bases, not really much of a feature planned here from Zown. I do like Solo's response to it. Good work account to cut at. Lots of units on the way. The preparation here feels absolutely on point at the moment. Yeah, right now, absolutely feeling like it is looking good as you see the Lings. Gonna take a chance to run forward. Cybernex Core will get jumped on. We see a Corrosive Bile. Gonna pop a couple of Force Fields. The Lings keep moving through. A couple of Stalkers getting jumped on. That's a laughing sound from Solar and a sad face from Zown. Yeah, that was not it. Because Solar is... I mean, when your opponent laughs at the move you just made, it's probably not a good time. Yikes. Well, guys, that was a ZVP series. Solar, both games basically just kind of completely punches down Stalkers making bad moves. And pretty much gets the 2-0 from that. Lings and Ravage going to keep knocking at the front door. You see the Cybercore is obviously in some trouble trying to build up there. That's going to go down. There's the new Cybercore to make up for the run by. Well, it's not every day you see 2 Cybercores dying, but yeah. I mean, yeah, you know what? Just get past this EVP. Didn't happen. Move on. That's not one we really need to linger on. So, yeah, not really one we need to linger on. All right, Kua, where you at? And get Solar Cure on the way. At the same time, I'll get Zown and Shin on the way. Cool. So we'll go Solar vs. Cure, guys. Zown Shin will be our last match of the day. Just to remind you guys on that one. And we'll get that going. So is it going to be Solar versus Cure, Bunny versus Spirit, Zown versus Shin? Is it going to be how the rest of today goes? Lovely. Yeah, I'll just relog because I'm just in case it helps the Korean server. Sometimes relog can help, sometimes it doesn't. Asia. My brain blanked what server I needed to be on for a moment there. Not ideal. Hey guys, just run ads while everyone is relogging and vetoing and stuff, so just in a couple of moments we'll be back into the StarCraft soon as you're watching the WardiTV Winter Championships 2026. First major of the WardiTV 2026 series. Did my volume just completely disappear? There it is. Just picked up again. Cool. No, my Korean server's just laggy today. Like there's nothing else to really even say about it. It's just laggy. Yeah, it's just laggy. Mildly annoying. Right. Posting Mothership for game 1 of this TVZ, guys. Mothership seems to be fairly popular for the TVZ still. Seems to be the matchup he gets the most play in. Yeah, my Korean server's still just slow. Still just slow. Alright, go, ready. Play the set. 6 casters is correct. Just get the first game hosted for Zown and Shin at the same time. Multitasking. Bear with me. Coolio. Alright, in the bottom side, we're going to start off with the Blue Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Cure. And he is taking on Solar in the upper right side as we play in this upper bracket quarter finals. Both will avoid elimination today. Both will live through to play tomorrow, but one player will play in the lower bracket tomorrow, the other in the upper bracket semis against MaxPax. Let's see how this one goes and see what happens as we kick this off. Yeah, my Korean server just sucks today, guys. As you can see, it's still just a bit pingy, big jumpy. Like I say, game to game, it gets better and gets worse, so apologies if you're seeing it, because, like I say, I obviously am seeing it as well, but there's just nothing I can really do about it. I can't really stop it from doing this, unfortunately, so alas, all I can do is cast on and, like I say, apologize at the start and hope it gets a little bit better as the game moves through, perhaps. Alright, sorry, just had an issue on the other screen for a second, guys. So, just a moment, but we are good. We should be able to kick off. So, Solar Zown, Solar Cure on the way. Solar really dispatched us down pretty quickly. So we got through 5 series of the day so far. Series 6 here on this one. Like I say, 3 more series to go. This Solar versus Cure matchup, Spirit versus Bunny, and Shin versus Zown, all coming up to determine where we'll be at after 2 full days of the WardiTV Winter Championship, with Saturday and Sunday left ahead of us. Again, just a reminder, I'll say it again, that Sunday we will not be live on YouTube. We have Twitch front page on Sunday, but one of the sad rules of it is that we can't stream on YouTube at the same time. Unfortunately, it's just too good an opportunity to pass up, especially final day of our event. I hate it. I've said this a bunch already. I've already expressed my dissatisfaction about it, but alas, me yapping on and complaining there's not going to do much else. So we'll not be live on YouTube on Sunday, but we will be live so on Twitch if you guys want to watch. Just, yeah, stupid rule. Can't really do anything about it other than just, yeah, I mean, I could boycott it, but it's just the money and viewership influx is too nice to really turn down, sadly. It sucks, but it's just the way it is. So, yeah. Yeah. So sorry about that in advance. Just want to mention it a few times so a few people already in the know. Let's see the Lings. I'm trying to deal with these Reapers. So once again, we're kind of back to a Reaper-based bit of aggression here out of Cure in the early stages. I'm just going to be seeing him opening with the Multi-Rax Reaper, kind of moving through, getting set up, looking to see where we can go from here and have a look to see where things will go. Anyway, just like a couple moments, just going to settle this down. Just going to be having ourselves a little bit of setup coming through. Just going to be having the command center come into position. Again, Marine, that stim pack coming about as well, so we bring a lot of that into place. And yeah, just going to have Reaper Hellion building up at the moment, as we do have a few Marines popping out. The Banshee in production, that stim on the way. He played obviously a very solid game on this map earlier against Shin. Will be interesting to see a little bit more of what's going on. Can't watch Twitch for my work. Yeah, I know, it sucks. Like I say, I hate it. I just, It really sucks. I don't know what else to say. It just sucks. It's just a dumb rule. But Twitch front page for a day is too good to turn down. We usually make a bunch of ad revenue off of it, and the viewership is very good for selling to sponsors and stuff. Like, it's, yeah, it sucks that they just banned simulcasting for it. That's really stupid in my eyes. It doesn't do anything. But yeah, I kind of get it, because like I say, I understand if someone's on the Twitch front page and they're constantly just yapping on about their YouTube stream and like stuff, then maybe it doesn't look good, but like, I still think it's dumb. I think the rule should just be don't excessively talk about your other streams or interact with your other streams. The Twitch stream should be your priority. Or something like this would make so much more sense, but oh, just ban them. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just unlucky, just unfortunate, like I say. Especially unfortunate as the final day of our tournament. I wouldn't be as bad if it was just another Monday Cup or so, but like, yeah, it's just unlucky. It's just sad. Anyways, Marines and the Reapers coming about. As you are going to see Q working around to that right-hand side just for a little bit. And again, the 1-1 on the combat shield all coming through. Banshee wants to get up that right side, maybe get behind a mineral liner, so it's tough on Mothership. There's not a lot of dead airspace. The Banshee's kind of limited on where it can get to, where it can hide away on as well, so it's always a little bit rough as well. Marines will just jump through. The Overlord will go down. Just going to see the Reapers and the Hellion continuing about as well. The few Marines stepping forward for the Creep Tumor. Will I upload it to YouTube? It's interesting, because obviously I usually have all my streams on YouTube. I wonder if the best thing for me to do is maybe like when we finish, I just stream it to YouTube. Because then it'll still be there as like a YouTube stream and it'll be archived along with everything else. The problem is if I upload it, it's obviously a big upload. It's a very different upload to usual. Maybe if I just straight up stream it to YouTube afterwards. That sounds really dumb, but it might not be dumb. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like it's really dumb, but it might be kind of smart, you know? It might work. So maybe we just stream it to YouTube when we finish. Because then that keeps it all together in the archive section, as well as... Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Maybe we should just upload. But uploading like a 6-hour VOD doesn't really work on my channel either, so... Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Here's my answer. I'm not sure yet. Replay cast on YouTube. Yeah, just I'll just like when we finish the Twitch stream, I'll literally just put the VOD on YouTube as a stream. Mostly so it goes in the live section, so if people are following the tournament along from the live VODs, they can find it easily, you know, instead of being on a different section of the channel. Because obviously uploads and live VODs go in different places, so we might do that. That probably makes the most sense. If it looks stupid but works, it ain't stupid. Yeah, it probably is the best solution we have to just because I still would like it on YouTube. So yeah, obviously I'm not going to replay cast on stream on YouTube because I will have already casted the games, you know. So yeah, just straight up VOD makes sense, I think. So yeah, we probably do that. Yeah. Anyways, let's talk more about this game, guys. Sorry, getting sidetracked. I appreciate the input though, because that's a good idea that spawned from us talking about it. So thank you so much for putting up with me while I chat on about it, because like I say, you're probably all like, but Wardy, the game's going on, and I'm just yapping on about Sunday. Not really saying much, because honestly, there's not really much going on. Like, Cure pushed out, he made a move. He is playing this kind of 5 racks, so he should be heading toward a 4th base soon. And otherwise, this is just looking very, very regulated into a very standard, solid position for now. So yeah, everything just looks very normal right here, I think, at the moment. That's what this is currently coming down to. Obviously, Q is still kind of being quite aggressive. There is that 4th Command Center. Solar is on the melee upgrades on the way now after missiles initially, on his way to a Hive tech as well. So bringing that Hive up and running, getting that on the go. A few Marines are going to step through there, aiming for the hatchery for a couple of moments as well. Still got those 2-2 upgrades on the way also. Marines will continue to swipe and fight. A couple of drones still in a bit of trouble. Bulwark is going down so far. Just going to see the Hydra Bane. Man, such a difficult position to attack into. But we get the wraparound here. I think that's going to do a lot to kind of help us in the right direction of this one. The Hydra Bane still trying to push through, still just trying to get close enough to clean this up entirely. Not just about going to get there in the end, man. It was definitely a bit of an effort, though, unfortunately, as Marines will try and come across. A couple of these Marines will go down. He'll still save some of the units, and he's actually attacking on the right side once again now already. So he's already attacking over on that right side and just trying to clean up some creep, trying to keep Solar in a tough position. Obviously, Kira will finally be getting to his 4th base soon. Solar's going to be getting to his lurkers, though, and we all know, if you don't know, you should know, Solar is very good once he gets to lurkers in this matchup. So we're on the verge of Solar being extremely powerful and probably feeling extremely decent about where he currently sits in this game. So I think Solar is very okay with where he is kind of heading to. And I think it's going to be a very different game very soon here for Q. The moment lurkers are out, Solar is... you are playing a different matchup once lurkers are out, is the reality of it. You know, at the end of the day, like, the matchup changes once lurkers are here, and Solar is going to get to lurkers safely, I think. He doesn't have the upgrade yet. He's going to have to deal with another push to the top side, so this is kind of the last push before lurkers are truly out and ready. And also, Adrenal Gland's on the way. It's actually the last thing before a lot of things happen, I suppose, as the tanks will be sieging. We push up a little bit. Marines kind of position as well. The tank going to push forward. The drone's going to pull away. The hatchery going to be in some trouble. The Marines get straight after said hatchery. The tank going to be there to help out as well. Hatch is going to fall. Just going to see those few broodlings dropping out, popping through as well. Marines continue to pull back and away. Ling Bane continue to chase downward. A couple of Marines getting caught. Those Banelings doing some serious damage. Again, +2 missiles, Seismic Splines coming through. Just going to be seeing the +2 melee and Adrenal Glands all coming up. The Medivacs peeling back for a few moments as well. And for now, at least, things will settle for a little bit. I mean, like I say, Kira still wants to keep the aggression up. He has knocked Solar down to a different set of bases than before, but Solar still has enough bases, I'd say, to be comfortable here. And like I say, with lurkers coming out, it's about to be a very different game. Flying Cloud's coming down, just going to be landing on those tanks. It's actually a really good fight for Solar. Just going to knock back this position. Now, he still has the right side to deal with, and that's going to be the issue. He's not ready to deal with this at all. The hatchery probably goes down. Say we're not on lurkers yet. Whoa, some of the units start to engage in. Solar lunges backwards in the end. He decides not to commit into this. Well, it was kind of interesting. Like I say, Solar's going to finally start building his lurkers. So he's been ping-ponging between bases. Lurkers coming out to me really, again, signifies a different era of this game. Definitely somewhere where I think as Solar, you really do just want to be. So I do think Solar is so close to getting into just so much more of a comfortable position. We do take a lunge there, knock that Banshee down as well, so able to make that happen. And again, the Ghost's coming up at the moment as well. Just going to be seeing the bio. Shoving up, but like I say, with lurkers here, it's going to be so much more difficult to make these plays happen now than it would have been before. Yeah, guys, just to say it once more out loud, the stream is freezing up. It's not the stream, it's the Korean server. Korean server, it's not actually been bad to us for a while, but today it's not being our friend, so Korean server's just being a little bit flippy. The players don't see this. It's something to do with our connection to Korea, but we can't really do anything about it. It's frustrating because game to game it will change. One game it'll be fine, the next game it'll be terrible. Some games it'll be kind of, in between. It'll start and it'll stop, so yeah, it's nothing we can really do. It's one of those things where if on any given day the Korean server doesn't like you, then screw you, basically. Basically, just screw you. Well, Lings will gather. I'm just going to be seeing the 3-3 upgrades still coming about. Just going to have the SCVs going down. A couple drones dead as well. Still going to be having the extra ghosts coming up. 3-3 on the way through. Tanks will siege once again. Going to knock away at this hatchery for a couple of moments. A lot of Ling Bane. Going to loop around the back side of this, by the way. So that's going to be moving over. Jumping onto the tank. Jumping on toward everything else for a couple of moments here. Just going to be seeing the Lings taking mega damage. push back the other side. The Hydras and the Lurkers able to play defense over here, knocking the medevac down as well. Taking that out of the way. Still got 3-3 upgrades coming through from Solar. The Lingbane, very much so, being added on amongst this as well still. So a lot of that coming through. And the Feed Lurkers just sat in a Nidus ready to pop out if they get the chance to. Solar's bank definitely starting to grow as well. Very noteworthy at this point in time. See that Planetary Fortress is going to go down. A couple of Baneling connections to help it along its way. And get the cleanup there. As you do see, the couple of Marines will get back onto this Nidus network as well. Continue to punch through. So far, the denials have been good. Now, Q is only on 4 bases. And there is going to be a big question mark of when do you get the 5th base and how do you get the 5th base, because that's going to be one thing that Solar absolutely puts priority onto. There's no way Solar's going to let you get onto a 5th base easily here. So I think that's going to be a pretty major issue, as you're just going to be seeing the tanks moving up. The Hydra's pulling back the Banes and the Lings as well. Here the Bion's just going to stamp up for a second, get toward that hatchery. A couple Baneling shots land. We are going to see the Vipers up in the sky looking to come through. Blind Cloud on a good chunk of the tanks here. And that should be good enough for the Hydras to kind of clean this up, unless the Blinding Clouds don't last long enough. They fade away, only 1 tank left, so it's fine. Solar will be able to commit all the way through that to clean this one up. You can see the Bio once again on the right side though. Now Solar has a ton of money. He has lava stops. He's got 2.5k, 2k. He needs to actually spend some lava right now, get some lava right now to spend all of that cash. Again, Q denying this right side is a pretty big deal. It's a pretty major positive for sure. That's going to have 16 Banelings, 16 Hydras, 3 Lurkers producing at the moment. A +3 melee upgrade is still coming online as the rest of this continues through. Bioforce gathering, Ghosts joining up. Again, Lurker's just going to shoot, just going to be seeing the Ghosts ready to play cleanup, so Lurker's being annoying, but obviously having to save themselves. Don't want the Ghosts just to snipe them all down super easily, so I'm being as steady there as we possibly can be at the moment. Just going to see the SCVs going to transfer back over toward this orbital. It's been a scrappy game, really. I mean, honestly, I felt like Solar was going to take a bit more control of the game when the Lurkers came out the first time, but that obviously just was not really true. Definitely did not happen like that at all, so it's been pretty interesting in that regard. SCV's full. You can still see the rest of this coming back around, and you can see a little scan coming out. A few ghosts going to go sniping onto the Nidus. Get rid of that. I mean, not actually sniping, but taking it down for the moment. Fight here from Solar, trying to attack into the central position. A lot of the tanks do a lot of damage there. We are going to start to get rid of the tanks now before too many of them come out of Blinding Cloud. A lot of the Bio getting choked up. There's the Ghost. The moment the Ghost arrives, Solar's like, no, thank you. And Solar's still lava starved. He's kind of had this kind of bank which he's not been able to properly spend to remax with for a while now. He's obviously building a lot of Ling Bane, which is very lava heavy. You're seeing the Hydra's still coming through, and Fest is still building up. Marine, Marauder, Medevac tank continue to produce by. A couple of those Lurkers will get in after the SCVs for a little extra as well. Going to take down those depots as well. Marine, Marauder tank all building through. A couple of Lurkers will keep on going toward the orbital, and the SCVs will take that chance to get toward that orbital as well. Bio Ghost tank still gathering up. It's going to be seeing the hatchery. Very close to going down. The Lingbane Hydra chasing forward. The tanks gonna get swarmed pretty quickly. Hydra still chasing the Banes, aiming toward those Ghosts as well. The rest of the Hydra's pulling back over. Just has to back away from this. I mean, I love the Lurker counterattacks, but those couple probably get dealt with here and don't find themselves doing too much else. Another hatchery of Solar down. Solar's got to be in kind of an income problem soon. You know, just hatcheries keep on dropping. I mean, to be fair, so does Kua, because Kua is also not able to keep bases established throughout this game. Like, Kua has been a 4-base Terran, but a 5th base has been a little bit elusive for him. So that's something that we're also maybe looking at here throughout this. Bane Hydra all gathering up. A couple of those Ghosts and the Bio units coming through. Gonna take a lunge towards a couple of those Ghosts as well. Try to find what we can. Snipe. Units getting chased at the end of this. We're not going to see a fungal that does not land too far from the perfect fungal. So we are going to see the bunch of units going down with that. Now Bane's actually still closing the distance, and Solar going to grab himself a fantastic fight when he needs it most, perhaps. This base will go down, so this forward position denied, and once again, denying this economy of Q is going to be rough for him. He's only on 33 SCVs. Now, at the same time, he's going to deny the top left base. Once more, Solar going to have eco issues of his own. A couple lurkers being annoying. The Ghost trying to get in position to do something about these lurkers. So those lurkers will be going down. That's going to be a cleanup right there. That is going to be shot down already. Old Command is still burning on down for the moment. Hydra, Lurker, all the rest of it still coming through. We can take a couple of moments here to resettle. Solar supply overall is much better. A lot of it is workers, and he does have bases that are still mining, so he's still benefiting from those workers at this point in time as well. So sometimes you see this kind of scenario break out, and it's like, well, not great, because, you know, like you say, so much of its workers, and the army supply of the Terran's great, but Solar's got a lead in army supply as well. Looks to attack in here. Blind Cloud hits both the tanks, which is lovely, and that's going to make it very tough for Kua to win this fight at all, I think, because we're just going to see Solar pushing his way forward. He has a Fungal. He's got lurkers from the other side. Fungal's onto the Medivacs as well. Do we have a second Fungal? We do. Hydras are going to get underneath, and that is going to be one hell of a way to clean up what has been an amazing game in the Winter Championships here. Solar with a 1-0 lead. What a final fight. A little bit for show almost, that final fight. Obviously it wasn't for show, but like it was just the way to take it. But it was a stunning final fight. Absolutely dominant in the end. And Solar will take the advantage here in this series. Alright, so Solar is able to get himself a 1-0 lead with a game 2 coming up, which will be on Winter Madness. So we'll get that hosted straight away and kick this off into our next game, guys. Nice game, nice game. Yeah, no, that was actually a very cool game. Very back and forth. I actually kind of felt like Solar was looking good throughout it, but Kua really did a lot to keep himself in it. I think Kua didn't really ever get to a point where Solar was truly down and out, and I think Kua's biggest issue was probably his rate of expansion. Like, Kua never really looked as though he was genuinely going to get to a proper 5th base, right? And that was, long-term, in that game, kind of a problem for him, so... GG's. On caster relogging, guys, so we'll just wait for them and we can get this ready to go. Is this the Winter 2025 or Winter 2026 Championship? Why would it be the Winter 2025 Championship? Does that not answer your question? Maybe, possibly. Alright, players are ready. Let's get into this. We're waiting on a caster and get ready to go. Because we started in 2025. We didn't start the tournament in 2025 though, you know? Yeah. Ay. Alright, Winter Madness coming up. Get this on the way in a sec. I really thought we were going to be in game right now, hence why we're on the screen, but apparently not just yet. A few more moments, please, guys, and hopefully get this sorted out and fixed up. Hopefully. It's a lot of hopefullys, but fingers crossed. I really cursed this, didn't I? Oh, whoa away. Hurrah. Like I said, I really just cursed this, but no, we're good. In the top left, our blue Terran is going to be Kua. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. And Pommy just insta DCs. Yo, what's up, Anchor? How you doing? Thank you so much for the €5 super chat on YouTube. Mind if maybe if I give you €5, you can forget the Twitch nonsense on Sunday. Yeah, I wish, man. When I first saw it, I was like really tempted just to break the rule and be like, well, what are they gonna do? Take my front page away from me? And it's like, well, yeah, they really could, and then never front page me again. Overlook coming through. SCV producing drone and barracks and company on the way up. Get settled in for a few moments here. Let's see where things go. A couple of racks again, man. Kira's loving his multi-racks Reaper openings today. He has been a big fan. They've been fine for him. I mean, obviously that one time he got pretty heavily punished by Shin, but otherwise not been many other negative experiences from the multi-racks Reaper. Gives you some good control. Let's just see the racks, the orbital, the Reaper building up. Hatch gas and pool coming in from solar. Here we take a couple moments to settle for now. Obviously, once the Reapers start popping, we can take those over the map. And that's exactly what happens right now. Just get that set up. Get that underway. Reaper gonna shoot, and drone will take some damage. A couple lings will get in after the Reaper right now as well. So just gonna be seeing a little bit of feistiness there. Nothing too crazy. You can see the Reaper continue to try and trade for a couple of moments. So a bit of damage coming out. Reaper's gonna get in after the Queen. You can see that Queen still taking a few shots as well, as you can see. So some damage being done. Set up in those early couple of seconds here. Just looking for maybe a chance to hop to this high ground. You can see a couple of lings go down pretty quickly. So some damage going to be dealt. Okay, that's coming through. The Zergling's still producing another grenade. Going to bop a few lings around, and we'll go up and down with the Reapers at the moment. And a couple command centers still building up. The Ling Bane builds as well. Circling speed coming online. Yeah, that Ling speed still coming through too. For now. Well, the Reapers make their way across the map also. Looking to try and get involved. Just going to hop up to the high ground. Just going to be seeing the bunker setting up, so we're afraid of this attack. So Solo just says, I want to fight, and he has every right to do so, and very likely can be successful here. You see the Ling Bane gathering up, so definitely has some potential right away. This few Banes are going to be popping, and we get ready to roll ourselves up into this natural expansion. So away we go, straight away here to get feisty and make something happen. Great grenade. Oh, actually really good grenade. Buys you a bit more time. Well, maybe buys you a few seconds to make sure this bunker does get online. Oh, we don't have SCVs nearby, though. That feels like an oversight. No? I mean, I guess if you pull SCVs, maybe the SCVs die to Bane, so it's very scary to pull them. 14 workers, more lings on the way from Solo. Like, this was not game-ending. And if it's not game-ending, I do fear that for Solar, it's probably not good enough. Depot rewall is decent, but we need more lings, and this time I don't think we'll break through a depot a second time. I don't think we're going to get through a depot a second time at all. I think it's going to be very rough for you, as you're going to see a few extra Banes coming about. Reapers in the Helene gathering, Marines up the high ground, just going to be seeing the rest of this continuing through. Just going to see the Banes going to try and bust through again. I think it would have been better to go after the stim. There's an SCV there to instant depot, I guess. Well, once we get through, we are still through onto this position, and it is looking good as we dive straight on in. There's not a lot of units here. Gonna try and fight back the best we can at the moment. Doing what we can for now. Is it good enough? From Solar? I don't think so. I mean, he's still not really gaining enough, unless he creates enough chaos now for the next wave of Ling Bane to be successful. A couple Banes maybe going to be found on that high ground as well. A couple more shots still coming through. Yeah, Kira's just going to have enough to play the defense here. Clean that up, and that pod is going to be looking great. Alright, we are going to go to game 3 here between Solar and Q, guys. Give me 1 second, I got to set up. Third map here is Ruby Rock. Sorry, guys, multitasking. Seems like he was just relogging for a moment, so we'll be waiting on him for a sec, but otherwise ready to go into this game 3. Wardy moved his Twitch chat monitor. Play. Oh, Q is here. We're just waiting for everyone else to join the lobby. Ready, go, goes, we're called. Perfect. Let's do this. Off into play. So left, they were still even. Oh, they were not even. It doesn't matter if Q is not going to attack with 2 Reapers, with 2 Hellions and 6 Marines. Solar's commitment is so... He's so all in this scenario that the build out of this puts him extremely behind. Like, the Terran is extremely safe. The Terran is going to have great economy, and he might not attack right now, but when he does attack, it's going to be a very distorted situation. Solar was super all in. Maybe after the first attack, if he droned, it would have been okay. From there, it's playable. To recommit to more Ling Bane and to still not end the game, it's over. This is a push which basically needs to end the game, otherwise you're in big doo-doo as the Zerg player, so... Definitely not an even situation at all. Gotta get the W there as Solar. It used to be on my left, now it's on my right. That's just not true at all. My YouTube chat's on my left. My Twitch chat's on my right. Always has been. I've not changed this setup for a long time. Alrighty. Extractor comes down, a couple of barracks coming into play. And get this game on Ruby Rock going. Once again, going to be that Reaper-based opening here from Cure. Solar, Hatch Gas, and Pool to start us off for the moment. So yeah, Hatch Gas Pool, a couple of drones continue to come by for a couple of seconds here. Reaper, barracks, and the orbital coming up as well. Get that started. Pick this into place. Kick this into place and see what we can do. A couple of Reapers joining up together and get set for a moment or two. It's underway. We're gonna have ourselves the couple of Reapers popping about, and we'll start to send them across the map and see what it is we can do. Lings, Queens, the Link speed all building up. We are going to be seeing the Reaper going to start fighting. Drone going to become a Spore Crawler. And just going to be seeing a couple of Lings. We're going to need to chase for the Reaper for the moment. Just going to bring this straight across right now. Another couple of grenades coming down from the Reapers. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the Queens gathering. Just going to be setting still for a moment or two. Let's get that underway. Again, the Reapers and the Lings gather together for a moment or so. And we get to see what will happen next on all of this. Just going to put a bit more pressure on. I'm trying to see what else is happening. A couple of Queens coming about. So far, so good. Reapers is going to shoot. Some damage being dealt. And yeah, I mean, Hatchery is able to come down. That's already a win. You're going to see that Link speed coming through as well. Still got the drone, still got that Hatchery coming about also. It's going to hop back in towards the main. Up they go, and away they head. Reapers moving about, Marines in the stim coming about, Hatcher on the way with the Queen building too. A lot of this coming over for the moment. The Zerglings gathering around down to that bottom side of the map for a moment or so. Hatcher's about to finish. Again, the stim and the few Marines coming through as well. A lot of that still coming into play just for now. Again, the couple of Queens and drones producing as we speak. And yeah, that stim pack coming online for the next few moments. The Raven coming up on the starport, building as well, and seeing where we go. Sorry, just reading chat a little bit about, yeah, costs me thousands to run this studio, guys. To be fair, if you added up the cost of all the little StarCraft things in the studio, it might actually be worth quite a bit. Like, we actually straight up, like, priced the studio out, I guess. Yo, what's up, Nanny Yell? Thank you so much. Here to stay. Long live the king. Thank you for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. There's the Marines. Just gonna grab an Overlord. Front there. I don't think you can justify saying my studio is worth the price of my house, though. You know, we could probably have this room in a lot of different places. so maybe not quite fully accurate on that one. Hey, what's up, Twastad? Thank you so much for the 64-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Meeting the Raven goes up in the top corner. Feelings gather around. And just going to be seeing the +1/+1. And the combat shield continue to come through. Marines in the tank continue to come about. The Hydra Den coming up. Carapace continuing to build as the Bio Army sets in the center. And the Reaper Hellions still moving through. Yeah, the Zown just going to settle down. Just going to be seeing the scan coming about. A couple of creep teamers going down. It's going to be seeing the hatchery getting cancelled. It's not looking pretty for Solar at the moment, though. Numbers are not lining up in favor for him right here. I really do have the Carapace to help out against these Marines would be a great starting point, but that's obviously just not ready yet as we now push through. Just going to see this creep teamer taking a few shots and chips of damage, so that'll be some damage done as well. Queen's coming back over, and yeah, Marine Hellion going through that as well for a moment or so. Marines, the Medivacs come back through. Again, the Hydras and the Carapace and the Groove Spines coming up as well. It's going to be Kira just falling back. I think obviously when he gets his upgrades, potential to get a little bit more on the way. Bayonett's coming about. Hatch coming through. Overlords and the Hydra still building. It's going to be seeing our Missile, Carapace, Hydra production building at the moment. So Groove Spines coming up. Got all of that on the way through just for a moment or so. We take a Zergling down out on that left-hand side as well. Knock away at that, and on we continue. Just going to see a couple of these Crypt Teamers still getting picked off. The Queens and the Hydras will step through once again. The Army going to have to step back once again here for a couple of moments. Solar kind of fine though, right? Like, call me crazy, but I mean, this tank is very far away. And yeah, if you bait the units to the edge of that creep, then sure, but the units don't need to go that far forwards. I feel like that tank is set up way too safely on Kira's side. Just too far away to really be involved. And you'll see the links here. You're going to see this army pulling back. Solo doesn't really want to fight, right? Like, if this army wants to pull back, he's going to let it pull back. He's probably happy to keep his own units alive here and to keep this going in the right sort of direction as the Marines will stand strong. A couple of Creep Teamers going to get picked away at. Creep will be spread. Again, melee and missile upgrades coming through. Bane speed. And the rest of this coming through as well for the moment. Hydra Lane Queen. Just coming through. Rocks will go down. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the Reaper continue to come about as well. Again, another couple of scans. Just going to see that creep continue to go down at the moment. So we clean out a little bit more of that. Ling Hydra still stepping through. Ling's looking to play a wrap around here. And the Marines do manage to come back the other way. Pushing that back to the other side for now. Just going to see the Hydras continue to fight. The few Lings want to get in there as well. Gonna see SC Shank going down. Now Marines and a tank on the top side. Coming through too. Gonna be seeing the Banes continue to come about and aiming their way at this army. We get rid of the hatchery, but we're gonna lose. I say most of this from Q. He does have 2 medevacs to evacuate with. And obviously swing those around in a different direction now. So we're gonna head up toward the main base. This hatchery on the left side goes down. Oh, this is not good for Solar. Being reduced down to a 2-base Zerg is definitely not going to keep you in this game, so that's not ideal at all. Going to be seeing a couple of auto turrets coming down. Just going to be seeing the mines and the Marines continue to come across. Just going to see the medevac still chilling up to the top side. Again, upgrades coming through, 2-2 from both, but it is going to be faster from QS. These next few pushes are going to be pretty deadly from QS. Solo is not looking too hot right now as QS hoping for his chance to play MaxPax in tomorrow's upper bracket semi-finals. The Widowmine's going to line themselves up. Hydra's going to take big shots. 10 drones dead. Solar is bleeding out, unfortunately, as these Widowmines do a decent amount, and then medevacs drop in, and just everything in general is obviously very against Solar at this point in time. The Bane's just going to crash through. The Hydra's going to be there. The medevac gets pushed away. The rest of the Ling Hydra continues to come across, and just going to be seeing the Hydra Queen continue to fight. Again, just the Hydras and the Lurkers just continue to come through. The Ling Hydra will be there. Marines going to come across. Widowmines are going to fire. They're going to hit their shots in toward the Marines. And that Lurker then coming up as well. Going to be seeing the Hydras continue to fight. The Marines will continue to come through. And we're just going to be seeing, even if Solar cleans this up, the losses are huge. The Hydra count going down. Kua trying his best to hang on in there. It's not quite happening just yet, though. The bio continues across. Hydras will still take some damage. And Solar just has to say GG. Cannot hang on in with this one. And that is going to be the series wrapped up in Kua's favor. So Solar will drop to the lower bracket. Kua will go to the winners. And, a couple games. I mean, this one, Solar just got a little behind, I think, off the Reapers, and just constantly that kind of step behind in the game, and just couldn't deal with Kua showing up again and again. So Kua advances to play MaxPax. That will be tomorrow's upper bracket semi-final, and Solar will be dropping down to the lower bracket to play against Geralt. So a very winnable lower bracket for Solar initially, but then he will play the winner of Classic and Rogue, and that's obviously a whole lot more scary. But it's going to be best of 3. I think those matches actually favor Solar a bit in a best of 3 in general, so yeah, Solar will be down in that lower bracket. If it's updated, we can actually show you guys what the bracket looks like, because we've got a couple best of 3 still to go today, guys. This is what the bracket looks like right now. What's with what he said? Oh, I've just been messing with it in the break. Cool. So yes, this is the bracket. So MaxPax and Kua will be the players from today that make the upper bracket semis. And then obviously Hero and Clem in the other upper bracket semi-final as well. So that's going to be tomorrow. Also, tomorrow will be Rogue Classic, Solar Geralt, the winner of those, play tomorrow too. And also, Nikaract will play the winner of Spirit Bunny, which is the series we're about to cast. And then also, Beyond plays the winner of Shin and Zown, which is what we're about to cast now as well. So we're going to do Spirit Bunny, and then Shin versus Zown those are the last couple matches for us today, and then we will, yeah, we'll be done today. But a couple best of 3 still to go, so we still got a bit more coming up, and we'll be getting into that soon. I'm actually going to take a quick trip to the break screen, guys. So we're going to take a quick trip on over to the break screen. Just open this over here before I mess it up. I'm going to BRB a couple minutes, and when we come back, it is going to be that Spirit versus Bunny matchup. I'll be back with you guys in just a few. See you guys in a little bit. Appreciate you guys. BRB. Alright, guys. Oh. I was loud. Just I wasn't loud in my own ears. Cool. Yeah. So I just took a little snack break, honestly. A couple best of threes to get through. Gotta stay powered up. Ready for getting to the end of this day. So, hello. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. And, excited to dive us into some more games. We are ready to resume into. And there's a Bunny Spirit series. So this one played a little bit earlier on today. And this was played at the same time as the winning match that was between MaxPax and Rogue. Had to take a second to get there. But this was played at the same time as that, so here we are. Super easy, super simple. Yeah, obviously just we played it earlier, so for the sake of the players, they're all finished now, whereas obviously we're hoping we cast for at least another hour or so. Just makes it a bit easier. It's already, coming up to 1 a.m. in Korea. So just, as usual, the usual idea is that we try and make these tournaments as easy to play in for the players as possible. Always trying to work with their scheduling and all of that kind of stuff as well. So, yeah, appreciate you guys understanding. Like I say, I don't love doing games from replays, but I do think it's fair. Like, we do a couple best of threes from replays. It just means we can really draw the day out without, like I say, worrying about the players. And as always, players are our priority. I want to make sure they get to play in tournaments that are fair. Like I say, especially want to make sure that the time they put in is worth the money they get out. While, we obviously try and put in as much prize money as possible. It's much nicer for the players if they spend 3 hours playing for the prize money than it is 6 hours if we can cut it down by a couple of, replays being played. So, like I say, TLDR in the players' best interests. These last couple series today are from replays. Obviously, this one was played a couple hours ago, and then the Shin Zown one after this is literally still playing. So, that's where things are at. So, when SCV comes down, last time we saw Spirit, obviously he was kind of tilting out against MaxPax. Maybe, I still think back to that, I can't really say it's anything other than I'm pretty sure he just wanted to get out of there. Do not think that was a scenario where you can really defend the leave of the game in any way other than just like he truly didn't think he had a chance, and just a couple of things went very minorly wrong. So, a little bit of a tilt leave. Bunny played a heartbreaker of a series against Rogue. I felt like he actually played very well. And just came up a bit short in that match in the end. So, yeah, it was some fun games earlier, actually. And excited to see which of these players will make it to the top 12 of the tournament, survive through the top 16. Again, the winner of this, we know, plays Nikarak tomorrow. I actually would say both these guys have a good shot against Nikarak. I don't think it's a guaranteed win or anything. I think Nikarak's playing great lately. But I think you could definitely say that both of these guys would be a favorite going in against Nikarak. So it actually makes this series very cool because you win this, you have a matchup in the second round of the lower bracket where you're probably favored. There's a lot better than a lot of guys are getting where their second round opponent is like, for example, Rogue has to play Classic. So, yeah, definitely definitely not a bad section to be in. Again, credit to Nikarak making it through and getting to that second round already because of yesterday's win over Classic. That was a big upset. If you missed that one, you should definitely go check it out. It was a very fun series and, like I say, cool to see an upset coming through as well. Let's see if he's on the move. I was going to see the Reapers and the Hellion joining up for a couple of moments, gathering together. Let's see another Hellion or two popping out, and with the Reapers, we'll be going across the map. So Spirit looking to get some Reaper Hellion action on the way early in this one. There's a Medevac and a Cyclone already on the way through from Bunny. Now a Siege Tank as well. So he's going a little bit more quickly into kind of the tech units. Cyclone has to be careful, actually, because it can absolutely get overwhelmed by the Reapers here. Hellion trying to body block it. You can see the Reapers putting good damage on it, but both the Hellions go down. We kill the Cyclone. Bunny with a little bit of dancing on the Medevac there for a moment or two. Bunny will have server preference in this first game. He did have the better performance in the group stage. He went 4-0, 8-0. Undefeated in the groups to make it to the playoffs was really sick. Raven, Interference Matrix, and still coming about. Cyclone, the Marines still coming through. The Marines and the tank continue to head down to the bottom side for the moment. see Bunny's attack still continuing forward, maybe without a Cyclone, but still with the power of the tank, and that Medivac has a lot of potential as well. Just gonna see a couple shots coming through. Again, tank, the Marines continue to come about, interference matrix coming over. You have a few Marines that are going to step into the center of the map as well, so they're just going to make their way across and into position. So they head straight down to the bottom side. The Raven coming up here from Spirit. We do see this Medivac going to unload a few Marines. And the Siege tank just joined up there as well as it continues to head down the bottom. Cyclone pulls back. A few Marines gather together, a little scan coming through. Tank will just siege already. The few Marines going to get targeted. A few Marines getting hit straight away. I love that we put the hurt ones in the bunker. But this siege is here and it is happening. So we're going to have two tanks. Bunny's position already pretty well set up. Double starporting. So a very committed push right now against a very heavily reliant on Raven defense basically from Spirit. These Ravens are going to have to put some work in. Bunker goes down. That means the tanks will continue to most likely leapfrog forward here over the next few moments and continue to look for more. And then a tank setting up. A couple of shots coming through already. Cyclone does get a lock on onto the Viking for a moment or two as well. Just helping to push that back, trying to chase things away. We lose the refinery, he's going to lose some of the gas income that Spirit had available to him, so that's going to be something he's missing on now. We have the Liberator showing up. We need to realize this as Spirit. We need to move that tank away, and he does do so, but it did take a couple shots, so it's going to be low. And of course, he can probably continue to reposition this Lib over the next few moments as well for some more success here. Tank's taking some more damage. Tank's actually going to be taking a loss, but the Liberator is going to get a kill. The Liberator is going to be very powerful. That's the power of the air control right now, and that's why the Ravens need to get something done. 4 Ravens, making a 5th Raven even. Another tank goes down. This is really bad. We're losing so many tanks that you're not going to have a foothold to really break out from here as Spirit. I don't think he's going to have enough in the slightest. I think he's in a bit of trouble already, to be honest. And we'll see the scan coming down. This orbital is still getting hit. Vikings will go after this Raven. Going to see it go down pretty quickly now. Going to see everything else pulling through. SCVs and the Marines are going to make their play. Auto turrets coming down as well. Yeah, it was honestly a pretty decent breakout. The Matrixes were really good, but a lot of the tanks survived from Bunny. So he pulls them back and he still has them available. This is the moment where Spirit would at least maybe be able to siege his tanks further forward right now if he'd still had them. He still has a couple. Oh no, 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 no! He's going to siege the tanks in range of his opponent's tanks. That is going to be a disaster. That's going to be a game-losing move. And Bunny will just absolutely crush this at that point, or at this point. And that is going to be a plain easy shutdown. Marines and the Ravens pulling back a little bit. The rest of this Bunny army still trying to step through. Was that tank in range? No. But it's not in range to really defend either, right? It's not in range of being attacked. It's also not in range to actually help with the defense, really. Maybe zones the Marines a little bit, but this game is very rapidly running out of hand. There's a couple of Ravens welcome to try and flank around or go across the map again. You don't even have a ground force to really make up for this anymore. The SCVs are actually running out of money, so the orbital will just go down because we can't repair it any longer. Make it stop, guys. Make it stop. It is just brutal over here. GG gets called, and Spirit is going to be tapping to give Bunny the opening game of this BO3. Damn. That is one of those games where you definitely want to forget about it at the end of the day, really. So, yeah, unfortunately, that one is going to be a little brutal and does go the way of Bunny. So Bunny hops up to a 1-0 lead. Throw some invites out, guys. And get this started in a couple. We have everyone So hard to double check this. Cool. Looks good. Looks good. Perfecto, guys. Alrighty, let's jump into this and get this ready to roll. And let's get this sent into 10,000 feet for game number 2. In the bottom right-hand side, going to be down a game and looking to bring it back. Our blue Terran player is going to be Spirit. Takes on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map. We have ourselves Bunny. Right, into the next game, away we go. Get this all started and see where things will head. Well, Bunny played a solid game. Do you think he's... Honestly, I actually think Bunny's been looking really good lately. It's definitely been a bit more practice lately. Feels like he's a little bit more in the zone with StarCraft 2, so that's been really cool to see. See how it continues. Just gonna see the CC going about. Barracks coming over. Yeah, Barracks comes into the main base as well. Just gonna get that set into position. So Rax coming through on either side. And again, the SCVs will build. Get set here for a few moments. And the SCV of Bunny pulls over to the left. Gets into place. And away we go. Orbital command, Reaper from Bunny. Orbital command and Marine from Spirit. So no Reaper from Spirit. Gonna go without the Reaper. Obviously removes a lot of your scouting potential. A lot of your information gathering ability kind of just gets shut down here right away, so it'll be interesting to kind of see how that develops too. People will drop down, again CCs will build. Just gonna see the Reaper popping out, another deeper to the side. The Reaper will take a step into the front lines. For now, I mean, just double checking there's no proxies or anything, right? So just trying to make sure that nothing suspicious pops out of nowhere here. The Reaper will just hang around, which is really the most exciting part of this at the moment. Not really exciting, but I mean, players are expanding. No one's really going to be doing anything about that expansion, so nothing to really comment on there. Bunker up on both sides as well, so both players are going to play this very safely. Yeah, I mean, in the end, Spirit did build Reapers, just wanted to go into the Marine initially instead. And we have a couple Reapers up, and we continue on through. Don't know why I'm singing, just waiting for something to happen. Like in TVT. I'm gonna say it's driving me crazy, just waiting for some action to come through. Waiting for some action to come through. Cyclone and Marine still building up. There is the Reaper to the bottom side here from Bunny as well. Gonna try and get toward a natural. And there's going to be a couple units in that bunker already set to go and try and deal with this. So ready up to deal with that. The Reapers will chase that one Reaper pulling away right now. Just able to stay out of reach. The Hellion would like to grab an opportunity to jump on that as well, but not quite going to happen yet. There we go. And we get it. Exciting. Reaper denied. Well, both players will go Ravens. No second starport push kind of coming up this time around from Bunny, so a bit more of a regular kind of TVT with the 1-1-1. And typically from the 1-1-1 you go triple CC. That's exactly what Spirit does, and expect Bunny to kind of follow in his footsteps some point soon. No fourth gas definitely means you can't really afford like a second starport, 2-base tech or anything here. So it should just be build up into that expansion very shortly, and just like I say, readying up a third CC. Right now Spirit is getting quite far ahead on the third CC. He's a little behind on army supply. Like I say, Bunny is floating the minerals, getting close to being able to afford a third, so it definitely can't be too far off happening. It doesn't feel like it's going to be too far from happening. Bunker settles, the Raven goes around the top side, Cyclone finds it. It's a great position on the Cyclone. Spirit responds to this way too late, by the way. It's just going to die. If you respond to that way sooner, you can definitely pull it away and save it, I think, maybe? Maybe the Cyclone chases all the time, but if you drop the Order Turret and run, you probably do still get away, but that's just too late of a response, I think. So yeah, Raven goes down. Nice little catch from Bunny. Just good positioning on a Cyclone. Gave him an advantage and kind of gets to run with it for a few moments, so we'll take an advantage, and like I say, when you get an advantage, you got to take it and run with it, right? That's kind of what we do there. Yep, just see the Order Command still building through. Mule is very much so on its way up as well right now, so again, some bits and bobs. Let's see, a few early game units are going to scrap, and Spirit just has a little bit more, so for now we'll win that fight, but like I say, it's just a bit of a scrap. It's not really going to have a lot of overall meaning to it. Marines are going to take some damage. Cyclone and the Hellion together will hit the Marines a little bit. Tank still stepping further forward, and Spirit continues to move down through the middle of the map currently. And the Vikings, the Tank, the Marine, the Stim all continue to build through. Just going to see the rest of this army still gathering up and making a move. Couple of Ravens overhead. The Vikings going to be there as well. Cyclone trying to fight, and we do see the Reapers. Let's take a little bit of damage once again. Just going to be seeing the tanks getting blasted back. So a couple of bops from the Reapers there. Another Cyclone locking onto a Cyclone. We will just scan ahead to see what else is going on. Cyclone will fall. And tanks pushing straight up. Good matrixes from Bunny, and actually that tank is caught sieged in a matrix. Oh no. This is just going to be shredded. We are going to save the one tank that was backing away at least with a medevac. Bunny getting a good start of this fight and getting ready for another little bit of a move. He did get that third CC, so that's going to be morphed into an orbital and ready to move in position while he is on this push. So that part actually looks very good for him at the moment. Going to have those couple of siege tanks setting up and coming through. Going to see one medevac peeling off over to the side. Spirit realizing that you can't just let this kind of sit and develop here from Bunny. He's going to have to do something about it. He's going to intercept some reinforcements, including an initial siege tank. So not bad. Gets a Viking as well. So definitely making something work with those few Marines. Problem is, that's not going to continue happening. Bunny's going to become aware of it. Now you're going to lose the SCVs on your third base as well. Well, actually, funnily enough, actually loses the Marines because the first tank-friendly fire, but you'll see the SCVs go down anyway. Viking Raven holding its own, like I say, Spirit with a few units on the map, but not a lot, and they're just kind of sat there now waiting, but I don't think anything else is going to be wandering through anytime soon. Tank's still putting some damage out into play. The Vikings will shoot, the Ravens will be there, waiting for their chance. Next couple of moments. 2 upgrades coming about, 1-1 in the combat shield coming through. The Vikings will make their way through the orbital on the bottom side. We're going to stim forward. It actually looks like enough from Spirit to break out of this. Goes as 1-1 to 0-0, so good upgrades for Spirit, and he will break out. Loses the third base, though. That's such a big deal. This is actually kind of on Spirit, because there's no reason the third base should have still been here. The third base could have absolutely lifted and floated this direction a long time ago, and I don't think it would have been shot down. Like, this only got shot down because it was still out to the left side, and yeah, he really could have just lifted that and floated it a lot sooner. Unless he really believed he was going to break out much sooner than he did. The problem is now it puts you into such a more frantic position going across the map here, because now you're like, oh, now I've got to go do something because I'm without a third, and you know my opponent has one. It makes this feel way less playable than maybe it would be otherwise. Those medevacs are low. Oh no, no. Disaster for Spirit. He's not even fully unloading properly from one of them. He does get that tank out. All the Marines just stim in. Bunny at this point is going to take an absolutely massive lead on the supply counts. That's going to be a 2-0 as Spirit gets knocked out of the competition. Eliminated here in the lower bracket first round. Spirit had a good group showing, but it just wasn't enough to... you didn't have enough in the tank to kind of come through and show it in the playoffs today. A couple of disappointing games against MaxPax, and kind of a disappointing series against Bunny, because I just know Spirit can be a bit better than this, I think, is what it comes down to. So, you know, when you know someone can be a bit better than that, it's obviously a bit sad to see them maybe not quite deliver on it. So, yeah. Alrighty. Let me get the next replays, guys. We're down to our final series of the day, which is going to be Shin versus Zown. What map is first? 10K. Cool. We get Shin and Zown set up, guys. Obviously some ads will play, but we'll be into this shortly. I think we have everyone. Let's send it. Alright, Shin vs. Zown going to be our last match of the day, guys. It does mean that Bunny obviously advances through to play against Nicorect tomorrow, so that'll be a fun one. Actually kind of looking forward to that TVT. I actually think Nicorect has a bit of upset potential in him. We'll have server advantage against him again, but I believe Shin and Zown, the winner of this, moves on through to play against Beyond tomorrow. Let's see which of these two will make that appearance. In the bottom right-hand side, the blue Protoss is going to be Zown. Taking on the orange Zerg in the upper left-hand side. It's going to be Shin. Alright. One final series today, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in and hanging out with us. It's been a blast so far. Hoping for a great final series to wrap the day on. As we get set up. Overload coming through, a couple drones coming up, gate on the way, and the probes on as well. A lot of these bits and pieces coming. As the chrono boost comes in, the drone pulls up to the top side. We're going to park that for a hatchery. No early probe scout enough to, or no probe scout early enough to play denial on this or anything of the sorts. See that hatch coming by for a couple moments as well. Overload coming through, gets settled in here for a moment. And obviously things will look pretty peaceful for a little bit here. There's not going to be any proxy hatch, which is very possible when Shin is on the menu, so no proxy hatching or anything like that. Just going to drop Exciter Core down, next is coming through, and the hatch gas in the pool. I'm coming about for a little bit, and just wait to see how things will go for this next little bit of time. A couple of dronies still building through as well. Again, next is on Cybercore building, the hatchery coming up on the natural. It's going to get a lot of that into place as well. As the drone and probe will nibble at each other back and forth there for a few moments. We just come across each other and yeah, nothing really wild because Shin's just allowed to take his hatchery in this game on 10k feet and gets to set up for the next few moments. So really just kind of chill for a second or two. As we set this out, obviously PVZ takes a little bit of time to build up. And once again, just take a chance to one more time mention, guys, if you're enjoying the content and you want to support the WardiTV 2026 series, do consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into the tournament prize pools. And again, it really is the foundation for us being able to, you know, run more events like this one. Obviously, we've got a full series of events planned for this year, and we continue to crowdfund for them through the Patreon page. Again, you know, in the last couple of years, we've done like a big crowdfund kind of movement at some point on a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo. Today, you know, this year we're not doing that. This year we're actually just full sending it on the Patreon. So if you do enjoy the tournaments, if you do want to support, like I say, consider being involved on the Patreon page. It goes such a long way. It allows us to do so much more content. Like I say, you've already seen, you can probably look at this year and last year and see the growth of the content in terms of the tournament prize pools and stuff. And it truly is, in big part, due to the Patreon funding growing massively over the last year. We've almost quadrupled it. So, yeah, if you enjoy, consider supporting on Patreon because, like I say, it goes a long, long way just being able to keep on producing these tournaments. So, thank you so much for listening. And, like I say, patreon.com/WardiTV. Gotta say it. Gotta say it. Gotta get that little Patreon sellout in there. As we take a couple mementos. Oracle comes about. A couple queens going to be there. Oracle will be good for a creep teamer. And we'll just be seeing the Oracle gets in. One drone goes down. It's going to be having the queens coming about. The drones and the overlords building through. Twilight Council and Forge will be building as we speak as well. So continue to get that up and running. So Twilight Council, the Forge, and now a Nexus also on the way just currently. Bringing that through for the right here and the right now. A couple of depths will just go and shape their way across the map. So a little bit of pressure from Zown. We'll see how well Shin is looking defensively early on in this one. We're not going to see this Overlord is going to get Stalker down. So poke, prod. And the Overlord is felled. Just going to see the Adepts moving up. The Queens on the way about. And yeah, a couple of Adepts just moving through. Robo Facility coming up. It's about halfway done. The Nexus is about to be done. +1 on Blink will be in addition to this at the moment as well. So, again, just getting some of those bits and pieces coming through. And the Adepts will stop there for a second to grab a Zerglin. So, just going to get that grabbed and picked up also. And as the Oracles activate for a couple dronies. Zerglin still moving down to the bottom side. A couple of Adepts going to be there. And Adepts and Stalker together going to hit those Lings and push them back the other way. A couple of Adepts and Stalker will gather up, so just going to hang around there for a second. It's going to be seeing a couple of Oracles going back the other way. Oracles move around. Going to see Shin coming in with a couple of Lings there as well. Let's move around a second or so. Again, just moving there for a little bit. Lings is going to move around. Just going to move through for a little. We are going to see the Lings pulling back over, and we do still have just the Observer spotting across the map, so a lot of info gathering while Shin tries to poke about. Lings come back around, just going to be seeing them go to that bottom left side. Again, look at Dan coming about, just going to see the Hydras and the drones coming through. Rest of those Lings gathering in just for a second. And yeah, Ling's just going to poke in. Yeah, a little cancellation, nothing too major though. Pull back and nothing obviously, like I said, too major done just yet as the Nexus comes back in. Stalkers, Colossus and the Archon come through. The Oracle's going to be there as well. Feelings will just take the opportunity to nibble through a set of rocks on that left-hand side. And the Overseer just scouting out, so we are going to see Zown kind of pushing up. Lurker's just on the way out from Shin already, so he's going to be pretty well prepped. It's been one of those PvZs where really both players have kind of sat back and said, okay then, hands off the keyboard, let's let the macro hit. You obviously need hands on the keyboard to do the macroing, but no fighting. Macroed up armies kind of coming into play. The Hive is coming through. You see already the Stargate coming in from Zown as well, so prepping for that kind of later stage of the game here currently as the few Lings come about. The Oracles escape down the left side. A few Lings of Shin come back around, and Oracles could maybe activate there. They're just going to track manually for the moment and not get any damage done. I mean, you could have killed a few, but it's not super necessary right here. I'm just going to see the Revelation hits, and a few Lings get pushed back the other direction. +2, charge, and the Storm coming through, so really all of the later game stuff coming online right now from Zown. Again, not really much of a surprise to see that coming into place. Like I say, things are very much so going the way you'd probably expect them to for the moment. Let's have the Stalkers and the Colossus gathering through. The Lings are still going to join up. Let's take a few more moments to settle a lot of this into place right now. So, yeah, a lot of that coming through. Again, +2 missiles, the Seismic Spines coming around, and the few Zealots go over to the right. Hydra Lurker pushing down through the middle of the map. So, pushing through there, getting set to go. A couple Overseers will be set. Gonna see the Oracle, gonna see the Stasis Sword dropping into place. Couple of Hydras gonna get caught there immediately and go through for a bit more damage. Lings on the left side will try and dive in as well, looking to get the cannon. I like the multi-prong aspect of this from Shin, but is it enough? I mean, this is just Lings on the left, and then the Lurkers on the right are sieging, but like I say, are they scary enough? Are they threatening enough to kind of make Zown fight into this and to, like, actually try and, engage this position? That part kind of leaves maybe a little bit of a question up in the air, perhaps, as Stalkers and Colossus coming through. The Lurkers will continue over. And we're now going to be seeing another pylon going down, another Storm coming into place. Those Lings still getting ticked away at with the Storm damage coming through. The Tempest still going to fire. Another Revelation coming down. Just going to see the Colossus laser beaming through a couple of Zerglings right there, so laser beam through those. On the other side of the map, the Zealots get to business once again. They are going to make their way over. I'm just going to try and dive through into that hatchery. The Lurkers will continue to fight. I mean, a lot of those Stalkers are taking a bunch of damage, so the counterattack from Zown looks good with the Zealots, but like these Lurkers in the end did do enough. I was doubting them at first. They didn't feel like they were doing very much, didn't feel like they were progressing, but here we are now, and I couldn't have been more wrong because they are right on the verge of punching through. There's a couple of Hydras will get after the Tempest on the right side. The rest of the Lings pull back up to the top. And again, the Lurkers keep on going. The gates keep taking damage. More and more being done for the moment. As we just see, the Tempest going to shoot at that Overseer. Shin will work his way through. He did deal with all those Zealots as well, right? Yeah, so it is looking very good for Shin. I think you can maybe clean this up one time. Here is Zown. He's going to give it a go. Well, is he going to give it a go? No, he's just going to go across the map. I mean, everything Shin has across the map is Lings, so to be fair, the Colossus might do well, but I mean, that just means we're going to expedite the base trade aspect of this. To be fair, there's not a lot of anti-air against the Tempest, so that maybe makes this a little bit awkward right now. Teeny little tiny bit. See, the Lurkers is going to continue through. The Tempest will chip through this. On the other side of the map, Zown's army gets to work. See if it's going to be strong or not, as we just see the hatchery taking a few more hits, going down here slowly. The thing is, the speed of the base trade from Shin is much faster than the speed of the base trade from Zown. That said, the only downside being is that we really can't fight back against these Tempests. And they are slowly chipping through this army. Observer there to provide vision against the Lurkers. Corruptors coming through, though. If the Corruptors get rid of these Colossus, they could probably then just fly across the map and go after the Tempest as well, because they ain't much to support these Tempests right now. And move some of his attention to the left-hand side. We will defend. I think we were missing detection for a while, but getting the Observer out and playing defense here is nice. Like I say, Shin's just still building up behind this, though. 12 minutes deep, and Zown is at 88 supply over 54, so he's super supply blocked. Shin still has supply to work with, obviously. He might lose the main. He still has some tech structures elsewhere, no? Knows everything in the main base. It's kind of annoying. But maybe he can actually just... Okay, well, you can't fight this if you get force fielded out the main base forever. So the Lings will finish off the Nexus. It will go down. Zown will be supply blocked. And I'm just going to see the couple of Depths in the Sentry continue to move through as well. I'm just going to see the Corruptor still gathering. The Archon still right there, trying to join in with this. The Lings in the bottom left corner will go after the Nexus. Quick away at this. This will go down momentarily. We recall out of here. So we recall back to the main base. What Zown has very little left. At the end of the day, he's got, what, 5 Zealots and 6 Tempests against, to be fair, 3 Cryptos and 4 Hydras. It's not a lot of anti-air, so, like, you could be a little scared as Shin, maybe, but he's building Vipers as well. I don't think Shin actually has to be scared at all. Like I said, like, it's a little wild that we don't have much anti-air right now, but I just don't think it really matters in this situation. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Cryptos coming through, Tempest getting shot at. You're not going to see, I mean, the Cryptos are super low, so the Tempest will continue to fire, but the problem is, I mean, surely right now, Shin just, well, what does Shin have? 32 lanes? I feel like the link should be across the map in that mineral line and just ripping it to shreds the last few structures, no? I'm kind of determined this. We are going to be seeing the Vipers are going to Parasitic Bomb. That's one way to obviously deal guaranteed damage to this and kind of get that to add up over time. So that is one factor that's currently in play. The hatchery is going to go down. She's going to lose a lot of his eco there. New lair building. He can't build anything that does anti-air damage right now, apart from just regenerating the Vipers and also building Spore Crawlers. But Spores plus Abducts into the Spores is obviously going to be pretty fine. So again, I guess across the board, well, he loses another Viper, which is not ideal. Parasite Bomb is actually doing a lot of splash damage. Oh no, Zown. Oh no. Well, the Spores are going to try and relocate. Zown's going to make an effort of this. Like I said, the Lings go across the map. There's nothing to stop this, and Zown has no probes, so he can't build an additional structure or anything. So I actually think that is going to be the part which checkmates you here as Zown, is that you're actually just going to get base traded to death. I don't think you can ever stop this army at this point, and Zown's just going to say GG. He kind of agrees that there is just no stopping this army at this point, so Shin will get himself the first game of this BO3 and get himself up to a 1-0 lead in this matchup. So there you go. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll get game 2 hosted here in a second. Gonna be White Rabbit. Cool. Put the invites down. We'll get ready to go, guys. Get ready to go. All right, game 2 coming up. As I say, that's ready to start. We got everyone. We got 6. We good. All right, game 2 coming up. Zown and Shin, get into business, guys. Kicking this off right here, and we are ready to go. And guess what? Go. Good guessing. Good guessing, guys. Heading into White Rabbit for a game 2 of our last series today. Again, we will have some more matches coming up. Yeah, we'll have some more matches coming up tomorrow. And Sunday, we crown ourselves a Winter Championship champion. Top right, our red Protoss here is Zown. He's down a game to Shin. Orange Zerg in the bottom left. That lurker push really just never got dealt with in the end for way too long. Just did not have an answer up to that for a while. Drone early. Maybe a hatch across the map this time around. A couple of probes will pull down. Response to this hatchery in the first few moments. Pretty reasonable starting point of a response. Nothing too wild about that just yet. There's a couple of probes going to nibble through. Yeah, Hatchcast and Pool coming up. A couple of gates in the probe coming about. It's going to be seeing the Stavicore coming in as well. So far, so good. Just obviously, I like the response. Double gateway is already very responsible. 3 probes is not a lot, though. So I wonder if that's actually enough to still deny this hatchery in time. So usually you see 5 probes is somewhat the magic number in these scenarios, so we'll see if 3 workers maybe gets us there, maybe gets us to where we want to be. See if that will be enough overall as the couple of gates set up, cyber core building, hatches, pool, and drones coming about there, and the Zealot will begin to slice and dice through this hatchery. So that will take quite a bit of damage, and then it's going to be chrono boosting out the couple of adepts right here. Queen, Lings, the Overlord, the hatchery, all of that still producing through. Just going to see this Overlord still somewhat on the move upwards for the moment, and the space is going to go down. We let it finish. It's going to take a while for the creep to recede as well. We'll get the Broodlings out here. They'll go for the pylon. That's not going to be meaningful in the grand scheme of things, you'd imagine. And, yeah, I mean, just going to get a couple more Lings off the lava that spawns. So you'll get a couple Lings in. That can give you a scout into the main. You already have the Overlord scouts into the main, so it's expensive because it costs you, what, 200 more minerals than if you just cancelled it, but you are going to get some scouting out of it, so it really depends if you think that's worthwhile or not. Adepts will gather. Just going to see the Queen is there. The Adept's going to shade through. Lings and the drones gather up. Still seeing the Adepts out the center. Just going to gather in as well for a couple of moments. The warp gate coming through. Nexus and the probe and the Stargate building as we speak. So a lot of that continue to come around for now. Yeah, Lings come up. Stargate building. Nexus on the way. Just going to see the couple of Adepts from Zown still stepping up for a few moments as well. Overlord in that upper right-hand side currently is just take a few moments. And Link speeding the warp gate, building on through. Drones producing by. Got that battery finished up. We still see the Oracle building on the Stargate. The circling from Shin coming around that right side as well. A few Adepts just gathering up onto the high ground for the moment. And again, an Overlord up over that left side. Another Overlord moving about also. Oracle and the probes and the pylon will continue to build. The Ling turns away from the front door. And again, the spores continue to come up. The drone, the Overlord, and the Queens. The building as well. Just currently. Yeah, the old Zerglin will continue to go back and forth for a little bit. The Adepts continue down to the bottom side of the map. Drones coming over as we speak, as the Queens and the drones gather together. Oracle gets jumped on by a couple of Queens here, but the main thing is going to be, can this Oracle find damage? The Adepts are going to combine with the Oracle as a dual threat to try and make something happen. Into the main base we go, but nothing really so far. So Link count is good. The Oracle has not really been that kind of additional part of the threat yet. You need it to be so far, so nothing really too crazy coming from the Oracle just yet. Again, Larotron building as we speak. So again, a lot more of this setup here. And the rest of this continues by. Adepts and the Oracles together will step forward. And away they go to push on up a little bit. So the Adepts will shade, and the Queens are going to be gathering in. Adepts make their way over already, and yeah, the Ling's just ready to back it up and make sure those Adepts are not going to do anything. Playing this 3-hatch setup looking reasonable. If the lag comes online, why are we going to take this game as Shin? Is this a Muta kind of game, maybe? Good amount of gas banked up. Obviously, it's a live finish. You could also throw down a Hydra Den. And that is going to be the call from Shin. So he's going to choose to go for the Hydra Den on this one. As we have the Roach Speed coming by as well. So that Roach Speed coming straight through at the moment here, getting that up and running. Oh, going to be a Spire. So he cancels the Hydra Den, goes into the Spire. So it is going to be a Spire game. So he's going to play into the Mutas. So he's going to change up his plan. And say, you know what, actually, fancy the Mutalist this time. Obviously it gets denied from morphing. Should actually supply blocked her for a few moments here. 6 Overlords producing should get him out of that and keep him out of that for a while. Roach speed is halfway done. Just see the feelings still kind of setting up and seeing what they can tickle along into over these next few moments. Temple Archives is, like I say, halfway along, so we are going to see Zown once again hitting a lot of his very solid tech in the very near future here, basically. So Zown definitely getting into a fairly comfortable position through and through, because Protoss that gets to kind of tech up is generally a very happy Protoss. You know, have you ever seen a Protoss player who complains when they get to get Storm and upgrades and everything online? Not really. Obviously, he is going to get harassed quite a bit in this game because the Mutalisks are on the way out. It's going to be a low muta commitment, though, right? It feels like we're going to build a low amount of mutas, force a response, and then try and surge with roaches after, because we're getting missile upgrades. We are still, obviously, we just finished up that roach speed. He actually makes a massive drones right now, so he's actually looking to just have a massive economy behind this, I guess, before anything else. So that will be the starting point as a couple oracles gather. The Adepts join up, the Stalkers join together as well. Moving down here again, Storm the +2 both coming up, the gates and the cannons coming online, pylons will produce, Bane Nest and Evo Chamber continuing to play for the next couple of seconds. Oracles on the move. Again, missiles, melee all continue to come about. Healing Roach Ravager goes up the left-hand side, couple of probes. Gonna start going down, a few probes going down. The Muta's obviously starting to strike. Should probably have been keeping better attention on those, as we are going to see 6 probes, make it 7. It's going to be going for a lot of Ling Bane behind this, actually. So that's a bit of aggression setting up towards this base. Storm done, so we will have Storms available defensively from Zown. Takes a 4th base in the middle of the map, a couple of Oracles. Gonna get a bit of a spy on the fact that some units are gathering over here. However, the Oracles need to be careful too. They just don't get close enough, so now the Oracles are okay, they turn a corner. Still going to be fine for the moment. I was going to say, maybe they could shoot the Oracle in the back and get the forward Oracle, and he did. And then the Stalker's blinking, and while Muta goes down, we are going to cancel up this 4th base. And Shin will just step back from it, like what he's doing so far. Now he goes back into more Mutas. Not the right call, because actually Zown is just going into a second Stargate and Phoenix production anyway. So Zown is actually reading this as Mass Muta, and that didn't feel like Shin was really playing Mass Muta. But now he's going to double down onto Mass Muta, so Zown's preparations are all going to pay off here, whereas if Shin had actually just spammed other units, those Phoenix, that second Stargate, they don't really come into play for a long time, so then it becomes very expensive to build those. It becomes a little bit sad to have, you know, had those kind of coming through and they're not really, you know, really very meaningful or anything, so bit of a shame. Storm coming down, just going to see the Lings. Going to get chased again. Phoenix, the High Templars, and the +2 attack upgrade coming up. Things will run through. Just going to be seeing this Nexus in some trouble. That will be cancelled. Just going to be seeing the Ling Roach Ravager pulling back away over to the left-hand side here. Melee upgrades still coming through. The Lings and the Mutas coming up. The Mutas in the main base is going to get active once again, so still trying to find a little extra over here. And the Mutas will, obviously in higher numbers now, be much scarier, but with the Phoenix out and the Stalker count still solid, it doesn't feel like you're going to be that scary, and you're being held off with a pretty reasonable amount of stuff. I don't know if this pushes really yet. I guess we do have the High Templars here, and the Storms available. Storms on the Lings are going to be massive. Oh my goodness. These High Templar, one of them has 20 kills, another has 21. 4, 20, 4, 4, 20, and 21. Wow, that, I mean, yes, of course, because they just ran, Lings just ran into double Storm, triple Storm even. Yeah, that's not good for Shin, because now he's not dealing with this army on the other side, and the Mutas have been pushed back. And it's not like the Mutas are an overwhelming anti-air force that you can't really deal with. Zown, he has enough anti-air to handle the Mutalisks. So Zown is on the front doorstep of Shin and essentially just knocking down the front door at the moment, which is really not where we want to be. Stalkers, Adepts, and the Archon come about. The Overlords, as you can see, will take some damage. And Shin now supply blocked, and his army was not already looking good, so not being able to build anything extra is not going to help. He will try to base trade, but obviously you're starting this base trade off a little bit late. It could have been a lot sooner already, and I mean, yeah, lots of reasons why we don't love this right now for Shin. Primarily just being, I just don't think he has the army to fight against what Zown is bringing to the table, so I think Shin is going to run into trouble. I'm just going to see the feelings and the roaches coming through. Phoenix and the cannons building up. On the left side, the Stalkers will get to work, picking away over there. The army in the center are going to come by as well. It is. Activating onto the Stargate. I mean, nice to shut that down, but again, a little bit late to the party maybe to really be meaningful. I mean, Zown is losing a lot of stuff, but I still think Zown's army is unkillable, so I guess base trading is probably one of the best things you can do as Shin. He doesn't think he's going to win any kind of proper base trade here long term. I kind of agree. I just don't think that armies disappear, and I don't think Shin is set up with enough stuff to kind of really kill what his opponent is working with either. It's going to be GG's. We're going to get taken to Old Republic for final game of the final series today, guys. So one more map coming up. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, I will do the invites before I get distracted. Always a good starting point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I need that PC open? Close you for now. Cool. Thanks for the cast today. Enjoyed it? No worries. Thank you so much for watching, guys. As always, appreciate you guys enjoying the games with me. Just makes it nice and fun. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all. We'll give it 30 seconds for some ads to play before we dive into this, but we are pretty much ready to go, guys. So sending this one off into a game number. Yeah, game number 3. Let's do it. Old Republic will be the map. We don't see Old Republic a lot. It does show up sometimes in the PvZ specifically. I think it's probably the most seen matchup for this. So, yeah. Hey, Dog Humor, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Priming us up. If anyone else out there is sitting on a cheeky little Prime sub and you want to support the stream, do consider priming us. We appreciate it. It does give you ad-free viewing for the duration of your sub as well, obviously. So, great. Thinking of watching a lot of games here over the next few weeks when we have Team League and more happening. And check that out. Thank you so much, Andy, for the 500 bits as well. Appreciate you, buddy. Sorry, I had to cough. Appreciate you, and thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you so much. And Depostrophe, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. So thank you. Thank you guys, a little bit of hype train at the end of the day. Appreciate it. As we have Zown bottom left, Shin upper right, deciding game. One player eliminated, the other moves on to play Beyond tomorrow in the round of, essentially round of 12, lower bracket round 2. It's a very fun section as the bracket. I'm looking forward to getting into tomorrow, seeing what plays out to, seeing what Sunday's games are going to start being as well. Very exciting. I'm going to follow this slow overlord across the map for a couple moments. There's not much else to take account for. There's a probe scanning, but nothing too crazy there, realistically. It's yo, what's up? I am Mentos. Thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Actually on the verge of the hype train. The hype train, man. Sitting there, three minutes. We could leave the station. I don't have the energy at the end of the stream to I don't have the energy at the end of the stream to hype the hype train, I'm not gonna lie. Appreciate the subs, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Probably gonna nibble at the drone. Will patrol back and forth. Just going to be seeing the couple queens and drones and the lings continue to come about here. The Stargate will build. The Nexus is on the way. And yeah, the Adept will be processing right now. Going to get that finished up. Warp Gate on the way through. Still got our Stargate coming around. Get this underway for this final game. Proby just gets turned out of here for now. Alright, things to be building. Again, Stargate about to finish. Adept in the Warp Gate building through. A few drones in the hatchery coming up. The Overlord is going to be continuing by. Will be finished very shortly here. And that Adept does make a shade out into the middle of the map. So the Adept shade into the center. Both these Adepts together, just making a little bit of progress onto the map and just stepping through for a little bit. Drop a little shade down. Away they go. Shading through the natural and up into the main base. And yeah, things going about. Drones and the queens coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the couple of adepts. We'll continue to shade it around right now. Heading to the natural and heading to the main. Oracle just activates through, trying to see what's up. Heading into the main base. Queen is going to be there. So deal with that for the moment. Nothing reasonable. And yeah, Oracle backing off. The couple of adepts will be there as well. Both those oracles gather in the center. So the next is the battery coming about. Just gonna be seeing the drones, the Roach setting up as well. Let's see if this early harass from Zown can find any advantages early. See if we can get anything done as he pokes through. A couple of devs going to come about. Those oracles obviously looking around. Trying to find a little bit of opportunity here initially. Nothing too crazy going on just yet. Roach building from Shin. We're actually going to end up with 6 drones. And we also have the adepts threatening the natural expansion at the same time. So they're going to come through. Show up and put some damage out. 9 workers now going down. 10 workers. Okay, it's getting a little scary over here. Make it 11, we're going to make it 12, and I do not think we're done just yet. Looking for more. There's 12 workers full. And a few drones still coming about, the last still coming through. +1 and Blink coming up from Zown as well. Lee Stalker and the gateways continue to produce. And we'll just have some extra drones continue to build. A 4th hatchery on the top side of the map. Still got the Zerglings pushing on the bottom. We're going to take a little energy recharge at the moment as well. That's up top, Overseer. We'll fly through. Just going to be seeing the other Oracle turning around for a second. Going to the bottom left-hand side again. Lings and the Overlords build. The Temple Archives is going to produce the gates on the way. +1 and Blink will also be added right now. We do have the Oracles. We'll again regather at home. Not a bad start from Zown though, knocking down a few drones early. Stalkers make their way to the upper left-hand side. So again, just going to move through with that for now. And a bit of a push. We saw some early pushes from Zown earlier with the Stalkers go disastrously against Solar in that first match of his today. It was pretty disastrous to say the least. But this one looking a little bit better. Queen goes down. Hydra's going to get caught immediately, and we're going to get a jump on this hatchery as well. So could not really scripted this one to go much better so far. This hatchery might actually go down. Now, the Lings are counterattacking. They find 5 probes right off the bat, and the Oracles will defend it. Shin actually is not going to lose the hatch because we actually come forward with the Stalkers and we jump onto another couple of units. I believe the Queen or Hydra just went down. Stasis catches. The Oracles being at home, though, gives Shin the confidence to kind of move forward because the Oracles are not here to back these Stalkers up. So the Lings are actually able to do well against them, but maybe just realizing a bit too late. The Oracles kind of in the middle of the map now, watching for more run-bys, just trying to make sure they're in the right position. I like what Shin did, though, because by running by, it pulls the Oracles back, and it does feel like, at the very least, it gives you an opening onto those Stalkers, because they're, like I say, no longer protected by the Oracles at that stage, which is usually a big part of why they are okay against the Lings. The Lings going down, Stalker's just going to blink through again. Storm about to finish the +2 attack and the charge coming around. The Oracles will go over to the right side and make their way into enemy territory once again here, just for a little bit. Drops the Revelation, and keeping an eye on just what exactly goes on for a few moments. Let's peel back around. Again, Hydra's Queen, the Infestation Pin, and a few drones coming up as well. We'll still settle over to the left. Hydra's there. Good catch. Gonna knock that Oracle down immediately. Still positioned down the bottom. Again, try to see what they can do. Templars gather up. It's going to be seeing the drop lords are going to load. They are going to make their way over that left-hand side, so they're already moving on over just to begin with here. So they're stepping straight on over there. The Stalkers gathering into the middle of the map as well. And the Ling Hydra's going to come down the center. Just going to see the drop lords down the left. Stalkers going to walk into a couple of these Lings and the Hydras here and be a little bit of damage can be done. And as the Hydra's pushing back over, the drop lords into the natural expansion. So Shin actually going to split it up into the main as well. So a few warpings into the main already, just a few Zealots. Shin looking for the cancel on his fourth base. Zealot's going to counterattack in his base. Remember, low from earlier. It's going to be a pretty easy target. A couple of Hydras here going to go down instantly and see what the Zealots target on. I kind of thought that they might just right-click the hatchery. And defense in the natural in the main goes very well. Shin actually losing a lot of units there, and he doesn't actually kill the fourth either. Massive Stormers to make sure it stays alive, and that's okay. That's an insane sequence of events from Zown. He doesn't kill this base, and he doesn't kill a lot of drones, but the Zealots cause a lot of reaction. And then you clean up the main and natural dropper lords, and you also managed to save your own fourth. I felt like the fourth base at least was going down, because Shin had so many units here initially, but that fourth lives. And that sequence of events is just... I feel like every part of it was just Zown winning out. Maybe the top side, these Zealots didn't do as much as they could have done, but even still, I think they played a role in distracting Shin. They didn't need to do a lot with everything else going well for you back at home. If everything had gone bad for you back at home, maybe then you rely on the Zealots to do a bit more and to maybe keep you in the game, do some damage to kind of keep you rolling out. But yeah, in this case, not quite the scenario. We are going to be seeing the units moving down the left side. Hydra Lurk coming across, a couple of storms coming straight down onto this army. Hydra's taking some damage. We are going to be seeing a few drop lords into the natural now. So that's the Stalkers coming about, the few Lings coming through. We are going to be seeing the Lurkers going to get hit by a stasis ward. The Storm is ready to get going as well. And these Lurkers, as they're burrowing, so they're just eating a full storm of damage. Zown's going to go for it, man. He's just going to push into this. He's going to say, I do not believe you have enough to be here. High Templar pushing aggressively forward. A bunch of them go down, as obviously they should. But at the same time, the Storm damage did a lot. The Argon's trying to help. The Stalker's there to back it up. New round of Lurkers in the background might help Shin a lot here. And actually will be a part of the reason why he does not get completely pushed through for the moment. So it's Stalker Archon gathering back around for a second. So just going to resettle things here momentarily. Still moving up through. I mean, just counterattack from Zown. Shin doesn't see it either. So Shin's going to be out of position, and that's awkward because there ain't no way he's dealing with that army without knowing it's coming. So that's definitely going to be awkward here. The Zealot Stalker keeps pushing through. Going to see a bunch of the Overlords in some trouble. The Zealot taking some damage. Shin doesn't feel like he's got a lot pushing through. He is taking a lot of losses over on this side, already losing the third base. And Shin's army doesn't look massive over here at all. It feels like it's on the verge of dying off, in fact. So I feel like we've got two very mismatched armies, and Zown is just going to be getting so much more out of his. Shin has to evacuate, essentially going to become a two-base Zerg here, because I highly doubt this base is actually going to get online. There's the cleanup over here as well, so the warp-ins from Zown good, and Shin, from the 1-0 lead, looks as though he's going to let it slip away from him. A couple of times today we've had the 1-0 leading player have it slip away, and it goes wrong. And as you are going to be seeing the army of Zown pulling back, losing an Archon, going to pick up a couple other units as well. Like I say, this actually just survived. Maybe we can actually mine from this. There are some drones somewhat nearby. Well, I mean, maybe not if Zown just jumps on you. Lurkers go down. Hydra's not supporting it. GG called. Zown 2, Shin 1. And Zown will be the one to live through to the final day of competition, which will be not the final day, the next day of competition, which will be tomorrow, of course, guys. So we'll be back tomorrow. We'll involve some Zown games. Hey, thank you, Zeus Inc. Appreciate you coming in with the 30-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, guys, that's gonna wrap us up here. So that is indeed gonna wrap us up and call it a day. Hope you've all had fun. Hope you've all had a good time. Let's have a look at the bracket and we'll round this one out, guys. A bit of a headache. so I'm just gonna wrap up fairly quick. But let's have a little peek at what's going on in the bracket. So obviously we saw MaxPax and Cure get to the winner bracket semi-finals after 2 days of action here. Hero versus Clem, MaxPax versus Cure are going to be our upper bracket TVPs to figure out who will get to the upper bracket finals. As yo, Dark Humor, thank you so much for the 500 bits, mate. Appreciate the support. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you betting us up. And then we've got in the lower bracket, Rogue versus Classic, Solar versus Geralt, Nicorakt versus Bunny, and Björn versus Zown. The way this is going to work tomorrow, guys, is we are going to go Rogue Classic, Solar Geralt, Nicorakt Bunny, Björn versus Zown, then Hero versus Clem, then MaxPax versus Cure. Then we're going to round the day out with a couple of lower bracket best of threes as well. So what we're going to do, basically, when we finish Solar Geralt, the winner of Rogue Classic and Solar Geralt will play their next match, but we'll go into Nicorakt Bunny already, and we, basically just continue through like that. So we just move down this list of live games, and these couple matches in lower bracket round 3 will be replays just played earlier in the day to help with the scheduling. And then after that, on Sunday, everything is live. 1, 2, best of 3s, and then 1, 2, 3, best of 5s, and a best of 7 final. So that is how everything will play out, guys. That's how it all goes. That's what it looks like. That's what the bracket's at. Like I say, continuing on Saturday, tomorrow, and then finishing up on Sunday as the WardiTV Winter Championships this year. All right, if you've enjoyed the stream, all the usual stuff, guys, like, subscribe, follow, goes a long way. If you really enjoyed, obviously you can support with those Prime subs or donations or checking out the Patreon page as well. Patreon.com/WardiTV as well is a big way to go about it. So yeah. Check out the stuff to support. I don't really have much else to say, honestly. Like I said, I'm just gonna wrap us up. I'll leave you guys with the 2026 series hype video, and I'll be back with you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Does that sound good? Any questions? Anyone want to shout something at me before I turn the stream off? There'll be a set of ads on the outro. Obviously, stick around, watch those if you want to support for free as well. It helps. But otherwise, I think we are done here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. No one's shouting anything. No one's asking me something I've forgotten to mention. Seems good. See you tomorrow. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship Weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .40 dominance.